Chapter 563. Fang Yuan felt his body tense up. The moment he entered the tower, a pressure pressed down on his body and mind. But immediately after, the pressure disappeared. He entered the Truyang building completely. In front of him was a lake. The sky was blue, the lake was sparkling, and the surroundings were hazy shadows of green mountains. The guest token in his hand turned into a pool of cold molten iron, dripping down through the gaps of his fingers. The guest token could only be used once. Fang Yuan shook his hand and got rid of the molten iron. He looked around and found himself on a small island in the middle of the lake. Beside him stood He Lulan. This is the 54th checkpoint. He Lulan did not look at Fang Yuan, but looked straight ahead. Look, that is the difficult problem that Brother Shanin has to overcome. Fang Yuan followed her gaze and saw that not far away, there was another small island. On the small island there was a group of water snake lions. These water snake lions had bright blue fur that was extremely glossy. Their forelimbs were not claws but frog webbing. Their tails were poisonous snakes, either coiled around the back of the water lion, or stood upright and flicked their scarlet tongues. Without He Lulan's introduction at the same time, there was a message directly injected into Fang Yuan's mind. Use the hedgehog fish on the island to break through the protection of the water snake lions and occupy the opposite island. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at the edge of his island. In the blue seawater on the edge of the island, he saw the figures of hedgehog fish. At this time, He clan elders came in one by one and stood beside He Lulan. Whether it is the water snake lions or the hedgehog fish, they are wild animals from the medieval era. Now they can only be seen in the depths of the Eastern Sea. An elder said emotionally. In my opinion, this checkpoint is extremely unfair. Water snake lions are strong to begin with, one is equivalent to 5 or 6 hedgehog fish. But the number of hedgehog fish on our side is only about twice that of the pride. A He family member stared at the small island in front of him and explained the difficulty to Fang Yuan. Brother Shanin, there's no need to worry. I came here today to test my skills. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. After all, Fang Yuan was controlling a pack of wolves. But this time it was a school of fish, and it was the rare and extinct hedgehog fish in northern plains. Black Flag Shing had already failed 8 or 9 times. His best result was only killing 30% of the water snake lions. This made He tribe's Gu masters realize the difficulty of this round. Chang Shanin might be an enslavement master, but this was the Truyang building set up by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan stared at it for a moment and frowned. He secretly estimated that it wouldn't be difficult for him to control these hedgehog fish and kill the water snake lions with his own strength. Could even be said that it was a sure thing. But even though the round looked simple, there was actually a lot to pay attention to. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had set up 88-point Jinyang Tower to leave behind an inheritance for his descendants, and to reward talented juniors. Thus, the rewards for every round in Truyang building were divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. Low grade round would give the least reward and directly enter the next round. Middle grade round would give twice the reward of low grade, and when entering the next round they would even receive information about the round. High grade round not only gave twice the reward of middle grade, it could also teleport the challenger into the depths of Truyang building, to a place called Treasure Room. In this treasure room, there were countless rare treasures and even several true immortal inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal. But these things in the treasure room could not be casually taken away, they had to be exchanged by the challenger. Exchanging for Gu worms, exchanging for Gu recipes, even one's own cultivation experience could be used as an exchange item. Only after the contestants completed the exchange would they proceed to the next stage. He Lulan only needed low-grade round to enter the 55th round, he would be satisfied. But Fang Yuan's requirements were different. He needed high-grade round to enter the treasure room. Only in the secret treasure pavilion could he use the means that he had prepared for a long time to reap the greatest benefits. Low-grade round is as easy as flipping my palm. But I don't know what the criteria for middle-grade and high-grade rounds are. I can only give it a try now. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and nodded at He Lulan, indicating that they could begin. He Lulan took out a token and waved it towards the sky. This token was different from the guest token, it was the owner token. When He Lulan first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he obtained this token out of nowhere, it represented his noble identity. As the owner token waved, ripples appeared in the air and dozens of fish enslavement Gu appeared, there were rank 1, 2, 3. When Fang Yuan received these Gu worms and easily refined them, the others were restrained by a formless gentle force and could not help him. Only He Lulan could still speak, he reminded, Brother Shanin, pay attention to the time. You only have 10 minutes to finish this round. Fang Yuan nodded and waved his hand. The fish enslavement goo in his hand turned into dozens of mystical lights and flew out. Everyone saw Fang Yuan's casual action and gasped in their hearts. If it was He Qi Sheng, he would have to be extremely cautious and pick the goo worms one by one. When this fish enslavement goo is used, the goo master would definitely face the resistance of the fish group. If they were not careful, the enslavement would fail. It could even lead to a backlash on the soul. Isn't Wolf King being too careless? I have never seen such an enslavement. This is bad. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. But soon after, their eyes widened. They saw that after the goo worms were planted, the fishes started to move, swimming out of the island. It was as if they belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with. There had never been a case of enslavement failure. The water snake lions were also alarmed by this situation. They changed their laziness from sitting to standing up. The lion heads roared while the snake heads hissed. Many water snake lions jumped into the water and built an underwater defense line. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stood proudly with his hands behind his back. His body did not even sway, showing his enslavement path attainment and soul foundation. Everyone praised him in their hearts. Heavens, he actually did it. Just this scene alone is an eye-opener for me. Wolf King is indeed an enslavement path master. He is different from others. A master is indeed a master. Maybe he can succeed in one go. Everyone's eyes shone with anticipation. Even He Lulan looked on with a hopeful expression. However, the shoal of fish did not go straight for the water snake lions as everyone expected. Instead, it spread out in all directions, constantly patrolling. What is Wolf King trying to do? Wolf King is very steady. It seems he is familiarizing himself with the fish group's habits. But as time passed, the fish group was still swimming freely. Everyone watched anxiously but did not see the fish group and lion group fight. This time, even He Lulan became slightly anxious, urging, "Brother Shanin, hurry up." "No rush." Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he leisurely replied. The water snake lions saw that the fish group did not attack for a long time. Some water snake lions came out of the water and climbed onto the island. The underwater defense line gradually weakened. After a while, He Lulan urged again, "Brother Shanin, it has already been 5 minutes." "No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand, his eyelids drooping as if he was sleepy. More water snake lions came ashore. The old Lion King even laid on the ground, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Everyone was disappointed, cursing in their hearts. "This Wolf King is all bark and no bite. To think I thought so highly of him. So what if he is a master?" This is true Yang building. It seems that this time, Chang Shanyin's main goal is to familiarize himself with the fish group and accumulate experience for the next attack. Seeing that the time limit was approaching, everyone's last bit of hope was used up. It is a pity that a guest token was wasted like this. Or should I think about what to eat after returning home? After failing this round, I wonder how Lord Tribe Leader will deal with Chang Shanin? Just as everyone's mind was in a mess, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and the fish group suddenly charged towards the water snake lion group from all directions. "They're here." He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. He had already guessed. Since Chang Shanin wants to save the real big move for the next time, then this time he spent so much effort to familiarize and train the fish group. He will definitely test the lions and understand their situation and battle strength. The sudden attack of the fish group caught the water snake lions unprepared. The hedgehog fish group was like a group of hungry sharks. With lightning speed, they destroyed the small number of water snake lions in the water. So that's it. Chang Shanin was training the fish group earlier while numbing the lions. The effect of this sudden attack has already destroyed 30% of the lions. A master is indeed a master. What amazing beast taming skill. Compared to Chang Shanin, He Qi Sheng is like a baby and a strong man. Everyone stared with wide eyes, amazed at the result that Fang Yuan had created in an instant. Seeing that his sons had been slaughtered, the old Lion King was furious. He roared and personally led the pride to jump into the water, launching a revenge attack on the fish. What was strange was that Fang Yuan swept away his previous unyielding style. Under his control, the fish group retreated again and again. The lions chased relentlessly, and when they reached a certain place, the group suddenly fell into chaos. What is going on? Everyone was puzzled. So there is an undercurrent whirlpool here. He Lulan exclaimed. Soon after, the elder's eyes shined. I know. It seems that Wolf Wang Da's men gathered the fish group not only for training, but also to investigate the terrain. That's right. A beast battle is like a battle between two armies. Not only do we have to consider the enemy, we also have to consider the terrain. Many Gu masters saw this and almost slapped their thighs, shouting loudly. The water snake lions were trapped by the undercurrent, and the fish group immediately turned around and attacked. The lions were huge and the undercurrent had a deep influence on them. But the fish group was small, and the influence of the undercurrent was almost negligible. An incomparably exquisite battle unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. The powerful water snake lions were as weak as paper. And the fish group, under Fang Yuan's control, were like a group of invincible elite soldiers, cooperating well, advancing and retreating, splitting and encircling the lions, quickly nibbling away at them. The fish group would gather at times and attack fiercely. At times they would scatter, causing the lions' counterattack to be futile. This is like a joke. So powerful, so powerful. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the Wolf King obtained complete victory. This round is past. He tribe members were overjoyed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan were filled with reverence, admiration, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. Good, what a good Wolf King. He Lulan clapped and laughed. Fang Yuan also laughed heartily because the moment he completely killed the lions, information entered his mind, high-grade evaluation. The next moment, Fang Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. What happened? He tribe members saw such a shocking change, their eyeballs almost falling out. Chapter 564. Fang Yuan was in the crystal corridor. Light flowed in front of him. The four walls were translucent crystal walls that could reflect one's figure. Fang Yuan's gaze looked around, behind and to his left and right were walls. He could only walk on the path in front of him. I finally arrived at the treasure room. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a small arc as he strode forward. The crystal corridor was long and transparent. In less than 5 steps, Fang Yuan could see Gu worms or Gu recipes appearing on the crystal walls to his left and right. They were like insects in amber, quietly sitting inside the crystal walls. These were the treasures of the treasure room. If he wanted to obtain them, he would need to exchange for them with items of corresponding value. Oh, there is a wood path heavenly essence treasure King Lotus here. Fang Yuan slowly stopped his footsteps and found a familiar Gu worm sealed in the crystal walls. This Gu was a blooming blue and white lotus. The wash basin laughed heartily. It had an extraordinary origin and was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was a set of rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus and rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Among them, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was ranked 6th among the 10 Great Immortal Gu. Its value was comparable to Spring Autumn Cicada. Right now, it was in the hands of Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan had once used a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To a large extent, it made up for his lack of aptitude and was a great help to him. But for this Gu's advancement, not only did Fang Yuan lack the corresponding Gu recipe, the refinement cost was also very high. He needed to use a natural spirit spring. This spring had to be full of primeval energy. It could not be a spirit spring that had been used for many years and lacked foundation. After success, this spirit spring would be completely wasted. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Lotus required 7 spirit springs. At rank 5, another 9. At rank 6, another 11. This number was based on the spirit springs of Southern Border and other places. If he used Northern Plains spirit springs, it would be at least 60% more. It was too difficult for Fang Yuan to advance the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus back then. Moreover, his aptitude had improved greatly, so he gave up on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. But now, this rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus moved his heart. The Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus is known as the Mobile Spirit Spring. Once refined, it could produce natural true essence. The rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Gu is no longer suitable for me. But rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus is suitable for my current state. However, in order to obtain this Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, according to the rules, Fang Yuan had to use treasures of equivalent value to exchange for it. Then let's change. Fang Yuan could be said to be extremely wealthy now. Having a blessed land was the capital of a Gu immortal. To exchange for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, to others, it was a large transaction that required them to give up their capital. For Fang Yuan, it was just a small matter of choice. What should I trade for it? Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into the 2 apertures. The Strength Path and Enslavement Path Gu worms in the aperture could not be exchanged. His first vital Gu, the Spring Autumn Cicada, could not even be taken out. But other than that, there were also many miscellaneous Gu worms. The value of each of these goo worms was naturally lower than the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus, but if one was not enough, 2 or 3 could be used to exchange for it. Oh, why are there 18 spring egg goo here? Fang Yuan was astonished to find that there was a batch of rare rank 5 goo in his first aperture. But he quickly thought of the reason. I almost forgot, this is my high-grade reward, it was sent into my aperture by Truyang Building. Logically speaking, this goo master's aperture was the foundation of cultivation, the secret of all secrets. But Truyang Building was indeed personally created by Longhair Ancestor, and was also arranged by Giant Sun Immortal. It had great power and could directly send goo worms into a goo master's aperture. Spring egg goo might not be as good as the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus, but it was also a rank 5 goo. Spring egg goo looked like a white goose egg, and was obtained by killing a powerful Eggman Emperor. By planting spring egg goo deep underground, it could form a spirit water spring. Spirit springs were the foundation of goo masters' cultivation, thus large tribes and clans would collect spring egg goo to strengthen their foundation, in case of emergencies. Even goo immortals would often purchase them and plant them in their own blessed land, to form a spirit spring and nourish all living beings. Fang Yuan casually took out 1 spring egg goo. But this goo's quality was not good, the eggshell was covered in cracks. There were clear traces of primeval essence in the goo, it had clearly been used by someone. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he sneered. It seems this goo was plundered by Flying Hand Snow when it was activated. The rewards for clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower are all from this source. Giant Sun Immortal, in order to realize his dream of ruling the world, and at the same time to benefit his descendants, had painstakingly arranged this scheme. First was the Imperial Court contest, to weaken and eradicate the other tribes. Next was the 10-year snow disaster, to store the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from all over northern plains into 88-point Jinyang Tower. One had to know, goo master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. Giant Sun Immortal's establishment of 88-point Jinyang Tower was to take drastic measures. He plundered resources and gave them to his own descendants, and even cut off the hope of other tribes rising up. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, when Central Continent goo immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they made use of this characteristic of Truyang Building. They sent chess pieces to infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land. At the same time, they purposely scattered goo worms, allowing the Flying Hand Snow to plunder in. Finally, they caused damage from the inside of Truyang Building, creating a crucial gap. After Central Continent goo immortals destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, they also exposed Giant Sun Immortal's sinister intentions to the public, causing a huge commotion in northern plains, and the public's opinion was in an uproar. But commotion was one thing, northern plains was still second only to Central Continent in terms of battle strength. All the super forces and Huangjin tribes worked together to suppress them, causing northern plains to remain stable. The Huangjin tribes had ruled northern plains for so many years, they were already deeply rooted, and could not be shaken by the public's outburst. No matter how strong the public's opinion was, without the support of military strength, it was nothing. Fang Yuan moved the spring egg goo in his hand closer to the crystal wall, towards the sealed heavenly essence treasure King Lotus. The nearby crystal wall started to shine with a faint red light, followed by orange light, followed by yellow light. After the red, orange and yellow lights shined together, there were no more movements. Fang Yuan took out 2 spring egg goo, and moved closer to the crystal wall. Thus, another green halo flickered. But the green light was not bright, and was suppressed by the other 3 lights. Fang Yuan sneered, taking out the 4th spring egg goo, and moved closer to the crystal wall. This time the green light completely bloomed, similar to the other 3 lights. The crystal wall turned from solid to phantom, slightly shaking. Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus slowly flew out from inside, while the 4 spring egg goo in Fang Yuan's hand flew uncontrollably into the crystal wall, replacing Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus' position. Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus slowly landed in Fang Yuan's hand, and Fang Yuan's primeval essence gushed out, instantly refining it. 88-point Jinyang Tower's power was extraordinary, allowing goo masters to instantly refine mortal goo in the tower. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black. In this treasure room, there are 8 standards. The more colorful the light, the more precious the treasure. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus can be exchanged for as long as it reaches green light. Among the 8 standards, this is only the middle tier. It seems the treasure room is truly extraordinary, there are many treasures inside. Fang Yuan estimated in his heart, and immediately had a deeper understanding of the treasure room's value. He stretched out his hand and touched the crystal wall in front of him. From his palm he felt a cold sensation. Inside the crystal wall was the price that Fang Yuan had just paid, 4 spring egg goo. Fang Yuan tried to move them, but there was no reaction. He praised in his heart. Without being modest, in this current world, Fang Yuan's understanding of 88-point Jinyang Tower was enough to rank in the top 3. That was because he had the detailed information given to him by the land spirit of Langya. The deeper Fang Yuan's understanding of 88-point Jinyang Tower, the more he could feel the uncanny craftsmanship of this tower, and its exquisite design. Not to mention anything else, just this crystal wall in front of him had a great origin. This crystal wall was created when long-hair ancestor had killed tens of thousands of goo masters, and used a secret method to extract their apertures. Using their aperture walls as the main material, it was refined by combining profound ice goo, ice wall goo, magnificent jade goo, slow turn goo, vitality goo, and so on. This crystal wall was the best place to seal goo worms, and the goo worms could enter a natural hibernation inside, and could be preserved for hundreds or even thousands of years without any damage. According to the information, the newly refined crystal wall would flicker with a gentle water-like light, and when walking inside, it would feel like a dream. By now, although the crystal wall did not have its previous elegance, it was still crystal clear. Time flies and dripping water can wear away a stone. The power of time was one of the most majestic powers of heaven and earth. Even a rank 9 venerable would lose to time. Truyang building might be an immortal goo house, but it was activated every 10 years and had a lot of wear and tear. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, 88-point Jinyang Tower would not have been breached by Central Continent goo immortals. Right now, the crystal wall no longer had its luster, and there was even a thin layer of crystal powder at the corner of the wall. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. In the crystal wall, there were all kinds of goo worms, goo recipes, bone refinement materials, and even more were the cultivation experiences left behind by generations of goo masters. These experiences were extremely precious. Those who could enter the treasure room were all elites who had passed the first round, and the things they left behind were not bad at all. After walking for some distance, Fang Yuan stopped. The crystal corridor in front of him stretched far into the distance, with no end in sight. But a stone stele blocked Fang Yuan's path. The stone stele was squarish, reaching the height of Fang Yuan's knee, and on it were written 4 words in Northern Plains: Visitor, halt. 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up by Giant Sun Immortal in consideration of his descendants. But treasure room might not necessarily be filled with Giant Sun's bloodline goo masters. Giant Sun Immortal considered this, and placed the more valuable resources behind the stone stele. Outsiders like Chang Shanin could only sigh at the treasures. But Fang Yuan was not Chang Shanin. Visitor, halt? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. He first tried to cross the stele but was blocked by a formless wall. So many years have passed, although 88-point Jinyang Tower has some wear and tear, the visitor halt stele's effect is still there. I cannot forcefully break through it. Fang Yuan probed and sat cross-legged, facing the stone stele. He had planned this for a long time and had made ample preparations. Immediately he took out a goo worm and shot it into the stone stele. The first step of refining 88-point Jinyang Tower had begun. Chapter 565. Refining 88-point Jinyang Tower sounded like a crazy idea, but it was not a delusion. In fact, Fang Yuan was not the first person to refine 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the 500 years of his previous life, when Central Continent's goo immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they first sent goo masters to infiltrate 88-point Jinyang Tower's treasure room. After the deed was done, they recorded the entire process using goo worms and announced it to the world. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains goo masters. It had extraordinary significance. The recording of the attack on Imperial Court Blessed Land spread throughout the 5 regions. It was not only to display Central Continent's strength, it was also a sinister plan to destroy the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains goo masters. Most importantly, this detailed recording was proof that Giant Sun Immortal plundered Northern Plains goo worms to benefit his descendant bloodline. Once the recording was released, Northern Plains was shaken. People were furious. Although the Huangjin tribes suppressed the situation and did not reach the level of internal strife that Central Continent's goo immortals had expected, it did create a Northern Plains with turbulent undercurrents and people's hearts were divided. Central Continent's goo immortal Song Cheshing, after seeing this recording, gave a direct evaluation. Once this recording spreads to the world, Northern Plains spirit of freedom will be freed from Giant Sun Immortal's cage. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of this recording. After rebirth, he immediately realized the huge value of this recording. Saving Dang Hun Mountain was only one of his goals in this Northern Plains trip. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. He would first think of failure before thinking of victory. How can there be such a good thing in this world? If Dang Hun Mountain cannot be saved, I can still obtain other compensations from 88-point Jinyang Tower. The recording of Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land was a huge reference to Fang Yuan. But just this recording was not enough. Fang Yuan could only see the surface from the recording. But fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained first-hand information from Langya Blessed Land. This way, by combining theory with practice, the chances of refining the 88-point Jinyang Tower had greatly increased. With my current cultivation, it's impossible for me to completely refine the 88-point Jinyang Tower. But I can refine a part of it. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of reality. He was only a mortal Gu master. To refine an immortal Gu house, he needed to be at least a rank 8 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan's plan was only to refine a part of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower had been through the vicissitudes of time. It had long been damaged and was secretly filled with loopholes. It was too grand, too big, like a huge wooden cage. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was like a termite. The power of a single termite could not corrode the entire wooden cage. But it could corrode some of the edges and corners. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The guest halt obelisk in front of him, after being injected with a specific Gu worm, emitted a dim yellow light. Fang Yuan took the chance to stretch out his palms and poured his primeval essence into the obelisk. At the same time, his will entered the guest halt obelisk along with the primeval essence. When a Gu master refines Gu, they would use their will to occupy the body of the Gu worm. And in this process, the primeval essence was the best carrier. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. The guest halt obelisk was only a part of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu. It was too huge. The moment Fang Yuan's will entered, he felt like he was in darkness. In this vast and boundless darkness, there was a sun-like existence. It emitted an extremely weak light. The light seemed to be breathing, fluctuating rhythmically. This is Giant Sun Immortal's will? Fang Yuan immediately became extremely vigilant. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was Giant Sun Immortal's possession. It was refined by him. Naturally, there was Giant Sun Immortal's will inside. Although Giant Sun Immortal's main body had already passed away, his will was placed in the body of the 88-point Jinyang Tower and had survived for a long time. This will is truly vast and vast. It makes me feel like I am facing a real sun. An immortal venerable strength is unimaginable, and this is only a small portion of Giant Sun Immortal's will that has been left behind after so many years. Fortunately, this will has fallen into slumber. My movements are light and should not disturb it. I must not awaken it, otherwise, I will end up like those 2 Gu immortals whose souls dissipated in my previous life. The vast and boundless darkness represented the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun Immortal's remnant will was as large as the sun. Suppressing the center, it was in slumber and emitting a faint light. And Fang Yuan's will was only the size of a sesame seed compared to it. It also emitted a faint light, hiding in the most remote corner. Fang Yuan continued to inject primeval essence. He was very cautious. As his primeval essence entered the guest halt steel, the amount of will he instilled in the 88-point Jinyang Tower also increased. In the dark corner, the light that represented Fang Yuan continued to expand, gradually expelling the darkness and occupying it. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Yuan was very careful. His forehead was slowly covered in sweat. To think that refining this steel would be so difficult. My 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures have less than 90% primeval essence. If not for the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus I just obtained, I might have to go through a lot of trouble. After 4 hours, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and retracted his palms from the steel. His whole body was exhausted, mainly because of the huge mental pressure. It was more dangerous than walking on a tightrope. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan looked at the guest halt steel in front of him. A sense of intimacy came from the steel and went straight to the depths of his heart. But the joy of success soon faded. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed even deeper. My previous life's video indeed had many cuts. I used so much primeval essence, but the Gu master in the video was only rank 5 middle stage. He did not rest during the process and only refined for a short hour. Maybe this Gu master's aperture contained some supplementary Gu worms. But Fang Yuan was more convinced of the possibility of the video being cut. The Central Continent Gu Immortals spread this video mainly to attack the Huangjin tribes in Northern Plains, and to liberate the mental freedom of the other tribes in Northern Plains. Going deep into the 88-point Jinyang Tower, they definitely had gains that they did not want to expose, or methods that could not be seen. At the same time, in order to make the video more vivid and captivating, the boring and long parts were cut out, which was also to recognize the scene. But to Fang Yuan this was a very bad news. Refining 88-point Jinyang Tower was a risk that was filled with danger. If he was misled by the video in his previous life, he might lose everything. 88-point Jinyang Tower is truly extraordinary. I worked so hard for so long, but I'm afraid I did not even refine half a part of it. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted the guest halt steel and stood up. If the 88-point Jinyang Tower was divided into 10 parts, then Giant Sun Immortal's remnant would occupy 30% of it. 10% was 10%, but Fang Yuan refined the guest halt steel and did not even have half a part of it. But even so, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He turned around leisurely and walked a few steps back, arriving at a crystal wall with a sealed treasure material. His gaze concentrated as he stretched out his hand towards the crystal wall. If it was before, the crystal wall would be like an ice wall, blocking his hand's path. But now the guest halt steel flickered and the crystal wall changed, turning from solid to illusory. Fang Yuan's hand smoothly entered like it was in water, successfully taking out the treasure material inside. Once he refined the guest halt steel, Fang Yuan could take any treasure in this crystal wall at will without paying any price. This should be a rushing thunder rock. Looking at the treasure material in his hand, Fang Yuan carefully examined it before confirming it. Rushing thunder rock was a rare Gu refinement material. It was almost extinct now, and would only be sold occasionally in jewel yellow skies. This rock was the essence of lightning formed when the lightning of the 9 heavens collided. But since the immemorial antiquity era, 7 of the 9 heavens had fallen, leaving only white heaven and black heaven. The chances of the lightning of these 2 heavens colliding were very low. Thus, after the immemorial antiquity era, the production of rushing thunder rock became very rare. When lightning path flourished, a large number of rushing thunder rocks were used to refine Gu. Thus, there were very few rushing thunder rocks left now. Heaven and earth have changed. Lightning path has also undergone a transformation. It no longer needs rushing thunder rocks. Only those Gu masters and Gu immortals who want to research ancient lightning path Gu worms would be interested in rushing thunder rocks. The treasure room's value was extraordinary. One of the treasures that Fang Yuan casually took out was a rushing thunder rock. But soon after, Fang Yuan placed this rushing thunder rock back into the crystal wall. A lack of patience in small matters would spoil great plans. Because they could only be obtained by exchanging, the amount of treasures in the crystal wall was fixed. And every treasure here was recorded by all the super forces, and even some large-scale Huangjin tribes. If someone came later and obtained a high-grade battle record, they would come here. If they found that there were no treasures here, how shocked and suspicious would they be? Fang Yuan did not hesitate. After experimenting for a while, he walked towards the depths of the crystal corridor. When he arrived at the guest halt steel again, he paused and slowed down his speed. A few hours ago, the formless chi wall that blocked him had already disappeared. But this did not mean he could safely enter. 88-point Jinyang Tower was refined by long-hair ancestor. It naturally had other screening methods. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He willed, and at once 5 to 6 strange Gu worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke that covered his body. Fang Yuan inspected again, and after confirming that he was completely covered, he walked past the guest halt steel. Smoke of all colors started boiling, forming a blood-red light that spread to the surroundings. Fang Yuan looked around, and found that the treasures in the crystal wall were indeed of a higher grade than the previous section. Oh, this is... Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a rank 5 strength path Gu worm sealed in the crystal wall. Chapter 566. Fang Yuan had just stepped past the guest halt steel when he had a pleasant discovery. A borrow strength Gu appeared in front of him. This upper strength path rank 5 Gu was already extinct. It was even rarer than all-out effort Gu. It could not be used alone, it had to be paired with other Gu worms. Paired with heavenly strength Gu, the Gu master could borrow the strength of the heavens. Paired with earth strength Gu, the Gu master could borrow the strength of the earth. Paired with firepower Gu, the Gu master could borrow strength from flames. Paired with water power Gu, the Gu master could borrow strength from water currents. My killer move, Four-Arm Wind King, Uses Wind Overlord Goo and Tyrant Strength Goo. This combination of goo worms is a substitute for Borrow Strength Goo. Its effect is less than 50% of the original. With this Borrow Strength Goo, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Of course, Borrow Strength Goo still needed to be paired with other goo worms. By now, Heavenly Strength Goo was already extinct. But Earth Strength Goo, Fire Power Goo, Water Power Goo, Wind Power Goo and others were still widespread. But when they used these goo worms, they had already left their original range. Earth Strength Goo was often used to increase the fertility of the soil, to help goo masters grow crops, or to pair with Woodpath Goo worms. Fire Power Goo was used as a support goo by some Fire Path Goo masters. It could slightly increase the effect of Fire Path Goo worms. Water Power, Wind Power, Lightning Power Goo and others were the same. Fang Yuan came to the crystal wall and took out close to 10 Spring Egg Goo, exchanging for Borrow Strength Goo. After passing the guest halt stele, he could only exchange for the treasures in the crystal wall. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall were clearly 1 or 2 grades higher than before. Meteor Rain Goo, Star Travel Lightning Goo, Wind Fog Hair Goo, Starfire Prairie Goo, Water Curtain Skyflower Goo. Rank 5 Goo that were extremely rare in the outside world were very common here. In contrast, Rank 4 Goo were much rarer. But once a Rank 4 Goo appeared, it would be a rare Rank 4 Goo, its value and effect comparable to ordinary Rank 5 Goo. Fang Yuan's gaze swept around, the blood flame light on his body was constantly being worn away. This layer of scarlet flame light was his protection to conceal his identity. Once he was exhausted, he would be discovered by the 88-point Jinyang Tower and eliminated in an instant. Before the protection disappears, I must find that Floor Master token. Along with the passage of time, Fang Yuan gradually felt anxious in his heart. These goo worms used to disguise one's identity and deceive 88-point Jinyang Tower were not easy to refine, and their cost was high. The main ingredient was the gold family's blood, and it still needed 98 steps of purification. Now that the battle for the imperial court had ended, it would be even more difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain this blood on a large scale. To make matters worse, there was a fork in the crystal corridor. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop and look carefully. Which path was the one he wanted to take? At this time, the image of Central Continent Goo immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land in his previous life helped Fang Yuan greatly. He chose the one on the left and went in. The value of the treasures in this crystal wall was raised by another level. Rank 4 Goo were gone, only Rank 5 Goo were left, and at the same time, a rare Rank 5 Goo worm appeared. Fang Yuan moved forward quickly as he looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on something. Found it. An Floor Master token was sealed in the crystal wall. It was only at the height of Fang Yuan's knee. This Floor Master token was the work of a Central Continent Goo immortal. A tall tree attracts the wind. Imperial Court Blessed Land had existed for so long, it had already attracted the attention of Goo immortals of all regions. Central Continent Goo immortals had even started to make arrangements hundreds of years ago. The Floor Master token was usually in the hands of the Alliance leader, and once it left Imperial Court Blessed Land, it would self-destruct. Close to 1,000 years ago, there was a Central Continent Goo immortal who spent a lot of effort and plotted in secret. Not only did he bribe that Alliance leader, it was said that he even used an immortal Goo. After using the power of the immortal Goo to tamper with the Floor Master token, this Floor Master token had been hidden in 88-point Jinyang Tower, becoming a hidden trap, waiting for a good opportunity. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent Goo immortals first started the Five Regions War, and not long after, they created a good opportunity to attack this place. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal. It was much harder to attack this place than other blessed lands. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away, and Central Continent Goo Immortal's 1,000 years of planning and painstaking effort had finally paid off. But now this Floor Master token was in Fang Yuan's hands. The process of exchanging for this Floor Master token was very smooth, but it was not easy to truly use it for his own use. At this point it was the most crucial step. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He sat cross-legged on the ground and concentrated. Goo worms moved according to his will, continuously crashing into the Floor Master token. Ding ding dong dong. The sound of collisions was like music to the ears. The Floor Master token gradually floated in the air. Every time they collided, a layer of light would blossom. Only when it was covered in 38 layers of light did the gray-white color on its surface dissipate, revealing the words Floor Master token. The halos burst one after another like bubbles. The Floor Master token lost its buoyancy and fell to the ground where Fang Yuan caught it. He quickly bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the Floor Master token. The moment the Floor Master token was soaked in blood, the entire metal Floor Master token turned into a translucent glass. Fang Yuan had also seen the Floor Master token in He Lulan's hands. He immediately sensed that the one in his hands was very different from ordinary Floor Master tokens. The method I used earlier was to awaken the true identity of this Floor Master token using the image of my previous life. It seems that this is the power of an immortal goo. Only an immortal goo can tamper with the Floor Master token and prevent 88-point Jinyang Tower from discovering it. Fang Yuan looked at the glass Floor Master token in his hands, falling into deep thought. After more than 10 breaths of time, the blood flame and smoke covering his body dissipated completely. At this moment, the world seemed to have quietened down, and Fang Yuan could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Safe and sound. The heartbeat gradually disappeared and Fang Yuan slowly stood up, letting out a breath of turbid air. Success. He excitedly clenched his left fist, muttering to himself, but found that his voice had become somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was drenched in sweat, and he felt a slight dizziness in his head. Truly activating this Floor Master token and making it acknowledge him was not easy. It could be said that it was much more difficult than refining a rank 5 goo worm. Just one step short, and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. Fang Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass Floor Master token, I can freely enter and exit the treasure room. I don't need any high grade to pass. Holding the Floor Master token was equivalent to holding a small portion of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Fang Yuan tried to use the Floor Master token, and almost instantly, the figures of He Lulan and the rest appeared in his mind. After passing the 54th round, they had already reached the 61st round. Currently they were in an intense battle with a golden white tiger phantom. A true golden white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast, and was suppressing He Lulan and the rest. Although He Lulan's side had the advantage in numbers, it was already showing signs of defeat. Fang Yuan secretly observed for a while. If nothing unexpected happens, He Lulan and the rest won't last for more than 15 minutes, and will have to retreat. I don't have much time left. Although Fang Yuan had entered the treasure room, as long as the owner of the Floor Master token walked out of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he would have to leave as well. Right now, Fang Yuan had the glass Floor Master token and could freely stay. But now it was not good to expose himself. Just the glass Floor Master token is far from enough. I still need to find that hole and blow it up, only then will I be able to create a huge hole in 88-point Jinyang Tower, and I will be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass Floor Master token lightly waved in his hand, and at the next moment Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. This should be the central control room. When he opened his eyes again, Fang Yuan found that he was in a secret room. The secret room was circular, with walls flickering with starlight surrounding it, and a white jade round table was placed at the center. There was an exquisite model on the round table. It was similar to a sand table, showing the entire appearance of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, and even the small towers in the Blessed Land could be seen clearly. Fang Yuan took out his goo worms. They flew into the air and turned into black smoke that landed on the sand table. The sand table was dyed by the black smoke and soon turned black. The black color became thicker, forming a large amount of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw that the black liquid formed a funnel shape on the sand table, as if there was a hole at the bottom, causing the surrounding black liquid to slowly pour into this hole. Found it, this is the hole. Next, I need to expand this hole, and refine the glass Floor Master token into a one-edge Floor Master token. With the one-edge Floor Master token, I can even control any floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower at will. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements paused, his eyes fixed on this hole on the sand table. The entire sand table was covered in thick, black, oily mucus. Thus, at first glance, Fang Yuan did not recognize it. But after staring for a while, he suddenly realized that this hole was none other than Diqiu Inheritance Land. What is going on? Don't tell me like the glass Floor Master token, Diqiu Inheritance Land is also a foreshadowing of Central Continent's Goo Immortals. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that there was something wrong with this conjecture. No, that's not right. If this is a foreshadowing of the Blessed Land, Then how do I explain that secret phrase and the clues on the gray-white stone slab? These clues are clearly clues to the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. Right now the images of his previous life could not help him. Could it be that Central Continent's Gu immortals also found this inheritance, but could not decipher the secret phrase and used this inheritance like this? No, that's not right either. If I put myself in their shoes, if Central Continent's Gu immortals found this inheritance that could possibly contain immortal Gu, they would definitely be moved. Then they should not have obtained any clues to the inheritance and only found this hole? Of course, there is another possibility. They could not decipher the secret of the inheritance, and attacking the blessed land is a big matter, so they chose to create this hole. But this way Diqiu inheritance would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan thought about it and felt that both possibilities were possible. He had no concrete evidence now, so he could not confirm it. He could not help but hesitate. Once he used the method of his previous life to create this hole, Diqiu inheritance would definitely be destroyed. But if he did not use it and kept Diqiu inheritance, then his plan to conquer 88-point Jinyang Tower would end here. 88-point Jinyang Tower's value is much higher than Diqiu inheritance. In the worst case, I can only give up on Diqiu inheritance. However, the person who set up this inheritance is really amazing. He could actually break through Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Wait. Chapter 567. This problem was obvious long ago, but normal people could easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious Gu immortal go through so much trouble and take such a huge risk to curry favor and use Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements to set up his own inheritance? If I were this Gu immortal, if I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements? If I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of 88-point Jinyang Tower's loophole? If I set up one by myself with some effort, I would be able to set it up perfectly. 88-point Jinyang Tower is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was personally set up by Giant Sun Immortal. The risk of using its loophole is too huge. If I wanted to leave behind my inheritance, I would not go far and deliberately take risks. Unless... Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, a cold light flashed in his dark pupils like lightning. Unless, the inheritance has to be set up like this. Thinking of this, the fog in Fang Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed away by a pair of large hands. Humans have motives when they act. Only a huge motive could make a Gu immortal take such a huge risk. Maybe this Gu immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal and had a grudge against him. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away for countless years. This possibility was very small. Then, putting aside the factor of emotions, there was only benefits. For this benefit, this mysterious Gu immortal was willing to take the risk of violating an immortal venerable's arrangements. What exactly is he or she making use of 88-point Jinyang Tower? Thinking of this, the information that Land Spirit of Langya had given him appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the eve of the Imperial Court contest, he had not stopped studying it. Even after so many times, every time he looked at it again or recalled it, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. 88-point Jinyang Tower could be said to be a work of art that surpassed nature. The concept was so strange that it could shock the world. This was a wild idea, but it could be realized. It was like a miracle. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal Gu house in essence. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal wanted to plan for his descendants, so he took the initiative to find the long-hair ancestor and asked him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant Sun Immortal's requirements were too high. In order to meet his standards, long-hair ancestor racked his brains and pondered bitterly for 100 days to no avail. Suddenly, one day he had a burst of inspiration and came up with a unique method. Such a huge immortal Gu house was simply too huge. Long-hair ancestor could only settle for the next best thing and split it into countless sub-bodies, which were small pagodas. There were tens of thousands of these small towers, and every 10 years they would attract wild Gu worms to enter. Every 10 years they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild Gu inside, and at the same time responding to the snow calamity in northern plains, obtaining a mystical power. These mystical forces condensed, and the quantitative change reached a qualitative change, condensing into the first floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Layer by layer they would eventually form the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower. Looking at it from another angle, every time the 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, it was a process of refining Gu from scratch. Long-hair ancestor was indeed the publicly recognized #1 refinement path immortal. His Gu refinement attainment had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It was already extremely difficult for ordinary people to refine goo into a finished product. It was even more so for goo immortals to refine immortal goo. But Long-Hair Ancestor had already surpassed the scope of ordinary goo refinement. He could be said to have a unique craftsmanship that had reached perfection. Had the 88-point Jinyang Tower been refined? Actually, it had not been completely refined. According to normal standards, the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower would be a tower that had taken form, existing in the blessed land and standing at the peak of the sacred palace. But this standard was too difficult. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal had mentioned it, Long-Hair Ancestor had frowned deeply and said on the spot, if it was truly refined, this immortal goo house would definitely be rank 9. What was the concept of rank 9 immortal goo? Legend had it that strength goo, wisdom goo, fate goo and others were all rank 9 immortal goo. These immortal goo were rare treasures among treasures. They had already gone extinct and could only be seen in the legends of Rinzu. Just like how rank 9 goo immortals were called venerables by the world. In the long history of the world there had only been 10 of them. There had never been a rank 9 immortal goo house, but Giant Sun Immortal did not give up. Long-Hair Ancestor had no choice but to agree due to the might of an immortal venerable. Eventually he thought of a method that had no other way. He obtained a rank 9 immortal goo house that could only exist for a short period of time. Thus the current 88-point Jinyang Tower was rank 8. Giant Sun Immortal was originally not satisfied, but after inspecting it, his attitude changed and he praised it greatly, saying directly, 88-point Jinyang Tower itself was the secret for mortals to become goo immortals. Why did he say that? It was because mortals needed to pass the 3 chi to become goo immortals. 1 chi is heaven. Heaven above, heaven's might was unfathomable and vast. 1 chi is earth. The earth was at the bottom, virtuous and heavy. 1 chi is man. Man at the center, the spirit of all living beings, vigorous and vigorous. Mortals were like ants, only by communicating with heaven and earth could they transcend mortals and evolve in essence. And the formation of 88-point Jinyang Tower used these 3 chi. The contest for the imperial court was to spread human chi. 10 years of wind and snow, it was dangerous weather. The small tower sank underground, it was using the blessed land's earth chi. 3 chi as 1 mortal became immortal. 3 chi as 1 created 88-point Jinyang Tower, plundered Northern Plains resources, created Huangjin tribe super forces, and made Giant Sun Immortal's influence inextinguishable for countless years. Wait, don't tell me? Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, a divine light shot out of his eyes. The small tower was originally a part of 88-point Jinyang Tower. The mysterious goo immortal who set up Dichio inheritance destroyed this small tower, creating a loophole. Once the loophole is formed, according to the principle of refining 88-point Jinyang Tower, the return of the heavenly force will be formed. From there, a new small tower will be formed. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was very hard to destroy. But the small towers were easy to destroy. It was like goo immortals and mortals. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal arranged these small towers in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were protected tightly, isolating most of the damage. Since Long-Hair Ancestor was the #1 refinement path immortal, he naturally considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years when the main body of 88-point Jinyang Tower was created, the heavenly force would first flow back to fill the gap in the small tower. Then the main body would be created. But Dichio inheritance has been set up for many years, but this small tower has not been created yet. Instead, the mysterious goo immortal used some method to seal this gap, deceiving the 88-point Jinyang Tower. I understand now, the reason he or she did this was to use the heavenly force of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, swim in the sky for 100 li, sing the fragrance of plum blossoms. This means that this secret phrase should be the language of goo refinement. Actually, Fang Yuan had guessed this before. But he had no proof. Although it was only a guess now, after this exploration and experimentation, Fang Yuan was much more confident than before. Time always passed quickly when one was concentrating on thinking. He Lulan and the rest lost to the golden white tiger phantom and were transported out of the tower. In order to not arouse suspicion, Fang Yuan used the glass owner token and left the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared, standing at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared, the lords have returned. Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader, greets all the lords. The He tribe direct descendant goo masters guarding this place immediately came forward and greeted. He Lulan and the rest were covered in dust or had blood stains on their bodies. They were in a sorry state. Although they failed, their gains were not small, and they even advanced more than 10 rounds. But this situation was special. He Lulan and the rest were looking at Fang Yuan in the crowd. All kinds of inquisitive, curious, doubtful, and scrutinizing expressions were revealed. Haha, in this round, everyone worked hard and made great contributions, especially Wolf King's contribution. When we return, immediately prepare a banquet. We will celebrate for 3 days. He Lulan laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder to show their intimacy. High-grade round made Fang Yuan's value rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insights from this round. I need to go into closed cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lulan won't blame me. Fang Yuan smiled lightly but directly rejected him. He Lulan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said it was fine, showing the magnanimity of a leader. As for how angry he was and how envious and jealous the others were, Fang Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now and research the secret of Diqiu inheritance. 6 days later. Fang Yuan pushed open the window, looking at the sacred palace below him. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Diqiu inheritance's secret language had been completely deciphered by him. For this kind of riddle, as long as there was a correct direction, the rest was only a matter of time. Like what Fang Yuan had guessed, the secret language was a recipe to refine an immortal goo. The mysterious goo immortal who set up the inheritance used the loophole of 88-point Jinyang Tower, using the power of the immortal goo to refine an immortal goo. As long as one followed the secret language and refined the goo step by step, even a mortal goo master could refine it successfully. That was because the immortal goo refinement did not rely on the mortal goo master's power, but the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower. But as for what this immortal goo was, Fang Yuan did not know. He could only guess from the secret language. As for this goo immortal, he most likely came from Central Continent. The goo refinement method is filled with Central Continent style. Combined with my previous life's images, this inheritance should have a complete chain, and I only obtained a part of it. Fang Yuan guessed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent goo immortals schemed and used this loophole to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower. They should have found the clues to this inheritance. This was not strange. Many goo masters set up inheritances like this, one after another, step after step. They would leave behind clues one after another. If the fated person had the ability to break through, they could inherit the complete inheritance. If they did not have the ability, they could only obtain part of the benefits. The Central Continent goo immortals should have obtained the clues to this inheritance. They did not know the secret language. Otherwise, if they could obtain an immortal goo, they would not waste it like this. Chapter 568. Speaking of which, this Central Continent goo immortal is quite amazing. He could actually see through the loophole of 88-point Jinyang Tower and use it to this extent. Evidently, he or she is also a refinement path master. No, to be able to reach this step, he or she is at least a refinement path grandmaster. He actually left an immortal goo as an inheritance object. This is a true immortal treasure. He or she used the fake gray-white stone slab as a clue. This is truly ingenious and ingenious. I wonder what kind of inheritor he wants to choose. The most crucial secret code had been solved, but more problems had popped up. Fang Yuan shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter what, this inheritance concerns an immortal goo. I have to try my best. Next, I have to prepare the relevant goo worms. This will take at least half a month. Light hidden in the soil, shine 100,000 feet high, swim 100 li in the sky, chant plum fragrance. These 4 phrases were simple, but if Fang Yuan did not have the foundation of a refinement path master, he would not be able to decipher them. Just based on Fang Yuan's current understanding, to make use of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's heavenly power flow to refine the mysterious immortal goo, he needed over 200 goo worms, among which 28 were rank 4 and 5. And this was only the number of successful refinement attempts. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine the goo, he would need at least 3 times the amount of preparations, to prevent any mistakes during the refinement process from leading to the refinement failure. But if he failed, he would need backup goo worms. 16 days later. In the hall, He Lulan displayed the demeanor of a black tyrant. He roared fiercely, venting the anger in his heart. The elders who were scolded by He Lulan until they could not raise their heads, and even suffered punches and kicks, kept quiet out of fear. Ever since He Lulan entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, his temper had become increasingly irritable. Since the opening of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he had become even worse. His temper was like a barrel of gunpowder. he would scold and beat his subordinates at every turn. Until now, there were already 3 He tribe elders who were heavily injured and still lying on the sickbed. Lord Tribe Leader, it is not that we are slacking. It was just that these 78 trials were simply too difficult. The golden white tiger virtual image that was guarding the gate was very powerful. It already had 30% of a dire beast's strength. With our mortal bodies, even if we use all our strength, we can only harass them. We don't have any powerful offensive methods. Moreover, once the golden white tiger attacks, our Gu masters will not be able to resist it. As the head of the family elders, He Pei carefully spoke after He Lulan vented her anger. He Lulan glanced at him and scolded, "You're talking nonsense. Although the golden white tiger's attack is strong, as long as we are united, we will be able to defeat it. Regardless of the sacrifice, he would definitely be able to end it before the time limit. All of you are afraid to move forward. My He tribe's brave name has been thrown away by all of you." The elders shrunk their heads and lowered their eyebrows, not daring to say a word. He Lulan's words made sense. Against the illusory golden white tiger. This was not the first time. If they really disregarded the sacrifice and volunteered to be cannon fodder, even if they died under the claws of the illusory golden white tiger, they would be able to buy time for others. Although He tribe's attacks were weak, as long as there was enough time, they could accumulate and destroy the illusory golden white tiger. But the fact was, once the illusory golden white tiger attacked, everyone was afraid of death and hesitated to move forward, causing He Lulan's plan to attack 88-point Jinyang Tower to be stuck at this stage, unable to advance any further. The hall reverberated with He Lulan's roar. No one dared to at this time. To go against this black tyrant who would not care about anyone once he was enraged. After He Lulan vented his anger, he sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with indignation, especially when he saw the silent elders. He was even angrier. Besides anger, he was also helpless. In the imperial court contest, these He tribe elders fought bravely and fearlessly. But now that he was here, he was afraid. Where did his courage go? Actually, He Lulan understood. In the imperial court contest, rewards and punishments were fair. Everyone fought to be the first. It was all for fame, for power, for survival. At 88-point Jinyang Tower, the rewards for clearing the stage belonged to the tribe leader. Everyone's enthusiasm for clearing the stage was very low. The most important reason was that the imperial court contest was already won. There was no danger of survival. Even outside the sacred palace, there were many inheritances. As long as they survived this period of time, after leaving imperial court-blessed land, they would have a brighter future. To give up their lives and become cannon fodder to help others, only a fool would do such a thing. He tribe's elders were all smart people. Preserving their lives was the most important. Other than that, even if they were scolded by He Lulan, so what? Even if they were beaten by He Lulan and laid on the sickbed compared to death, what was it? He Lulan was well aware of the elders' thoughts. Even though I am a rank 5 expert, I cannot control people's hearts. Once the people's hearts are scattered, it is not easy to lead even the strongest tribe. Never mind. He Lulan sighed inwardly, saying, "In that case, I can only open up 88-point Jinyang Tower and gather everyone's strength to attack it." To ask for reinforcements, a guest token was needed. But now, in imperial court-blessed land besides He tribe, there were many other Huangjin tribes. For example, Yi Lui tribe, Ma tribe and so on. One could imagine that once He Lulan opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower to them, these people would definitely rush over like ducks. This way they could be used as cannon fodder. When the elders heard He Lulan's words, they used their gazes to communicate with each other. This method could make them take a back seat, but they were not willing to do so. First Elder He Pei stood out. "Lord Tribe Leader, although this plan is good, we must guard against it. Although these people have our ancestors' blood flowing in them, they are not our He Tribe Leader. Once they pass and obtain benefits, we will not be able to spit them out." "That's right, Lord." Elder He Qixing added, "To think that our He tribe racked our brains and worked hard to become the champion of this imperial court contest. This 88-point Jinyang Tower is ours. Why should we let outsiders take a share? Although there are precedents for this, looking at history, it was always those weak tribes who won by luck. They did not have the ability to attack it and could only mobilize other Huangjin tribes. But our He tribe has a strong army. We have so many talents, how can we borrow the help of others?" He Lulan raised her eyebrows. "Since you have a strong army, why can't you even defeat a golden white tiger phantom? You dog farts, all of you cherish your lives. You want outsiders to risk their lives for you, but are afraid that outsiders will benefit from it? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Different from these elders, He Lulan was already anxious and impatient. He had the great strength true martial physique. He needed a strength path immortal gu to advance to gu immortal. Only by advancing to gu immortal. Only then could his life be saved. But was there a strength path immortal gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower? Which floor was the strength path immortal gu in? These were all unknown. Thus, he wanted to break the rules and make the Huangjin tribes work together to attack. Every time he passed a floor, his owner token would be promoted, and he would be able to continue attacking more easily. Although he was stuck at this stage, losing time and time again. But to He Lulan this was a good opportunity. He took the chance to attack, shouting loudly in the hall again. His furious roar reverberated in the hall, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Due to He Lulan's might and fierce reputation, the elders could only compromise. First Elder He Pei said worriedly, "Opening 88-point Jinyang Tower is like pouring a flood. Once the momentum grows, the losses will be disastrous. I suggest restraining it. Wolf King Chang Shanyin's lesson is right in front of us." These words immediately caused a strong resonance among the elders. Someone said with a sour tone, "That's right, Wolf King is too shameless, he took all the benefits and kept them to himself. Even now he is in close cultivation, I'm afraid he is secretly rejoicing." Someone sneered in disdain, 88-point Jinyang Tower belongs to our He tribe, we let him attack it. We thought highly of him. But he repaid us like this, humph, what bullshit Northern Plains hero, in my opinion he is just an ingrate. Someone had a cold gaze, in my opinion we should open 88-point Jinyang Tower this time. Don't bother Chang Shanin. Teach him a lesson. He Lulan snorted coldly, he was very dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. If it were someone else he would have attacked already. But Chang Shanin was not ordinary, his appearance during the imperial court battle was still deeply engraved in his mind. He would be lying if he said he was not afraid. But it was also inappropriate to reject Fang Yuan. Not only would he lose his magnanimity if he angered the Wolf King, even if Chang Shanin did not attack, he still had the Azure Wolf group. First Elder He Pei, since you made this suggestion, tell me about it. He Lulan said. He Pei smiled lightly, speaking with assurance. From tomorrow onwards we can open 88-point Jinyang Tower. But before entering, no matter who it is, they will have to pay a fee. Only 800 people can enter the tower every day, and the fee will increase according to the ranking. At the same time, poison Vaogu will be used, and 50% of the rewards will belong to our He tribe. After pausing for a while, he continued, as for outsiders, if they want to enter the tower, they will have to buy our guest token at a high price. These words made all the elders' eyes light up and they all started to praise him. He Lulan's gaze swept around, his upper body leaning back as he slowly closed his eyes. All right, I will leave this matter to you, He Pei. He Pei was overjoyed. Lord Tribe Leader is wise, thank you for your appreciation. Once the news of opening 88-point Jinyang Tower was spread, it caused a huge commotion in the sacred palace. Countless people rushed to the registration location. On one side, they were cursing the black-hearted He clan for raising the entrance fee to such a high price. On the other side, they were generously donating, and even fighting each other for a spot to enter the building. Fang Yuan looked on coldly, feeling joy in his heart. To him now, inheriting Di Qiu inheritance was the most urgent matter. Even if He Lulan invited him, he would not be willing. Now that everyone's attention was attracted by 88-point Jinyang Tower, it was the best time to start the inheritance. Chapter 569. Imperial Court. Blessed land's night sky was filled with silver radiance, it was like a veil of mist, sprinkling on the vast land. A group of azure wolves ran freely in the sky, chasing after birds in the sky or prey on the ground. They were not hunting for food, they were purely having fun. Fang Yuan stood on Di Qiu, slowly opening his eyes. These days he had not only prepared the gu refinement, he had also recruited a large number of wolves. Not just the azure wolves, there were also ordinary wolves on the ground, including turtleback wolves, water wolves, night wolves and others. There were already over 200,000 of them. The wolf group has already spread out for 100 li, it can serve as a warning. Moreover, the azure wolf group in the sky has already become the symbol of my wolf king. When most gu masters see this, they will understand that I, Chang Shanin, am hunting and will take the initiative to retreat. If they did not retreat, it meant they had ill intentions. Such a gu master, once discovered by the wolf group, would be surrounded and attacked. Of course, There were innocent people who entered unintentionally. But Fang Yuan could not care so much if they were killed by the wolf group, they could only blame their bad luck. Fang Yuan looked far away. Even though he was far away from the sacred palace, he could still see the radiant rainbow light in the sky. In the sacred palace, rainbow light filled the sky again. It was a beautiful sight. This was a sign that 88-point Jinyang Tower was about to condense its second floor. To Fang Yuan this had another meaning. The small towers sank one after another, sacrificing countless wild goo to form the heavenly force of the immortal goo house. These rainbow lights signified the accumulation of this heavenly force. It had already reached the point of a qualitative change. And if Fang Yuan wanted to open Diqiu inheritance, he needed to use this heavenly force to make it flow back. He Lulan in order to get through the round. She purposely opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower, causing a huge commotion and goo masters to rush over like ducks. As the news spread, the goo masters who were strolling outside the sacred palace also started to rush over. Everyone's attention. They have already gathered on 88-point Jinyang Tower. This is the best time for me to open the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he smiled. Without hesitation he made his move. Go. He patted his stomach and 36 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms. The shape was peculiar. It was pocket-sized and only half the size of a fingernail. It looked like a 5-pointed star and emitted a milky white glow. These were rank 1 little light goo, a very famous light path supplementary goo. Following Fang Yuan's mental command, these small light valleys flew into the hole in the mound. All of a sudden, the darkness in the cave was completely dispelled. Fang Yuan took out another 13 light fence goo. This goo was only a rank 3 goo, it also came from source light path. Once it was released, it could transform into a fence and restrict the target. The light fence goo also flew into the cave and mixed with the little light goo. There were no changes. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. 3 rank 5 light path goo flew out. These 3 goo were the rapid lightning goo used to increase speed, the healing unlimited spring light goo, and the offensive goo, blazing heaven illumination goo. The rapid lightning goo shone with azure light, flickering with lightning and flew into the cave. The mound that had been silent for a long time finally had a change. Like a mechanism being activated, the soil around the cave started to extend. They closed together. The blue lightning destroyed the little light goo earlier, forming a scattered light blue halo that had an intense tendency to surge outwards. But at the same time the light fence goo connected together. They formed a fence of light, covering the light blue light. The light was about to burst out. At this time the unlimited spring light goo flew in, emitting an infinite jade green light that was gentle like water, suppressing the blue light. The two were in a deadlock. Finally, the blazing heaven illumination goo flew into the cave and turned into a dense red light, piercing through the green light and the blue light, sinking into the depths of the cave. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the entrance of the cave completely closed. In the depths of the ground, the 3 colors of light fused together, causing a mystical change that even Fang Yuan could not explain. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he did not make a mistake in his comprehension. This was the meaning of the secret phrase, light in the soil. Although he had over 80% confidence, he was still worried about making a mistake. After all, he only had the second half of the clues to Diqiu inheritance. The first half of this inheritance was in the hands of the Central Continent Goo Immortals. But the second half of the clues specifically described how to activate this inheritance. Fang Yuan used his Refinement Path Master Foundation and the information from 88-point Jinyang Tower to forcefully decipher this secret phrase, giving him the possibility of taking the inheritance by force. About an hour later, the rumbling sounds became softer and softer. But the ground started to heat up. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing Northern Plains deerskin shoes, he could not isolate this heat. The cave on the ground slowly opened. There was no light inside, it was pitch black. Fang Yuan saw this and was not shocked, instead he was happy. After light in the soil, it was shine 10,000 feet high. If one were to interpret it literally, it would be 1,000 miles off. This secret phrase was also a test to see if the Goo Master had refinement path attainment. The secret phrase was related to refinement path, shine 10,000 feet high, was not just a description of the scene, it also described the steps to refine the Goo. Fang Yuan was unhurried, throwing in 2 rank 5 defensive prickle goo, 3 scouting goo, 1 attacking myriad heart-piercing goo, as well as 9 assisting goo, 3 scouting goo, 3 attacking goo, 1,000 heart-piercing goo and 9 assisting goo. But in the cave, gray-yellow smoke rumbled, but it did not leak out. The chirping of birds sounded like the whistling of arrows piercing through the air, vaguely coming from the smoke. This phenomenon lasted for several minutes before it was covered by darkness again. The ground closed up again and the cave vanished. This time the mound did not heat up, instead it emitted traces of cold air, causing Fang Yuan's legs to stiffen from the cold. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked towards the sacred palace. If I am not wrong, the sacred palace should be in chaos now. At this time, sacred palace. In a side hall, a hidden door opened under the cover of the trees. An old man with white hair and a middle-aged Gu master. They walked out one after another. Old sir, please take care. First Elder He Pei sent Tai Bai Yunxing out of the secret door, patting his chest as he guaranteed, "Don't worry, I am here. I guarantee that you will get a guest token." Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled. Since First Elder He Pei guaranteed it, then it is a matter of fact. I'm naturally assured there is no need to send me off. Goodbye. Goodbye. First Elder He Pei placed his right hand on his chest, bowing as he looked at Tai Bai Yunxing walking under the cover of the lush trees. After turning a corner, he disappeared from his sight. An immortal venerable inheritance is truly attractive. To think that even Tai Bai Yunxing would come to bribe me. He Pei sighed inwardly. Ever since He Lulan opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower, First Elder He Pei, who was in charge of this matter, became a very popular person. Every day, all sorts of people would come to visit him openly and secretly. Some would try to establish relationships, some would try to curry favor with him, some would try to bribe him, and some would even try to seduce him. But Tai Bai Yunxing's secret visit still shocked He Pei. Tai Bai Yunxing was a person of virtue and prestige. He was the #1 healing Gu master in Northern Plains. He saved countless people. He was an upright person with great influence. He Pei had never expected that the matter of secretly bribing someone would happen to Tai Bai Yunxing. In the end, old Sir Tai Bai is also a human. There are only so many guest tokens. If it were me, I would not have been able to sit still. He Pei chuckled, raising his head subconsciously, looking at the top of the sacred palace. Over there, the dazzling multicolored light had already accumulated into a thick fog. In the thick fog, the phantom image of the second floor 88-point Jinyang Tower could already be vaguely seen. It won't take long, the second floor will appear. Not far away, Tai Bai Yunxing was watching from afar. The multicolored light shone on his snow-white hair and beard, as well as his wrinkled face. Tai Bai Yunxing was in a daze. A scene from deep within his memories surfaced in his mind. That evening, the sunset glow on the horizon was like fire, beautiful beyond compare. The 14-year-old Tai Bai Yunxing met the old beggar who changed his life. "Young lad, you gave me a bowl of water. It could be said that you saved this old beggar's life. What do you want? Say it. This old beggar will do his best to satisfy you." The old beggar had a head of purple-red hair. Sometimes he was crazy, sometimes he was unconscious. But when he was awake, his gaze was like the vicissitudes of the sea. His whole body emitted a deep and unforgettable aura. "I want to become a Gu master," the young Tai Bai Yunxing blurted out. "Then what kind of Gu master do you want to become?" I happen to have 3 complete inheritances here. The first inheritance can let you bathe in fire and tread on fire, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance can let you control wind and float in the sky, roaming the world. The third inheritance can let you transcend life and death, helping the common people. The old beggar smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The young Tai Bai Yunxing frowned and thought for a while, before finally choosing the third inheritance. The confusion in his gaze gradually dissipated. As he pulled back his mind from his memories, Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly, muttering, "In the end, I am still a person who is afraid of death." When he was young he did not feel it, and because he was used to seeing life and death he was indifferent to it. But when Tai Bai Yunxing gradually aged and his healthy and energetic body became rotten, he became more and more reluctant to part with the beauty of his youth. Most of the time, a person's thoughts change according to the situation. On Earth, life and death could not be transcended, one had to be indifferent to it. But here, as long as there was a trace of life, a trace of hope, they would struggle. Only when he personally experienced it, did Tai Bai Yunxing feel a great terror from the word, death. Precisely because of this, he secretly observed and patiently waited for several batches, finally seeing the situation clearly and participating in this imperial court contest, entering imperial court blessed land. If I can obtain lifespan Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower, I can increase my lifespan. Although lifespan Gu is hard to find and even harder to buy, I believe 88-point Jinyang Tower will have it. If I cannot obtain lifespan Gu in the end, then I can only try to advance to Gu Immortal. Tai Bai Yunxing inwardly thought. The inheritance that the old beggar gave him was extraordinary. It was a complete set of inheritances for a rank 6 Gu Immortal. The contents of the inheritance had detailed descriptions of how mortals could advance to Gu Immortal. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was very clear about the huge risks of advancing to Gu Immortal. The process of advancing to Gu Immortal required the fusion and fusion of heaven chi, earth chi and human chi. If these three aspects were slightly lacking, one's soul would scatter and die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tai Bai Yunxing did not want to advance to Gu Immortal. Because even if he successfully advanced to Gu Immortal, his lifespan would not increase. However, Tai Bai Yunxing's inheritance had given him a sliver of hope. But this hope was very harsh. He had to advance to Gu Immortal before it could be realized. All these years, Tai Bai Yunxing had been searching for lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were born in heaven and earth. Their traces were hard to find. Tai Bai Yunxing had yet to obtain any. 88-point Jinyang Tower should have lifespan Gu. I can definitely find it here. I can definitely find lifespan Gu here. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the silhouette of 88 True Yang building as he encouraged himself. Chapter 570. The entire sacred palace fell into shock and fear. A moment later there was a huge commotion. What is going on? What happened? Why is the mist shrinking? An unprecedented scene happened in front of everyone's eyes. The condensing second floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower was slowly fading. A large amount of dense rainbow mist was shrinking at a visible rate. What is going on? He Lulan frowned. He stretched out his thick arm and grabbed Elder He Pei's collar, pulling him in front of him. His expression was distorted. He stared at him angrily and shouted, "Investigate. I want to know what happened." He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the great strength true martial physique. Only by advancing to an immortal could he avoid the pressure of death. But for the 10 extreme physiques to advance to an immortal, they needed the help of the corresponding immortal Gu. He Lulan placed his hopes on finding the crux of his immortal ascension in 88-point Jinyang Tower, the strength path immortal Gu. How could he allow anything to happen to 88-point Jinyang Tower? Elder He Pei was shivering in fear. He Lulan wanted him to investigate. He was just a mortal. How could he investigate? What could he find? He said with a sobbing tone, This subordinate does not know. There are no records of this in history. It's fading, it's getting fainter. Someone pointed at 88-point Jinyang Tower, shouting. The rainbow mist was getting smaller, the dense aurora was getting dimmer. Many Gu masters looked at it in a daze. Panic and fear were spreading rapidly. Could it be that 88 True Yang building is finished? This was personally arranged by our immortal venerable ancestor. Is 88-point Jinyang Tower also unable to resist the flow of the river of time? Everyone's faces were pale, some even held their foreheads with their hands, their gazes were filled with panic and fear. It's a mess. Far away, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he smiled coldly. Even though they were quite a distance away, the panicked cries from the sacred palace could still be heard from afar. The culprit behind the panic glanced at the sacred palace from afar. Then he lowered his head and stared at the Dichio deep hole beneath his feet. His eyes lit up as he praised, "Amazing, truly amazing." Fang Yuan had originally estimated that only 10% of the multicolored light would be absorbed back. He didn't expect that when it was really activated, the mighty force that flowed back was far beyond his expectations. Based on this alone, Fang Yuan could see that this Gu Immortal's understanding of 88-point Jinyang Tower was not below his own. Who is this mysterious Gu Immortal? What was his identity? I was lucky to have the convenience of being reborn, and I even had first-hand information about the land spirit of Langya. How did he or she know so much about 88-point Jinyang Tower? At this moment in the underground cave, the multicolored light was already abundant, and there was even a tendency to overflow. However, it was still restrained by a layer of black light at the entrance of the cave. The multicolored light rumbled, and there was a strong light inside that was getting brighter and brighter. Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. He Pei and the other elders had pale expressions as they stared at this scene in a daze. As for the other Gu masters below the top floor of the sacred palace, many were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. They were either shouting, crying, or begging, "Don't collapse, don't collapse. Old ancestor, what did we do wrong? Why are you punishing us like this? Ancestor, please be merciful and give us, the unfilial descendants, another chance." These voices entered He Lulan's ears. He stared fixedly at the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Cracks continued to spread on the first floor. Even though He Lulan was a rank 5 Gu master with one of the 10 extreme physiques, an existence that stood at the peak of mortals, he was at a loss right now. He was helpless and hesitant. No, we can't do this. I won't allow this to happen. Suddenly He Lulan roared in anger. His expression was malevolent, his gaze burning with anger. I have not avenged Mother's death. My great revenge plan. My strength path immortal Gu. He roared in his heart. Bam. A light sound echoed but the ground shook. The first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower completely collapsed, turning back into multicolored light. The multicolored light was like a flood that broke through a dam. It gushed out and spread rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it enveloped the sacred palace and dyed the sky red. He Lulan's eyes were dazed, his chest felt stifled, blood rushed to his throat and gushed out. No. I won't allow it. Condense, come back. He opened his arms, his fingers spread wide, trying to grab the multicolored light. As if responding to his efforts, the multicolored light that gushed out gradually shrunk. The periphery of the multicolored light continued to retreat. He Lulan's gaze shone, the spark of hope that had just been ignited completely dimmed. Although the multicolored light retreated, it did not condense into the first floor's silhouette again. The multicolored light became smaller and smaller, as if a formless beast was greedily devouring it. No, don't. Far away Tai Bai Yunxing muttered, his eyes dazed. Does heaven want my He tribe to perish? He Pei's first elder pulled out a bunch of his hair. If something happened to 88-point Jinyang Tower in He tribe's hands, He tribe would be finished. The other super forces and Huangjin tribes would not let them off. Oh heavens, what happened? 88-point Jinyang Tower actually. Yi Lui Sang clutched his chest, panicking. In his chest there was a fire path immortal Gu. Before the imperial court contest, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai had lent it to Yi Lui Sang. Right now this fire path immortal Gu was trembling. At the same time, Fang Yuan's expression also changed slightly. In his aperture, spring-autumn cicada showed its true form, trembling and emitting the might of an immortal Gu, causing his rank 5 aperture to creak. This is the resonance of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was well aware. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. If mortal Gu were only a tiny fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, then immortal Gu were a corner of the great Tao, a complete segment of the laws of heaven and earth. Precisely so, immortal Gu were unique. Every time an immortal Gu was born, the surrounding immortal Gu would tremble and react. The more similar or conflicting the laws of Gu worms were, the deeper the resonance between the immortal Gu would be, and the greater the trembling. From spring-autumn cicadas trembling, this immortal Gu that is about to be born is not a time path Gu. Fang Yuan estimated, his gaze fixed on the cave, not relaxing in the slightest. Inside the cave, multicolored light was continuously being absorbed from 88-point Jinyang Tower, and was continuously decreasing, nurturing the intense light inside. This intense light was getting brighter and brighter, and the black membrane at the entrance of the cave was showing signs of breaking. It's enough. If I don't make a move, the black membrane will be broken and the multicolored light will soar to the sky, exposing me. It is a small matter if I am discovered by He Lulan and the rest, but if they alert the slumbering will in 88-point Jinyang Tower, I will turn into ashes with just a thought from the immortal Venerable's will. Several times earlier, Fang Yuan had resisted the urge to make a move. Now that the time was ripe, he finally made his move, scattering Gu worms all over the sky. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were many Gu worms of all paths, raining down like a shower. This situation looked complicated and disorderly, but there was actually a profound meaning behind it. Not only were Gu worms divided into different types, the distance between them was also very particular. In fact, some Gu worms fell slower while others fell faster. This was a top-tier Gu refinement technique, known as sprinkling. Like enslavement path attainment and flying techniques, only those with outstanding talent could grasp them. But no matter how talented a Gu master was, they would need to go through hundreds or thousands of trials to be presentable. Fang Yuan's technique attainment was far beyond presentable, it was enough to make some refinement path masters exclaim in admiration. After the Gu worms fell, the multicolored light gradually turned into one color, like the blue sky, turning from movement to stillness. Within the blue light, there were countless birds flying, and also white lights that resembled swimming fishes. The specks of white light gathered into piles at times, and scattered like stars at times. Fang Yuan only stared for a while before he felt dizzy. He quickly shifted his gaze, looking towards the sacred palace. The commotion coming from the sacred palace had already become smaller. After the multicolored light shrunk by half, its speed slowed down. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this place, and that the scattered wolf group did not send any information about the battle, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Everything is going smoothly, next is the final step. He was extremely cautious. He did not feel any complacency. Instead, he became even more vigilant. Be it this world or Earth's history, were there any lack of failures on the verge of success? Moreover, this final step caused a huge commotion. It was the part where problems were most likely to occur. Fang Yuan was already holding a smelly fart goo in his hand. He waved his hand and it flew into the cave. Immediately, a strange fragrance wafted out of the cave. The strange fragrance spread without any wind and soon spread out. It stopped. After a moment of shock, the goo masters in the sacred palace went wild with joy. Lord, the multicolored light has stopped shrinking, it is slowly growing again. A He tribe elder shouted excitedly, but in return He Lulan kicked him. I can see it. He Lulan kicked the elder to the ground. His gaze was like a wolf and tiger. He growled, unable to conceal his joy. But he was still extremely nervous. This was the first time that the multicolored light of 88-point Jinyang Tower had shrunk, and even the floor had collapsed. What was the problem? He Lulan's heart was filled with doubts. He did not know what the problem was, causing him to feel anxious and uneasy. What made He Lulan feel even more helpless and angry was that 88-point Jinyang Tower was the work of an immortal venerable. Even if I know what the problem is, I cannot solve it with my strength alone. If he knew that all of this was caused by Fang Yuan, he might risk his life to tear the seal on him from Immortal Gu Dark Limit, and fight to the death with Fang Yuan. Chapter 571. The shocking change in 88-point Jinyang Tower shocked everyone in the sacred palace. Countless people worried about this day and night. They were fearful and did not know what to do. Fortunately, not long after the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, the situation stabilized. The rainbow aurora light also stopped shrinking, it started to grow again. Maybe because it was stimulated, the aurora light's expansion speed was even faster than before. Several days later, the thick aurora light condensed into the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Once it was completely formed, He Lulan and the rest immediately rushed in. The process of entering and exiting 88-point Jinyang Tower was very smooth. This made He Lulan feel much more at ease. The furious He Lulan gradually calmed down. 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely important to him. He wanted to take revenge for his mother. He had to become a Gu immortal. And as one of the 10 extreme physiques, Great Strength True Martial Physique, he had to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower to ascend to Gu Immortal. The Legends of Renzu had a description of this. A person could live without strength or intelligence, but they could not live without hope. He Lulan regained hope. His mood turned for the better as he started to attack the 100 rounds. The first floor of the newly created 88-point Jinyang Tower was reset. He Lulan's hard work turned into dust. He had to attack everything again. To He Pei and the other elders, this was a huge good thing. This is joy after extreme sorrow. We can get even more rewards by challenging the rounds again. Maybe this is just a small joke that old ancestor Immortal Venerable is playing on us. Each floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower has 100 rounds. The higher the level, the higher the difficulty. The number of Imperial Court Lords that have passed the floors can be counted on one hand. We cannot hope to get through the final round. As long as we can pass the previous rounds, our clan's strength will soar greatly. The elders were jubilant, but to He Lulan, it was bad news. If he wanted to obtain a Strength Path Gu Immortal from 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were only two ways. One was to pass the upper grade and enter the treasure chamber. He used his bloodline identity to exchange for the Immortal Gu in his collection. The second was to get through the final round of every floor. There was a chance of obtaining an Immortal Gu. For He Lulan, the first method required her to take out an equivalent amount of treasures in exchange, so it was not realistic. There was only the second method that had a chance of success. He cleared the last few stages. It was very difficult. Now that the checkpoints had been reset, it would be a waste of his precious time to clear them again. Time waits for no man. Once the time was up, they would be sent out of Imperial Court Paradise. If he had not obtained the Strength Path Immortal Gu before this, not only would He Lulan not get her revenge, but she would also die. Because of this, He Lulan went against everyone's opinion and stubbornly decided to expand the scale and recruit foreign Gu masters, completely opening up 88-point Jinyang Tower. They could enter and leave 88-point Jinyang Tower at will. He tribe did not charge any fees. This way, excluding He tribe leader, the sacred palace was filled with jubilation. He Lulan has an unparalleled spirit. She did something that none of the previous generations of kings had done. I Yi Lui Sang am filled with admiration. Yi Lui Sang was the first to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower, his face glowing. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe. He was originally a popular candidate for the imperial court lord position. Obtaining the support of the tribe's Gu immortals, they did not hesitate to lend a fire path immortal Gu to him. But Yi Lui Sang lost in the end. To protect the fire path immortal Gu, he had no choice but to join He Lulan. Although he won in the end and successfully entered imperial court blessed land, to him, it was a humiliation for him to submit to He tribe as a super force. If he returned to the tribe, he would definitely be treated coldly, abandoned or even punished. If I gained a lot in 88-point Jinyang Tower, I can make up for my mistakes and return to the tribe with glory. Then I will be able to make up for my mistake and return to the clan in glory. Yi Lui Sang was excited. Changshanin, don't be complacent. As long as you do not become a Gu immortal, I will have a chance. 88-point Jinyang Tower is the foundation for my rise. Chang Biao's gaze was cold. He was also the first Gu master expert to enter the tower. He was not alone, he had a companion with him. It was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Earlier, Pan Ping's opportunity was snatched by Fang Yuan in public on Xingjiu Peak. He was filled with indignation. After Chang Biao learned of this, he purposely got close to him and the two became partners. Go, become my vanguard, use your lives to expand my path. He Lulan sneered in her heart, activating the owner token while calmly looking at the first wave of people. The grand flow of people entered the tower one after another. After the flow of people gradually thinned, a tall and sturdy-looking man Tai Bai Yunxing, dressed in a white robe, appeared at the top floor of the sacred palace. Old Sir Tai Bai. He Lulan greeted. Lord Tribe Leader's spirit is astonishing, I am indebted to you. Tai Bai Yunxing praised. He had an elegant demeanor and a leisurely aura. Since he could enter and leave as he wished, he was not in a hurry to rush in. Rounds that could give lifespan Gu as a reward were definitely at the back, he was not in a hurry now. After the two talked for a while, Tai Bai Yunxing also entered the tower. There is strength in numbers. Soon He Lulan sighed. From the owner token's information, in a short time, relying on the huge number of Gu masters, the first 30 rounds were quickly passed. But after the 40th round, just relying on numbers was not enough. Special Gu master experts were needed for hope. Pan Ping, Chang Biao, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yunxing worked one after another, pushing the round to the 53rd floor. Everyone had no choice but to stop. Enslavement path masters were needed to solve the problem. It seems we need Wolf King's help to pass this round. Tai Bai Yunxing stroked his snow-white beard, muttering. In this imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's performance had left a deep impression on everyone. The glory of being the #1 enslavement path Gu master in Northern Plains had already been delivered to him. Thus, when they encountered difficulties now, everyone immediately thought of Fang Yuan. Strange, why don't I see Chang Shanin? Yi Lui Sang looked around but could not find him. Wolf King has gone out to walk his wolves. Soon someone answered. Chang Shanin is indeed not an ordinary person. He can casually enter and exit 88-point Jinyang Tower, but he is not moved at all. Praises came from the crowd. Pan Ping snorted coldly and said in a sinister tone, Everyone, don't forget that our wolf Wangda has already entered this building. According to reliable sources, he even got a high-grade clearance. After leaving the building, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. Even though Chief He Lulan repeatedly invited him, he refused to go. Everyone was well aware of the conflict between him and Fang Yuan. No one was willing to offend the famous Lone Blade General. The praises directed at Fang Yuan came to an abrupt end. Everyone fell into a brief silence. Many Gu master experts' expressions changed slightly, they had uneasy expressions. Pan Ping's intentions were sinister. He pointed out that Fang Yuan had once obtained great benefits and left enough room for everyone to imagine, successfully evoking the jealousy in everyone's hearts. It would have been better if they had not experienced it before. But now, everyone was charging forward. Many people had personally experienced it and could sense the enormous benefits of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This caused the hatred and jealousy in the depths of everyone's hearts. At this time, a young Gu master's voice broke the silence. Since 88-point Jinyang Tower is open to everyone, everyone can obtain benefits. Lord Father being able to obtain benefits is because of his ability. Everyone's gazes shifted over and found this person was not a bystander. It was Chang Shanyin's own son, Chang Jiyu. Immediately, Pan Ping's expression froze as he stared at Chang Jiyu with a sinister gaze. Although Chang Jiyu's strength was slightly lower than Pan Ping's, his heart was filled with reverence towards his father and he stared back without showing any weakness. Pan Ping's killing intent surged in his heart, but he did not dare to make a move. For a moment he was forced into a corner by this junior Chang Jiyu. The person with the most complex emotions was Chang Biao. He was actually Chang Jiyu's own father. At this moment, he watched as his own son defended the greatest enemy of his life. His heart was filled with endless bitterness and hatred. Cough, cough. Tai Bai Yunxing stood up at this time to smooth things over. Everyone, it is better to focus on this round. The only thing we can do now is to ask Lord Wolf King for help. Among us, old Sir Tai Bai has the highest prestige. As long as you personally write a letter, you will definitely be able to invite Wolf Wangda. Gu masters spoke one after another. Once I spoke, Chang Biao and Pan Ping glanced at each other, feeling anxious in their hearts. If Wolf King came, he would definitely be able to pass this round. But this way, not only would he be able to obtain the round reward, he would also be able to display his methods and increase his prestige. This was a situation neither of them wanted to see. Pan Ping wanted to say something but stopped. He had the intention to stop it, but he took the opportunity of Tai Bai Yunxing's interruption to get off the stage. If he was pitted against by Chang Jiyu again, he would probably lose all his face. Chang Biao had been secretly observing Pan Ping's expression. Seeing that he opened his mouth several times but did not speak, Chang Biao inwardly scolded the coward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd and signaling to a spy in the crowd. This spy immediately understood and shouted from the crowd, "In my opinion, Wolf Wangda is a busy person, it might not be easy to invite him. It would be better to invite Lord Tang Miaoming. Her enslavement path attainment is already close to Master Realm." Tai Bai Yunxing's heart could not help but move. He had not interacted much with Fang Yuan, but he had truly experienced his arrogance. Rather than taking the risk of being rejected, it would be better to let Tang Miaoming try first. Swish, swish, swish. Groups after groups of blissful snow bats flew over from all directions, like hundreds of rivers converging into an ocean, flying towards the cave on the mound. A strange fragrance assailed the nostrils within 100 li. It was this thick fragrance that attracted the blissful snow bat groups. At this step, the Gu refinement was already nearing its end. This method uses beast lives as a sacrifice. It is actually similar to the operation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It is just that the small tower is sacrificing wild Gu to unify the strength. Because of the personal experience, Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of this Gu refinement. The strange fragrance gradually dissipated. Without the temptation, the remaining blissful snow bats fled in panic. Almost done. Fang Yuan's breathing became rough, his eyes staring at the cave, unable to conceal his excitement. Chapter 572. At this point, Fang Yuan was already gasping in amazement. This mysterious Gu immortal who set up Di Qiu inheritance was definitely a refinement grandmaster. The entire Gu refinement process was using the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was ingenious and bold. Even though Fang Yuan was the host, he was more like an assistant. Gu refinement was difficult, and refining an immortal Gu was even more difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, to use an analogy, this huge rock had already been pushed to the mountain peak by the mysterious Gu immortal. Fang Yuan had only used his final bit of strength to push this huge rock down the mountain peak, and when it fell it would be a success. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The underground cave had already turned into a black whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to spin, emitting a strange sound. Next, the tip of the tower slowly appeared, followed by the top, the body, and finally the base. A brand new small tower with countless wild Gu inside appeared from the whirlpool. Amazing. Once this small tower appeared, it more or less made up for the last flaw. Even if someone rushes here because of the commotion, they would not be able to see anything strange. Fang Yuan clapped his hands in praise. But, even though the tower was formed, why did the immortal Gu not appear? Fang Yuan's gaze was slightly solemn. He found that there was an intense light flickering in the small tower. There was even a faint connection in his heart, connected to it. He immediately understood that this was the incomplete form of the immortal Gu. He was about to use this connection to lure the immortal Gu out. Suddenly, this intense light was like an illusory shadow. It pierced through the air and flew towards the southeast direction. What's going on? Fang Yuan was shocked. At this point, the 4 steps of Gu refinement, light in the soil. The light reached 100,000 feet. 100 li sky travel, plum blossom snow fragrance had already been completed. Fang Yuan had no idea about this change. 88-point Jinyang Tower has reformed. Hey, Lulan is fully open. This is truly a huge move. Logically speaking, I should be going into the tower to challenge the rounds. That is only normal. The incomplete immortal Gu had already flown far away. Fang Yuan looked at the sacred palace and hesitated. Although he was out of the country, he had already arranged his chess pieces. Whether it was the Chang family or the Gu family, news was transmitted to him in real time. The longer Fang Yuan had left the sacred palace, the more suspicious he would become. If they were to stop because of a bottleneck, they would need the Wolf King's strength. If someone came looking for it, it would take some time for the message to be delivered. Fang Yuan still did not know that his enemy, Chang Biao, had indirectly helped him a little. At this moment, Tang Miaoming was in a dangerous situation. He had successfully broken through the barrier. Everyone in the building cheered. In the end, immortal Gu was more important. Fang Yuan only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. He spread his wings and chased after the strong light. This powerful light was shaped like a silkworm cocoon. It stuck close to the ground and moved at an astonishing speed that left one speechless. It was also because of the bushes and trees blocking the way. It was not eye-catching. Fang Yuan chased after him in the sky, trying his best to cover his tracks. The wolf pack abandoned everything and disappeared without a trace. As time passed, the bright light became dimmer and dimmer, but its speed increased. Although he was rank 5 peak stage, his speed was not at the peak of mortals. He had a hard time chasing after it, but he was not completely left behind. In the end, it was because this incomplete immortal Gu was not completed by Fang Yuan alone. Different from when he refined divine travel Gu, this time Fang Yuan was only an assistant. He relied on the heavenly power of 88-point Jinyang Tower to reverse flow. He was also a mortal. Being able to communicate with the incomplete immortal Gu was already the result of his hard work. The strong light flew out of the valley and suddenly entered a waterfall, vanishing without a trace. But through the connection in his mind, Fang Yuan sensed that the incomplete immortal Gu had stopped moving. Fang Yuan went through the waterfall but crashed into the slippery mountain rocks. Rocks flew and water splashed. Strange. Fang Yuan felt strange. The connection in his mind was still telling him that the strong light was in this water, but he split the water and even destroyed this waterfall, but he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. Am I going to fail at the last step? No, there is something fishy about this place. He flew up and looked down at this area. This small waterfall had already turned into a pool. It was extremely ordinary. The valley was nameless. It was not a place with abundant spiritual energy. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on this pool. The connection in his mind was telling him that the incomplete immortal Gu was clearly inside, but even if he went through the pool and controlled the water flow, he could not find it. At this time, it was time to test the Gu Master's investigative Gu. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. He tried many methods to investigate. Although he was not good at investigating, he could control Hu immortal blessed land and communicate with jewel yellow skies. He did not lack rank 5 mortal Gu. Only when he tried the 57th method and spent a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone, did he discover something. He saw that in the pool there was a vague building. It was like a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. He entered the pool but could not enter the building. After trying several times to no avail, Fang Yuan gasped. A light of inspiration flashed in his mind. He finally recognized the origin of this building. Don't tell me this is the long-lost Immortal Gu House, Water Pavilion? Immortal Gu were unique. Immortal Gu houses were also unique. This Water Pavilion was inferior to 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was only rank 7. But its reputation was also widespread. It was the signature of Gu Immortal Shuai back then. Shuai was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a legend who created water paths. She was also the founder of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Compared to 88-point Jinyang Tower's grandeur, Water Pavilion could be attached to the water. It was illusory and miraculous. It could go with the flow. It could also stay in the mist and travel in the sky. It could even hide in a corner of frost, a quiet corner. Without the token to enter, Water Pavilion could even block rank 8 Gu Immortals. But right now this building was ownerless. Its doors were wide open. Fang Yuan was previously kept in the dark, but now that he found out the truth, he naturally had a method to enter. To enter Water Pavilion, I can only turn into water. There is a killer move called Water Spirit Transformation. By combining several goo, I can turn into a water fairy, my battle strength will rise sharply and I will have the home advantage. Fang Yuan searched through his memories and immediately found a method. But in the end, Hu Immortal Land Spirit helped him in Jewel Yellow Skies. He bought a rank 5 Surge Goo. This goo could allow a goo master to turn into a torrent for a short period of time, charging forward for a certain distance. But it had already been eliminated by the goo master world. It was because the goo master turned into a torrent. Once they were attacked by fire path goo worms, they would suffer heavy injuries at best or even die at worst. But Fang Yuan did not use this goo to fight. Using it to enter Water Pavilion was much more convenient than combining goo worms to form the killer move Water Spirit Transformation. Swoosh! Fang Yuan turned into a torrent and charged into Water Pavilion. The pavilion was neither big nor small, it had 3 floors. It was richly ornamented. Vases, tables and chairs, it showed the style of ancient times. After Fang Yuan successfully entered, he stored the surge goo and went to the 3rd floor. He pushed open a door. He found the early stage immortal goo again. This early stage immortal goo was like a cocoon, it was the size of a thumb. Right now it was submerged in a large vermilion bowl. This bowl was bigger than a water tank, its mouth was uneven like a shark's teeth. Inside was a pool of eerie blue liquid, cold air was emitting from it. So it was like this. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Although he had completed 4 steps and refined the early stage immortal goo. But it was not complete yet. It still needed to be nurtured before it could be nurtured. The mysterious goo immortal had set up Water Pavilion here. It was to provide the early stage immortal goo with an excellent nurturing ground. On the surface of the vermilion bowl, there were several lines of words. Fang Yuan tried to identify them, but even with his vast knowledge he could only recognize a small portion of the meaning. These are Inkman characters. Legend says that they are the first characters formed by the water droplets from Chen Kuan Crystal Walls Book Mountains when spring. Fang Yuan was shocked. This type of characters had been lost long ago. Even the Ink Men, after they were forced to move out of Book Mountain, very few knew about it. The Goo Immortals of Jewel Yellow Skies should have the research materials on Inkman characters. After all, many Goo Immortals are interested in Book Mountain, they have been searching for the gray-white stone slabs, trying to recreate Chen Kuan Crystal Wall. Fang Yuan had a thought, immediately contacting Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. The value of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was displayed once again. It allowed a mere mortal like Fang Yuan to use the precious resources of a Goo Immortal. After spending a huge price to exchange for some Inkman characters, Fang Yuan compared them on the spot, analyzing the characters on the wall of the bowl for the first time. The result made Fang Yuan surprised and joyful. So this inheritance was created by Mo Yao. This Mo Yao was an extremely talented person. She was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her identity was special, she was an Inkman. But eventually she broke through the shackles of her race and became a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Her most outstanding contribution to the righteous path was to change the demonic path overlord of 10,000 years ago, Sword Demon Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a lone cultivator, he started off as an insignificant person. But his talent was outstanding, he created sword path goo worms by himself, he roamed the 5 regions unrivaled. He was the most dazzling rank 8 peak stage expert in the vast history of the world. His battle strength was outstanding, he shocked heaven and earth, his sword path goo worms were unique, they had unparalleled power. He was known as the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, he was blessed by love. The meaning was, this person's battle strength was terrifying, he was only inferior to the immortal venerables and demon venerables. Fortunately he was blessed by love, he turned from demonic to righteous, it was truly a great blessing for the world. Back then Bo Qing was favored by everyone, he was the best candidate to advance to rank 9 realm. But in the end he failed to advance to rank 9 and turned into ashes. As his wife, Mo Yao also risked her life for him and in the end she died with him. According to historical records, Mo Yao was a genuine refinement path grandmaster. No wonder, back then when Giant Sun Immortal recruited concubines, Central Continent's 10 sects all offered beautiful female Goo masters. Among them, Spirit Affinity House even sent several female Goo Immortals to enter the palaces and offer themselves to the Immortal Venerable. Among the concubines that Giant Sun Immortal had favored, there were several powerhouses that came from Spirit Affinity House. Since he was the person who shared the same bed, his understanding of the sacred palace and 88 True Yang building far surpassed that of others. Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was naturally nurtured by Spirit Affinity House. Investigating the secrets of 88-point Jinyang Tower was a piece of cake for her. The water pavilion in this place could also be explained. The middle part of the ink text introduced the information of this immortal goo, calamity beckoning goo. Chapter 573. Fang Yuan grinned as he looked at the ink text on the wall of the bowl. This calamity beckoning goo was rank 7, a grade higher than Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. Its effect was extremely mystical. It actually involved earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The middle part of the ink text had a detailed explanation. Calamity beckoning goo could attract calamities and calamities for goo immortals. It could divert the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations from their original targets to themselves. Fang Yuan's expression could not help but become strange. Who would dare to use such an immortal goo? Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were such troublesome destructive powers, such terrifying heavenly power. They could live peacefully, but using calamity beckoning goo to attract these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, wasn't this simply courting death? Goo immortal Mo Yao, the great 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, why would she refine such an immortal goo? The latter part of the ink text provided a reason. It turned out that she really wanted to die. Back then she and Bo Qing fell in love and became a righteous path couple. They were a legend in the 5 regions. Sword immortal Bo Qing was extremely talented. He was invincible in the world. People called him the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. He was fortunate to live for the sake of love. Looking at the world, looking at his life, the only thing in front of him was the supreme goal of advancing to rank 9. However, advancing to rank 9 was extremely dangerous. Even a grand sword immortal would feel like he was walking on thin ice. He only had a 15% chance of success. Bo Qing had lofty ambitions. He was determined to advance to the peak of rank 9. Mo Yao could not persuade him. She could only help with the preparations with tears in her eyes. Bo Qing set up his inheritance and made arrangements for his funeral. His first attempt failed and he was heavily injured for 70 years. He was bedridden and could not move at all. It was Mo Yao who took care of him. After his injuries healed, Bo Qing wanted to advance to rank 9 again. Mo Yao knew this was difficult, especially at the final hurdle of advancing to rank 9, there would be endless earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations descending. Even though Bo Qing had unparalleled battle strength, he lacked stamina. In order to help her lover, she secretly betrayed her sect and targeted 88-point Jinyang Tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the arrangement of a famous immortal venerable long-hair ancestor's work. It was the #1 immortal goo house in the world. Mo Yao had started researching it long ago. He gained insights from it and deepened his refinement path grandmaster attainment. Even though she was only a variant human and did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, during Giant Sun's era, Spirit Affinity House had consecrated many outstanding women who became Giant Sun Immortals' concubines. Among them, there were several female goo immortals who had obtained Giant Sun Immortals' favor. Thus, Spirit Affinity House kept many of Giant Sun Immortals' secrets. Among them, they knew even more about 88-point Jinyang Tower. From these documents, Mo Yao learned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Imperial Court Blessed Land was located in the center of Northern Plains. It was vast and had 2 heavens. It was also separated into the black and white heavens. It had the effect of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was extremely blessed. Thus, every once in a while, it would attract extremely fierce earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun Immortal considered this when he constructed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He put in a divert disaster goo. It was an important foundation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This goo was rank 7 and was one of the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path. It could divert the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in Imperial Court Blessed Land to the outside world. This way, it formed the 10-year blizzard calamity that spread throughout the whole of Northern Plains. Conversely, Giant Sun Immortal used the 10-year blizzard calamity to set the rules, forming the tradition of the contest for Imperial Court. Mo Yao found a loophole that was not a loophole at this point. It turned out that Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower coexisted. Every 10 years, it would attract vast and powerful heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At this time, Imperial Court Blessed Land needed to open a crack and use divert disaster goo to divert the calamities and tribulations away. Imperial Court Blessed Land was set up by Giant Sun Immortal. Only mortals could enter and exit. Gu immortals were not allowed to enter. But when divert disaster, Imperial Court Blessed Land would open a crack and flood of calamities and tribulations would be released. The Immortal Venerable's arrangement to prevent Gu immortals from entering and leaving would not work. Mo Yao used this crack and risked her life to go against the calamities and tribulations to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. She observed for close to 10 years, using her Grandmaster attainment. After much difficulty she found the crucial node. It was the small tower at Dichio. Next, she risked awakening Giant Sun's will and destroyed the small tower, using the flow of heavenly power to sense divert disaster Gu and create a cave to brew calamity beckoning Gu. After successfully refining the incomplete immortal Gu, she casually set up the immortal Gu House Water Pavilion in this nameless valley. Inside, Mo Yao nurtured the incomplete immortal Gu and brought calamity beckoning Gu, using the blessed land's divert disaster Gu to sneak back to the outside world. She did not destroy these arrangements as a precaution. If Bo Qing failed in his breakthrough again, calamity beckoning Gu would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, then she would enter the blessed land again and refine calamity beckoning Gu. However, this time she never came back. Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed in his second attempt to break through to rank 9, turning into ashes in the mighty heavenly tribulation. And Mo Yao died along with him. So that's it. Breaking through to rank 9 was extremely difficult and dangerous. Mo Yao secretly set up this inheritance before that. She did not point out the true contents of the inheritance because this action was a betrayal to the sect. But in the end she still left the clues to the sect. In my previous life, 500 years later, Central Continent Gu immortals conspired against Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 True Yang building. They were using this clue from her. Fang Yuan recalled it now and immediately felt like the fog had dissipated. Everything made sense. At the end of the ink text there was a poem. The path to immortality is long and obstructive. We meet at the ends of the world. Time passes suddenly. Love and hatred have lasted for a long time. At the end of the path to immortality, I miss my Lord's safety. Life and death are boundless. I return home for my Lord's dream. Evidently this was written by Mo Yao. The path of a Gu immortal is long and difficult, but I was fortunate enough to meet my Lord. Unknowingly, love and hatred intertwined, unable to extricate myself. My Lord's gaze was fixed at the end of the path to immortality. My gaze was on my Lord. Advancing to rank 9, 9 deaths and 1 life, I am not willing to be separated by life and death. I am willing to devote my life to my Lord, to help him realize his dream. To protect her lover, to help Bo Qing reach the peak of Gu immortal, Mo Yao was willing to sacrifice herself, using calamity beckoning Gu to attract the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to herself. Truly an amazing woman. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he would not make such a sacrifice for love, this did not stop Fang Yuan from understanding such a person. In fact, this understanding was even deeper than others. Living in this world, people always had desires, goals and meanings. Mo Yao's goal was for her lover. And Fang Yuan's goal was to pursue eternal life. Different desires, different goals, different meanings, they created all kinds of people in the world, unique heroes and ruthless people. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on the huge vermilion bowl again. The cocoon had already been broken, calamity beckoning Gu had completely formed. It was like a cocoon, its whole body was grayish-white, it was only the size of a pinky, it was floating in the water. Calamity beckoning Gu was a genuine self-sacrifice Gu, and Mo Yao used it to sacrifice himself for others. To Fang Yuan this Gu seemed useless but it had huge value. Firstly, it was an immortal Gu. Even if he did not use it, he could sell it in jewel yellow skies and exchange it for a huge sum of immortal Yuan stone. Secondly, it was a luck path Gu worm, it could attract heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Calamities and tribulations were strong, but as long as one's body was tough and could endure it, it could be used to harm others. Finally, it was formed with the help of one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower, Divert Disaster Gu. It and Divert Disaster Gu could be said to be two sides of the same coin, one was calamity beckoning, the other divert disaster. Just with this relationship, it would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's trip to 88-point Jinyang Tower. However, although there was a layer of restraint in his heart, there was still a hurdle to completely subdue this Gu. In the ink text on the wall of the bowl, Mo Yao had mentioned it in detail. To subdue calamity beckoning Gu, certain conditions were needed. Although it did not matter if one was an immortal or mortal, it required the fated person to have a heart of self-sacrifice. If one did not have such a heart, forcefully subduing it would result in the immortal Gu's backlash, or even the immortal Gu's self-destruction, bringing disaster to one's life. In Water Pavilion, Fang Yuan stood in front of the huge bowl, expressionless. A heart of self-sacrifice, did he have it? Cough cough cough. Tang Miaoming covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her brows were tightly furrowed, showing a pained expression. Big sister. Tang tribe's third young master Tang Fang called out, his face filled with pain. Tang Miaoming was half lying on the bed, waving her hand, indicating to Tang Fang not to worry. Tang Fang looked at the blood on Big Sister's handkerchief, sighing deeply. Big Sister, why do you have to risk your life like this? So what if you pass this round? Father and the rest have already passed away. Big Sister, you are my only kin. If something happens to you, what will I do? Tang Miaoming stretched out her hand, lightly stroking Tang Fang's hair. Third brother, you are our Tang tribe leader, don't be so unambitious. In this imperial court contest, our Tang tribe suffered disastrous losses, we were almost annexed by other tribes. Now is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity, we need to borrow the 88 Truyang building to make our tribe strong and prosperous again. Tang Fang disapprovingly curled his lips. But Big Sister, you forcefully passed the round and caused serious injuries, the gains do not make up for the losses. I, your third brother, feel heartache, these days I don't even have the mood to take care of the tribe's affairs. What? Tang Miaoming heard this and her expression turned solemn, her sharp gaze fixed on Tang Fang. She reprimanded without hesitation, Tang Fang tribe leader, you have a heavy responsibility, how can you be so sentimental? Revitalizing the tribe is your responsibility, it is the meaning of being a tribe leader. From today onwards, I do not want to hear similar complaints, do you understand? Big sister, I was wrong. Tang Fang hurriedly stood up from the bed, his face full of shame as he lowered his head to admit his mistake. Since young, Big Sister was the one who treated him the best. Tang Miaoming's gaze gradually turned gentle, she faintly sighed. Third brother, I know you have a lively personality, you like to roam the world, living an unrestrained life. But as the last man in the family, you should be brave enough to bear the burden. From today onwards, the meaning of your life is to revitalize the tribe, do you understand? Big sister is right, little brother understands. Don't be angry, I already have injuries on my body. Tang Miaoming was still solemn. When you return, copy the first stanza of the third chapter of The Legends of Renzu, 10 times overnight. Tang Fang's heart was instantly filled with warmth. Since young, Big Sister's punishment was to make him copy books. Big Sister, rest first, I will go and copy now. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3 stanza. Renzu's second daughter, desolate Guyue, went to Qingbai Mountain to find success Gu in order to save her father from the door of life and death. But at the last moment she failed. She lost herself and became an ugly and powerful monster. Without his daughter's help and his eldest son Verdant Great Son, became even more dispirited, Renzu was trapped in Luopa Valley, unable to survive. Luopa Valley was like a huge labyrinth, twisting and turning. Occasionally, a vast bewilderment fog would spread out, causing the soul to relax. Sometimes Luopa wind would blow like a sharp blade, cutting the soul. Renzu was a soul body, he could not find the way out of the bewilderment fog. The Luopa wind cut his soul, causing him to become weaker and weaker, his situation becoming more dangerous. The soul fragments cut by the Luopa wind gradually condensed into a young man. Like this, Renzu's third son was born. He was Northern Dark Eye Soul. Oh my son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left in my final days because of your company, I am not lonely at all. Renzu sighed. Northern Dark Eye Soul was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although he did not speak much, he was very filial towards Renzu. Seeing Renzu getting weaker day by day, his mood became increasingly heavy. He was determined to save Renzu. Renzu could feel his determination. He felt gratified and pained at the same time. Don't bother, my son, I appreciate your filial piety. But I understand now life and death cannot be forced. Humans have to die eventually, this is the fate of humans. Northern Dark Eye Soul sobbed. Father, I know what you said is right. I also know that my efforts will be in vain. But seeing you getting weaker like this, if I do not work hard, my heart will feel even more terrible. Let me do something for you. Renzu sighed, he could only let him go. Northern Dark Eye Soul wandered in Luopa Valley, he was born here, the Luopa wind could not cut his soul, the bewilderment fog could not block his vision. He searched bitterly but could not find the way out. Just as he was getting more and more desperate, he encountered a Gu worm. Ayaya, To think I was discovered by you. This goo worm looked like a ladybug. It was fat like a ball, but it was extremely agile, flashing around Northern Dark Eye Soul. Northern Dark Eye Soul's eyes brightened. He asked curiously, "What goo are you?" "My name is Accident." This goo worm answered. Northern Dark Eye Soul's gaze dimmed. "So you are Accident Goo, but you are not Success Goo." Accident Goo sneered, "Young man, don't look down on me. I am an existence that makes Success Goo love and hate. The power of Accident is very strong. Do you know what it means for you to meet me here?" "What?" Accident Goo shook its fat body, saying proudly, "What is this place?" "This is Luopa Valley, a death realm. You are here, it means you are already dead. But you met me, it means you met with an accident and death. That is, rebirth. Hold on to me tightly, I will bring you back to the human world and revive you." "Really?" Northern Dark Eye Soul was overjoyed. "Can I bring my father with me?" Accident Goo shook its head. "You met me, not your father, so I can only bring you with me." Northern Dark Eye Soul was extremely disappointed. He rejected, "Since I cannot bring my father, I will not leave either. I want to accompany my father until his final moments." Accident Goo laughed loudly, saying in a domineering tone, "The accidents of life cannot be rejected. Young man, you must leave with me." The moment it finished speaking, Accident Goo forcefully brought Northern Dark Eye Soul away from the door of life and death, returning to the human world. Northern Dark Eye Soul had a living body of flesh and blood. Facing the huge world alone, he felt extremely lost. Accident Goo disappeared. He suddenly recalled Renzu's words. He had a second sister called Desolate Guiyuan. At this time, Cognition Goo found him. "Young man, don't doubt me, cognition has always been a person's friend, I am here to help you." Cognition Goo told Northern Dark Eye Soul about Qingbai Mountain and Desolate Guiyuan. Northern Dark Eye Soul decided to meet his second sister first. When he saw Desolate Guiyuan, he shed tears of sadness. Northern Dark Eye Soul tried to communicate with Desolate Guiyuan. But Desolate Guiyuan, who had turned into a monster, kept on muttering questions. "Where is this?" Northern Dark Eye Soul pondered for a moment before replying. "This is the human world, living beings can move around here. Above us is the sky, below us is the earth." "Who am I?" Desolate Guiyuan asked again. "You are a human, Renzu's second daughter. Your name is Desolate Guiyuan. You are my second sister." Northern Dark Eye Soul replied. "Second sister, wake up quickly. Our father is dead, he is trapped in Luopa Valley, we need to hurry and save him." "Renzu? Desolate Guiyuan? Say." The monster shook its head in confusion. "Why should I save him? Shouldn't humans die? What's wrong with death? Why do humans live? Why do I live?" This time Northern Dark Eye Soul could not answer. Why do humans live? While Northern Dark Eye Soul was thinking about this question, Bewilderment Goo quietly arrived beside him, causing him to lose his senses of his surroundings. Along with it were Love Goo and Disguise Goo. Cognition Goo saw them and felt an incomparable headache. These Goo were famous for being mischievous, they often moved together, even Cognition Goo did not want to provoke them. "Love, haven't you harmed enough people? Why don't you let them go?" Cognition Goo sighed. "Don't try to reason with me, I am unreasonable." Love Goo's tone was unruly. "Get lost, Cognition, I don't like you." Cognition Goo was helpless, it could only retreat. "Another person has come?" "Ah." Love Goo saw Northern Dark Eye Soul and was very happy because it had another target to play with. It was sworn brothers with Disguise Goo. It immediately used its strength to disguise as Cognition Goo. "Young man, your second sister has forgotten herself. If you want to save her, you need to find Meaning Goo," Love Goo said. Northern Dark Eye Soul came back to his senses, he did not suspect anything, he asked Love Goo. "I have seen Accident Goo before, may I ask, where is this Meaning Goo? How do I find it?" Love Goo used a solemn tone to deceive him. "Oh human, you need to know, your lives in this world have meaning. As long as you find Meaning Goo, you will be able to wake up your second sister. Follow the direction I point, keep walking, you will find Meaning Goo." Northern Dark Eye Soul expressed his gratitude and immediately set off. Love Goo, Bewilderment Goo, and Disguise Goo looked at his departing figure and laughed loudly. How could there be Meaning Goo in this world? There was no such Goo worm, Northern Dark Eye Soul could not find it no matter how hard he tried. "Fool, who asked you to anger me? I will let you know that the punishment of love is extremely terrifying. Next we will follow him and take turns to toy with him." Love Goo's suggestion was approved by the other two Goo. Like this, Northern Dark Eye Soul was toyed with by the three Goo, he suffered greatly. But in order to find the non-existent Meaning Goo, he persevered. This spirit moved Cognition Gu. While Love Gu was not around, Cognition Gu came to Northern Dark Eye Soul's side, wanting to help him again. Cognition, what are you doing here? We are having fun. Bewilderment Gu and Disguise Gu rejected Cognition. Cognition Gu laughed, I am afraid of love, but I am not afraid of you too. Oh young man, use my strength to wake up. Northern Dark Eye Soul used Cognition Gu's ability to recognize the truth. He was no longer confused and saw through the disguise. Bewilderment Gu and Disguise Gu could only leave in defeat. Northern Dark Eye Soul expressed his gratitude to Cognition Gu. Thank you, Cognition Gu, because of you, I thought of a way to save my second sister. What method is that? In this world, meaning Gu does not exist. But I can create a meaning Gu. Northern Dark Eye Soul said confidently. A person's life had no meaning, but it could be given a meaning. Northern Dark Eye Soul returned to Desolate Guyue and personally created a meaning Gu, placing it in Desolate Guyue's mind. I am alive to find success Gu and save father. I understand. Desolate Guyue's eyes shined. The meaning of living. Tang Fang put down the pen in his hand. It was already deep into the night. In this imperial court-blessed land, a gentle silver radiance covered the land. After continuously copying books, he was deeply moved. People living in this world will always feel lost. But as long as they find the meaning of their life, they will find their direction and move forward bravely. At the same time, they will know what they want and what they do not want, and they will not fear sacrifice. Big Sister's intention in asking me to copy books is probably this. He lightly pushed open the window, looking at the glorious and beautiful sacred palace. He thought of all kinds of people, some strong, some weak. His emotions gradually became excited. Every person's life has all kinds of meaning. And my meaning is to lead the tribe towards prosperity. At the same time, Water Pavilion. Heart of self-sacrifice? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He stretched out his right hand without any hesitation. He reached into the bowl and took out Calamity Beckoning Gu. Absorbing his aura, Calamity Beckoning Gu's body flashed and became Fang Yuan's possession. The whole process was extremely smooth, there were no tremors or backlash. With his identity as a transmigrator, his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had already seen through life and death, family, friendship, and love were not his interests. Only eternal life, this grand and unreachable goal, could make his journey in life show intense interest. This was the meaning he had given to this life. But pursuing eternal life did not mean he was afraid of death, afraid of failure. Towards death and failure he accepted it calmly. In fact, whether eternal life existed or not, there was no evidence to prove it. But so what if it did not exist? Fang Yuan enjoyed this process. In the process of pursuing eternal life he found the meaning, he felt that this life was full of interest. His body's low-level desires, the satisfaction of love and hate, he was already sick of them. Only eternal life was a worthy goal. Thus, I already have the resolution to sacrifice myself. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, he played with the rank 7 immortal Gu in his hand. Chapter 574. Fang Yuan carefully looked at Calamity Beckoning immortal Gu in his hand. This Gu was rank 7, after being nurtured by the giant vermilion bowl, it had already formed completely. It was the size of a pinky grayish-white in color and was extremely exquisite, resembling a silkworm chrysalis. As Fang Yuan played with it, Calamity Beckoning Gu continued to absorb his aura. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that the deepest connection between him and Calamity Beckoning Gu was becoming deeper and longer. Fang Yuan's heart rippled slightly. It would be a lie if he did not sigh. In his previous life, he had gone through untold hardships and slaughtered countless lives to refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Now, with the advantage of rebirth, he had obtained Calamity Beckoning Gu before he was even 100 years old, which was a rank higher than spring-autumn cicada. Calamity Beckoning Gu's effect was extremely unique. It sacrificed itself to attract heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. But Fang Yuan firmly believed that a Gu master's use of Gu depended on their thoughts. Like the chainsaw golden centipede, a rank 4 mortal Gu master, electric saw mad demon, could use different methods against it. Then why couldn't he, Fang Yuan, create new uses for it? Let's not talk about other things, just the existence of this Calamity Beckoning Gu proves that the legendary luck path truly exists. Giant Sun Immortal had been extremely lucky his entire life. It was rumored that it was because of the luck path Gu worms he created. However, this rumor had never been verified. But now, the calamity beckoning goo in Fang Yuan's hands belonged to Luck Path. It was an immortal goo refined by Refinement Path Grandmaster Mo Yao through the senses of Divert Disaster Goo in 88-point Xinyang Tower. Divert Disaster Goo, Calamity Beckoning Goo, these were Luck Path Goo worms. The ink text on the surface of the bowl was a strong proof. Mo Yao even pointed out in the text that Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path Goo worms could snatch other people's good luck and use it on himself at the same time. It could also divert his bad luck and divert the calamity to someone else. As a complete path, Luck Path had a clear structure. It included attack, defense, divert, healing and other aspects. It was just that everyone had the invisible and colorless luck that was targeted at them. After Luck Path was created by the Giant Sun Immortal, he had kept it a secret, silently making a fortune. The Giant Sun Immortal is the great thief of luck. Once the Giant Sun dies, the great thief of luck will disappear. Mo Yao expressed his feelings in the article. This strange woman had a strong personality. She even dared to make such comments about the celestial venerables. She even speculated that the treasury chamber of 88-point Xinyang Tower might contain the legacy of the Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Dao. If I can inherit this legacy, will I be able to replicate the success of the Giant Sun Immortal? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. He pondered for a moment before placing Calamity Beckoning Goo into the vermilion bowl again. Although Calamity Beckoning Goo had already formed, Fang Yuan could not refine it yet. Although the connection in his heart was extremely strong, there was still a qualitative difference from truly becoming the owner of Calamity Beckoning Goo. Fang Yuan was still immortal now, he did not have immortal essence to refine it. This situation was different from when he refined Divine Travel Goo back then. In Three Kings' Blessed Land, he refined Fixed Immortal Travel Goo with the Land Spirit's help. He was the leader. Thus, once Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was born, it became his Goo worm. But it could not be used. If not for the Land Spirit's help, Fang Yuan would not have been able to teleport to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. And the entire process of refining Calamity Beckoning Goo relied on the backflow of the 88-point Xinyang Tower's heavenly power. Fang Yuan was at most an assistant, he did not have the Land Spirit's help. Honestly speaking, it was already very good to be able to reach this stage. Only after I become a Goo Immortal can I truly refine it. Before that, I can only leave Calamity Beckoning Goo here. Without becoming a Goo Immortal, there would be no immortal aperture to store Calamity Beckoning Goo. If he took it out publicly, the Immortal Goo's aura would spread and it would attract countless covetous people. Fang Yuan was not worried about people like He Lulan or Tai Bai Yunxing. He had many wolf groups now, and his strength path cultivation was also sufficient. He was mainly worried about Giant Sun Immortals will inside 88-point Xinyang Tower. Earlier, the Immortal Goo's aura was weak. Now that the Immortal Goo had formed, if he took it out, would it trigger Giant Sun Immortal's will and awaken it? Fang Yuan did not want to take this risk. Moreover, his main plan had not been completed yet. He needed to hide and wait. Who would have thought that there would be a rank 7 Immortal Goo in this nameless valley? But before that, I should first refine a portion of this water pavilion before leaving. Fang Yuan pondered. Water Pavilion was a famous Immortal Goo house. As a mortal, Fang Yuan actually wanted to refine it. This seemed like a wild fantasy, but it was actually quite feasible. Even something as strong as 88-point Xinyang Tower had loopholes for Fang Yuan to take advantage of. Now that the Water Pavilion was ownerless, there was naturally an opportunity to take advantage of it. Speaking of which, one had to talk about the essence of Goo houses. What was a Goo house? Not to mention Fang Yuan's previous life, after rebirth, he had encountered many Goo houses. Among them there was the most common Goo house 3-star cave. When retrieved it would turn into seeds. After planting, it would form a towering tree with an empty space in the middle and 3 layers. There was Lizard House Goo. It looked like a lizard with different colors. The eye sockets would become windows, the mouth would have a door, it could move freely. There was also the Mushroom Forest Goo house. By planting large numbers of Mushroom Room Goo, the mushroom houses would form a courtyard. These were Mortal Goo, and there were also the Immortal Goo houses 88-point Xinyang Tower and Water Pavilion. Goo houses had developed to this point, they were extremely complex, there were countless of them. But if one traced back to the source, the publicly recognized pioneers were the Green Tortoise Group of 7. These 7 were demonic path Goo masters of the olden antiquity era. They were septuplets from the same mother, from birth to death. They had always been in love, advancing and retreating together. They were skilled in defense, they were all rank 5 peak stage Goo masters. They even had a defensive killer move called Tortoise House. When they worked together, They relied on this move to defend against 3 attacks from Gu immortals. They created the famous agreement of 3 moves that went down in history. And this tortoise house was the first Gu house in the history of Gu masters. Thus, in essence, a Gu house was a killer move formed by the combination of several or even dozens of Gu worms. Mushroom Forest Gu house was a classic example. It was a courtyard formed by a large number of mushroom room Gu. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the representative of the peak. It had defense, collection, storage and other effects. It was formed by countless small towers. Divert Disaster Gu was one of the main foundations. After sacrificing the collected wild Gu, they would form a heavenly force and form the main building. There was also White Bone Chariot. Back then, Proud Bone Demon Lord Shinjiao had amazing talent. When he advanced to rank 6, he did not have any immortal Gu, so he created a killer move called White Bone Chariot. White Bone Chariot was formed by many rank 5 Gu like a white bone wheel. It was powerful and could match rank 6 immortal Gu. White Bone Chariot was actually a Gu house. As for 3-star Cave Lizard House Gu and Great Lizard House Gu, they were all evolved branches. They were the true simplifications of Gu houses. Normal Gu houses were formed by the combination of several Gu worms. As for 3-star Cave and the others, they were simplified into one Gu, thus their power was greatly reduced. They were more like ordinary Gu. And Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal Gu house. This meant that among the Gu worms that formed it, there was at least one rank 7 immortal Gu. With my current strength I cannot refine immortal Gu. But I can still refine other mortal Gu. This was the source of Fang Yuan's confidence in refining Water Pavilion. There were not many obstacles in the refinement process. Water Pavilion was one of the symbols of Spirit Affinity House. It was controlled by Fairy Mo Yao back then. For her lover, Mo Yao betrayed the sect and refined Calamity Beckoning Gu, sacrificing herself. This immortal Gu house became ownerless. This way Water Pavilion was an open embrace to Fang Yuan, a little beauty that he could do whatever he wanted. Amazing, there are actually over 3,000 Gu worms that formed Water Pavilion. And each Gu worm is interlinked with each other, faintly resonating with each other. The core is the rank 7 Water Fusion Gu. It can allow the Gu Master to completely fuse with water. As long as the water exists, the Gu Master will not die. Other than that, there are 2 supplementary Immortal Gu, the rank 6 Movement Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace, and the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. The refinement process was the process of gaining a deeper understanding of Water Pavilion. The refinement of Immortal Gu far surpassed Fang Yuan's ability. He could forget about it. What he started with were rank 1 and rank 2 Mortal Gu. After spending 6 hours, Fang Yuan felt dizzy as he refined 500 rank 1 and 2 Mortal Gu for his own use. In this way I will have 10% control over the Water Pavilion. Even if I am discovered, with this 10% control I can obstruct the enemy for some time. This time is enough for me to be alerted and rush over. After another 2 hours, Fang Yuan's control increased to 13%. The further he went, the more difficult it was to refine. It is a pity that I have Spring Autumn Cicada. It is like a ticking time bomb. I cannot use Time Path Instant Success Gu to assist in the refinement, otherwise the results would be much more than this. Fang Yuan's head was spinning. He knew he had reached his limit. The rank 5 peak stage primeval essence in his 2 apertures was almost expended. But just as he was about to retract his mind, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Time passes quickly. I have finally met you today by fate. Following this indistinct sigh, a beautiful woman with a black veil over her face and eyes as dark as the night appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. This is Fairy Mo Yao's will. When did it enter my mind? Fang Yuan was shocked. So much time had passed. Mo Yao was not a venerable, but she still had her will. This showed how powerful her cultivation was back then. Fang Yuan was already prepared, but Fairy Mo Yao clearly had a special method. She could actually make her will enter Fang Yuan's mind without a trace. This method was no small matter. Mo Yao's will entered his mind. If she had evil intentions and attacked, Fang Yuan would not be able to bear the consequences. Fang Yuan was not a Wisdom Path expert. Only Wisdom Path Gu masters had the ability to restrain such wills. There was an even more crucial point. When a person thinks, they would first have thoughts. These thoughts would collide in their mind and change, creating new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. Right now Mo Yao's will entered Fang Yuan's mind. She could clearly sense every thought that Fang Yuan had. If Mo Yao's will knew about Spring Autumn Cicada, what would happen? Don't be afraid, fated person. I have no intention of harming you. I just want to ask you a question. Mo Yao's will said faintly. Fang Yuan did not need to guess to know what she wanted to ask. He immediately told her about Bo Qing's failure and tribulation. Hearing this grievous news, Mo Yao's will shook and was on the verge of collapse. Fang Yuan was secretly happy, but to his disappointment, Mo Yao's will managed to maintain her form. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, were filled with tears. Fairy Mo Yao's expression was very complex. There was sorrow and also relief. Just like in her poem, time has passed, love and hatred have lasted for a long time. The love and hatred between her and Bo Qing was definitely a long and complicated story. Fated person, since you could refine Calamity Beckoning Goo and found this place to refine Water Pavilion, you must already know the gist of it. Since he is already dead, let everything pass. Sigh. Maybe this is the fortune of all living beings. Chapter 575. The sacred palace was shrouded in colorful lights. The multicolored light shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 88-point Jinyang Tower had already formed 2 floors. There was an endless stream of people entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fang Yuan lightly closed the window. Ever since he refined Calamity Beckoning Goo and returned from Water Pavilion, half a month had already passed. During this period of time, He Lulan opened 88-point Jinyang Tower to the public without charging any fees, allowing people to enter and exit freely. 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance ground. To Goo Masters, its attraction was astonishing. Countless Goo Masters with Giant Sun's bloodline flocked in. Even if they could not pass the round, they would take pride in seeing it and broadening their horizons. Especially after 88-point Jinyang Tower mutated and formed 2 floors, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore it. As for outsiders, they could only enter and exit with guest tokens. The guest medallion was a one-time consumable, and it could only be obtained after clearing the checkpoint. Up until now, there were only 7 guest tokens in everyone's hands. Each one was sold at an astronomical price, but countless Goo Master experts without Giant Sun's bloodline were still scrambling for them. Fang Yuan already had the Glass Owner token. He could freely enter and exit 88-point Jinyang Tower. He could even enter the treasure room. But to deceive others, not long ago he still spent a huge price to buy a guest token. Young lad, I advise you to prepare the Killer Move Ink transformation I taught you. This way, after you enter the central control room, you will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. A female voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo Yao's will, who had stealthily sneaked in. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned. He snorted in his heart. This killer move of yours is already outdated. Some of the goo worms among them are already extinct. Now that I want to collect them, I will need to spend some effort. How can I be in a hurry? Mo Yao's will chuckled. Young man, you are quite fortunate to possess Hu Immortal Blessed Land. We should make good use of Jewel Yellow Skies and purchase these goo from there. It is not difficult. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He unlocked the cipher, inherited Di Chio's inheritance, and even successfully refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, but he attracted the trouble of Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will was currently residing in his mind, becoming a huge hidden danger. Once Fang Yuan thought about it, he would have an idea. Fairy Mo Yao's will was able to see through these thoughts and thus understand Fang Yuan's secret. In this half a month, she understood many of Fang Yuan's secrets, including Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use the Space Thought Goo to generate thoughts to think. With Space Thought Goo as the main goo and other goo worms as support, the thoughts formed had the profoundness of emptiness. Even if Mo Yao's will could capture it, he might not be able to read the contents of the thoughts. But this situation was only temporary. Wills were above thoughts. Mo Yao's will was residing in Fang Yuan's mind. The more she interacted with these empty thoughts, she would gradually become familiar with them, and eventually Fang Yuan's defenses would not be able to stop her. Young man, you are so young but you have so many secrets. This is really interesting. Mo Yao's will floated in the air, sinking and floating. She covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were moving and her body was beautiful, as expected of the Fairy of Spirit Affinity House of that era. After interacting with Fang Yuan for a long time, she gradually became more active, showing an extremely curious nature that liked to pry into other people's secrets. If I had known this, I would not have inherited this bullshit Di Chio inheritance. Fang Yuan did not hide this thought from Mo Yao. Mo Yao easily learned of it. Young man, you are wrong to think like this. These days, just the refinement path killer moving transformation that I taught you has immeasurable value. Didn't you want to take advantage of 88-point Jinyang Tower's loophole? You really have guts comparable to me back then. Don't worry, I will help you as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao consoled with a smile. Humph, Calamity Beckoning Gu is mine, Water Pavilion is mine too, even 88-point Jinyang Tower will be mine. You are just a will, how can you stop a living person like me? Since they had already fought dozens of times, Fang Yuan directly rejected her. But this time, Mo Yao did not laugh, her gaze shone as she recalled something. She had a lonely expression as she sighed faintly. Sigh, are all you men like this? Even if you do something wrong, you are still so confident and righteous. In this world, what is right and wrong? Who is right and who is wrong? It is just that everyone's path is different. Mo Yao's expression changed as she laughed. Young man, your answer is quite interesting. However, I once heard another answer that was much more domineering than yours. I still remember what he said. In this world, as long as I think I do something, I am right. Those who are different from me are wrong. Don't you think this is domineering? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Bo Qing said this? Unfortunately, he did not take that step in the end. These words made Mo Yao fall into silence. She had a sorrowful expression as she closed her eyes, as if her memories were surging out, her long and thick eyelashes were trembling slightly. She concealed her figure and vanished from Fang Yuan's mind. Damn it, it's like this again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Every time Mo Yao's will concealed herself, it was as if she did not exist. No matter how Fang Yuan searched his mind, he could not find a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in soul path and wisdom path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. As a result, Fang Yuan's mind had instead become her base camp. But this search did not leave Fang Yuan empty-handed. In his mind he found a thought from Mo Yao's will. The content of the thought shook Fang Yuan's mind. This was a killer move. It was called Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. In order to find a way to fuse enslavement and strength path, Fang Yuan had racked his brains and obtained an initial result. It was the strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move during the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, he slaughtered everyone and sent Ma Tribe's army into the abyss of defeat. He pushed He Lulan into Imperial Court blessed land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a hastily created killer move. It had many flaws. Fang Yuan modified it on the basis and created the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. Next, he exchanged for the crucial Borrow Strength Gu in the treasure room of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This allowed the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to be further modified. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move as well as the idea of modifying it. Amazing. Fang Yuan praised. With his foundation and Fairy Mo Yao's foundation, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was already close to perfection. It used Borrow Strength Gu as the core, 6 Flying Zombie Gu as support, as well as 36 other Gu worms. The combination was ingenious and the structure was strict. Even Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. But, I know about the 5 Great Flying Zombie Gu. This killer move actually needs a 6th Flying Zombie Gu? What Gu is it? Chapter 576. In the dark secret room, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding an East Window Gu in his hand. This Gu was an information path Gu. It was rank 4 and looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice. It was used to store important information. This Gu was something Fang Yuan had specially purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies at a great cost. The contents inside were all related to will. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan had been purchasing these relevant information, spending many immortal Yuan stones. This East Window Gu was not the first one. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as cold as a spring. With so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding of will. Thought, will, emotion, these 3 came from the same origin. The first 2 belonged to Wisdom Path, but they were also related to other paths. Wisdom Path, when it was first created, was a path for Gu masters to pursue wisdom. When a person thinks, thoughts would appear in their mind. These thoughts would collide with each other, merge or cancel each other out, forming new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. These thoughts were divided into different categories. They were different from each other and had their own specialties. Among them, the most famous was obsession. The obsession of a Gu immortal before death would combine with the heavenly power of heaven and earth, forming a land spirit in the blessed land. According to these thoughts, Gu masters would create countless related Gu worms. like the star thought goo that Dongfang Yuliang had once used, the empty thought goo that Fang Yuan was using now, and the divine thought goo that goo immortals often used. Some thoughts would gather together and form will. As the saying goes, can only be understood, cannot be expressed with words. Will could not be expressed with words, the rhythm of will had already surpassed the limits of words, it could only be experienced with one's heart, using one's own spirituality. Initially, Wisdom Path Gu masters created Providence Gu. Using this to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth, they could further comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, thus advancing their own cultivation. Later, as it developed, there were killing intent Gu, free will Gu, wish Gu, complacency Gu, malicious intent Gu, painting intent Gu, and so on. Among them, the most famous was the legendary accidental Gu recorded in the legends of Renzu. Following the development of Wisdom Path, generations of Gu masters continued to explore it. They found, when several wills intertwined, they would turn into emotions. Aphrodisiac Gu, tender emotion Gu, emotion poem Gu, and others were all part of this path. The Tao of enchantment was derived from this. Among them, the most famous one also came from the legends of Renzu, love Gu. Nian Yiqing. Fang Yuan sighed. The more he understood one thing. With his current wisdom path foundation, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The gap between them was too big. For example, in terms of willpower, Fang Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's willpower was like a mountain. As for exactly how tall and majestic this mountain was, it was still shrouded in a thick layer of smoke, so it was hard to tell. Mo Yao's attainment had already surpassed Fang Yuan's level of understanding. In these days of contact and probing, she had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan, giving him a feeling of unfathomable and high respect. Facing such a problem, if he could not get rid of it, what could he do? Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, he pondered for a while. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made up his mind. He sent his consciousness into his own mind. With just a thought, Mo Yao's will could sense a seductive figure appearing in the pitch-black space of his consciousness. I accept your suggestion. I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. A strange light flashed in Mo Yao's eyes. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would choose to compromise so quickly. According to these days of fighting, she clearly understood that Fang Yuan was a person with astonishing willpower, an opinionated person, and a strong and courageous personality. Personality decided one's fate. Such a person was destined to be an outstanding person regardless of whether he became a hero or a ruthless person. She threw out the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, but concealed it. She did not give it all. Rather than saying it was a bait, it was better to say that it was a statement of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely understand what she wanted to express. She had originally estimated that Fang Yuan would only choose to negotiate after 7 to 8 days. But in fact, after just one day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to find her. Sigh, a wise man submits to circumstances, a great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Unfortunately, most people in the world are limited by their own abilities. They are too proud to lower their heads. Throughout history, countless heroes have known the principle of taking a step back, but it's easy to talk about it, but when it comes to themselves, how many of them have actually done it? Mo Yao's will heaved a forlorn sigh. Water Pavilion might be good, but to me it is not of much help. You should know some of my situation right now because of who immortal blessed land, Crane Gate has declared me to be a member of a sect. Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate are both part of Central Continent's 10 sects. It is not easy to return Water Pavilion there. Fang Yuan continued. He. Mo Yao's will covered her mouth and laughed. Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor, Calamity Beckoning Gu is yours. I have no intention of harming you. Returning an immortal Gu house is an important matter. I am very clear about the risks involved. To complete this mission you need at least the strength of a Gu immortal. And I will do my best to help you become a Gu immortal. I will also assist you in the process of obtaining 88-point Jinyang Tower. As for my refinement path insights, how much you can comprehend is up to you. After Mo Yao said this, she waved her hand and a will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The content of the will was the final crucial part of the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan immediately asked in dissatisfaction, Earth Chief Corpse? Are you sure this is your so-called 6 flying zombie Gu? He already knew about Earth Chief Corpse Gu. It was the main material obtained from killing an Earth Chief beast, extracting its tendons and skin, gathering dozens of Gu worms, then using the Een soil 900 li underground, as well as hundreds of years-old mountain-sucking grass and dark tide flowers to refine it. Although its power was extraordinary and it was rank 5 like Azura corpses, heavenly demon corpses, blood-white corpses, nightmare corpses and plague corpses, it did not have the ability to fly. Without the ability to fly, how could it be considered a flying zombie? Gu. Facing Fang Yuan's doubt, Mo Yao smiled proudly. Ordinary Earth Chief Corpse Gu, of course not. But who am I? I have already modified the Gu recipe and refined a new Earth Chief Corpse Gu. When used by Gu Masters, they can transform into an Earth Chief Corpse Gu. Although they still have no wings, they can use the Earth's magnetic energy to fly into the sky and change directions as they wish. Saying this, another will was transmitted. It was the modified Earth Chief Corpse Gu recipe. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he took a look. This Gu recipe had several materials added by Mo Yao boldly and ingeniously, especially the magnetic essence was the main material. It was the most important factor in the modification of Earth Chief Corpse Gu. Fang Yuan thought for a while, and with his 500 years of experience, he knew this Gu recipe was very feasible and could not help but praise it. Mo Yao's will in his mind laughed proudly. Young lad, you are quite knowledgeable. Not bad, you have some talent and refinement path. But you need to be careful. This killer move is only a rough creation based on the foundation you provided. I advise you to find a few people to test it out first, then verify it yourself. Fang Yuan nodded. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. This killer move had peerless power, almost 10 times that of 4-arm Earth King and 4-arm Wind King. Its power was huge, and if it failed, the backlash would naturally be very fierce and powerful. Fang Yuan could test 4-arm Earth King earlier because the risk was not high and he could bear it. But this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a different matter. Third floor. The third floor is formed. Everywhere in the sacred palace, cheers resounded in the sky. The multicolored light was still very dense. As time passed, the speed of 88-point Jinyang Tower's condensation became faster and faster. Especially the newly formed third floor, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore even more. Every floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower had 100 rounds. The rounds at the front were relatively simple. The further they went, the harder the rounds were and the greater the rewards. To most Gu Masters, they were unable to overcome the rounds at the back, while the rewards at the front were things that everyone fought over. A group of Gu Masters, more than 10 of them, were rushing out of the palace. When they were passing through the eastern gate of the sacred palace, the commotion at the third floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower made this group of Gu Masters stop. Jiang Dong looked back at the top of the sacred palace at the 88-point Jinyang Tower, snorting coldly and saying to Ma Hongyun in the group, "You Huangjin tribe Gu Masters are in luck. The rewards of any round in 88-point Jinyang Tower will allow you to soar to the top." Ma Hongyun laughed foolishly. Leader is right. It is a pity that my bloodline concentration is not high. I cannot enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Otherwise I can go in and broaden my horizons. Even the Huangjin tribe, the descendants of Giant Sun Immortal, might not be able to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. If the ancestors had too much mixed bloodline, causing the bloodline to thin and not reach the standard, they would not be able to enter the tower. When Jiang Dong heard this, the bitterness and jealousy in her heart lessened by a lot. The other Gu Masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyun with gentler gazes. One of them even patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder, consoling him. "Kid, you are quite unlucky. But don't worry, you can follow us to kill the Earth Chief Beast. You will earn a lot." Yes. Ma Hongyun nodded, bowing and smiling apologetically. He had a fortuitous encounter and saved Ma Yingjia. After He tribe recruited Ma tribe, he had a fortuitous encounter and changed his name to Ma Hongyun, which allowed him to cultivate better. Right now he was only a rank 1 Gu Master. His aptitude was neither low nor high. He could enter 88-point Jinyang Tower of course, but with his strength it was useless even if he went in. These days in the sacred palace he had been mingling with wild teams, going out to hunt, paying for daily expenses, and accumulating Yuan stone to aid his cultivation. Roar. Kill all these Earth Chief beasts. Where are the healing Gu Masters? Someone is injured, come and help. Beast groups roared and Gu Masters shouted. The small-scale battle had already reached its most crucial moment. On the small battlefield, there were pits everywhere and severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu Masters surrounded the Earth Chief Beast King and engaged in a fierce battle. Around them there were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses. These Earth Chief Beasts had human bodies and snake tails, their faces were like bats, their noses were pointed upwards and their ears were large. Their bodies were black and they had flesh armor. There were 5 to 6 flesh whips on their chest, the shortest were 10 feet long, while the longest were over 20 feet long. The flesh whips were like hands and agile like snakes, they could be swung with great force and could be used for both offense and defense. Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they were not deep underground, they often built their nests in shallow layers. They had high value, be it their eyeballs, fur, or tails, they were all rare goo refinement materials. What was even rarer was the length of the flesh whips on their bodies, the longer the better. Flesh whips over 20 feet were hard to find, they were priceless. Earth Chief Beasts were now rare in northern plains. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land there were many of them. For example, this area had an area of 10,000 li, it was filled with Earth Chief Beast groups. Wealth moved people's hearts, and because this place was not far from the sacred palace, many goo masters often came here in groups to hunt. This team that was engaged in a fierce battle was one of them. Most of the goo masters in the group had hunted Earth Chief Beast groups 3 or 4 times, they had rich experience. But this time they met with trouble. Although they only attracted 100 Earth Chief Beast group, it was under their control. But to think that this Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King, it was an old 1,000 Beast King. Although this Beast King could not fight and was old and sickly, the wild goo parasite on its body was a genuine rank 3 goo. Among mortal goo masters, rank 1 was an apprentice, they had just started and had weak battle strength, they were the most common. Rank 2 was the backbone, the cornerstone, they were very common. Rank 3 was called elders, clan elders, they were the core of a force, their numbers were decreasing rapidly. Rank 4 was the leader of a force, the leader of tens of thousands. Rank 5 was called the peak of mortals, they were even rarer. The Earth Chief 1,000 Beast King itself was not a threat, but it had several rank 3 wild goo, such battle strength was beyond the ability of this group. The people's hearts and righteousness were weak. Not to mention others, just take Fang Yuan's current situation for example. Who cares about your bullshit resentment? I will destroy whoever comes. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, I will slaughter them all. Looking down on all living beings, trampling on the people's hearts, free and unbridled like the wind. But Fang Yuan was determined to pursue the great Tao and had no interest in slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was only a small step towards his grand goal. Thinking of this goal, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A beast's roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a hill rose up from the ground, and with a boom soil and rocks flew everywhere as a 50-zhang-tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered, "It's you." He immediately commanded the wolf group to attack. For a moment, thoughts flew in his mind like bubbles and drizzles, endlessly. Looking down from the sky, 10,000 wolves were galloping like an endless tide, the scene was extremely spectacular. When approaching the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolf group suddenly split into several groups, each group like ants climbing an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled down, circling around the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like a flock of birds circling a tree. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped into the wolf group, sweeping left and right, wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses littered the ground. Its large feet left behind sinister bloody pits. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, sitting upright in the clouds. Under his command, the wolf group advanced and retreated in a well-defined manner, rushing forward in waves, forming a battle of ants devouring an elephant. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, charging left and right, causing large amounts of damage to the wolf group. It was truly brave. In his mind, Mo Yao gasped, slightly surprised at Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment. Tsk, to think this kid has so much talent at such a young age, he can control the myriad of wolves as if he was breathing, commanding them calmly like his own arm, fighting strong enemies with a battle of attrition. He has deep mastery of enslavement path. This is the mastery of a master level. But he was only slightly surprised. Mo Yao was experienced and knowledgeable, she was not an ordinary goo immortal, she was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her vision was very high, and in her memory there were many young masters like Fang Yuan. The battle lasted for a while, the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again. Exhausted by the wolf group, it was no longer ferocious. Large numbers of Earth Chief Myriad Beast Kings emerged from underground, joining the battle. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected this and commanded calmly. Chapter 579. In the garden, silver light shone brightly as plants swayed in the wind. Sitting in the pavilion, Fang Yuan played with the Earth Chief corpse goo in his hand. This goo was shaped like an earthworm with a yellow body and the length of an infant's forearm. Right now, it was coiled around Fang Yuan's fingers, moving like a snake. It was refined using the improved goo recipe provided by Mo Yao, using Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and flesh as the foundation. However, Fang Yuan did not test it. He was a cautious person. This Earth Chief corpse goo was refined using an improved goo recipe. What if there was a problem? Although he had reached a compromise with Mo Yao's will in his mind, the other party was a fairy of the Righteous Path's Spirit Affinity House, as well as a Refinement Path Grandmaster. He had to guard against her. But a Grandmaster is a Grandmaster. My Refinement Path attainment is already at Master Realm. But compared to Mo Yao, he seems as childish as a child. Thinking back to the process of refining Earth Chief corpse goo, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In the entire goo refinement process, Mo Yao had only mentioned 3 sentences, but they were the main points and the finishing touches. Fang Yuan benefited greatly, becoming enlightened. But he did not know that Mo Yao's will was also sighing inwardly in his mind. Double Master. To think this kid is not only an enslavement path master but also a refinement path master. He's so young, yet he's already a double master. Even in my memory there aren't many people with such talent. No wonder he is so ambitious, wanting to become a venerable, comparable to thieving heaven, paradise earth and giant Sunday. It is natural for a young man to be arrogant and conceited. Mo Yao still scoffed at Fang Yuan's ambition, of being comparable to venerables, but it was understandable. But to become a master, talent alone is not enough. There needs to be sufficient resources. Or even the guidance of a great teacher. It seems this kid has a deep background. Previously, Mo Yao already knew the secret of Fang Yuan possessing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, combined with the double master information, she felt even more strongly that Fang Yuan had a great background. Wolf Wang Da's men, the Gu family and Chang family's patriarchs have come to seek an audience. A servant came to report. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. He was the one who summoned these 2 people. He said indifferently, "Announce." Yes. Outside the door, the servant respectfully withdrew. Not long after, the 2 of them came over and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times in an extremely respectful and fearful manner. After going through the baptism of the imperial court contest and having a high position with no lack of resources, under the Wolf King, Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu were already rank 4 Gu masters. Fang Yuan glanced at the 2 of them. He didn't ask them to get up. Instead he asked, "How is the matter that I asked you to do a few days ago?" After Fang Yuan won and returned to the sacred palace, he ordered the 2 tribe leaders to mobilize the Gu masters of the 2 tribes. Clean up the battlefield for him. Replying to Wolf Wang Da's men, the battlefield has been cleaned up, a total of. Gu Guang wanted to report his gains, but was interrupted by Fang Yuan. He didn't really care about these spoils of war and only asked, "How many Gu masters did you capture?" Gu Guang didn't answer this time. He knelt on the ground and signaled Chang Jiyu with his eyes. Everyone knew that Chang Jiyu was Chang Shanyin's biological son. After Fang Yuan took control of Chang tribe, he appointed Chang Jiyu as the tribe leader. When Fang Yuan asked, Gu Guang let Chang Jiyu answer because he saw this relationship and was purposely expressing goodwill to Chang Jiyu. Chang Jiyu's expression was respectful, but his gaze revealed fanatical worship. Looking at it from another angle, a Gu house is only a form of a killer move. Since 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King can only be used on me, why can't it form a Gu house and affect many people at the same time? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked in front of him again. In the Gu house, the bodies of those Gu master captives had already started to change. What happened to me? Everyone screamed in fear. They found that their skin was rapidly growing golden scales. Ah, so painful, so painful. Itchy, too itchy, I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Soon they fell to the ground one after another, some scratching their skin and tearing their clothes into shreds, some arched their backs like prawns, clutching their chests as blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. What is this thing? Why are there monstrous arms growing out of my back? Not long after, the screams of the people reached their peak, shaking the roof tiles. Arms grew out one after another, each arm was different, some were dark green, some were dark purple, some were yellow, and they were of different thicknesses, looking deformed and ugly. But Fang Yuan did not care about such minor details. He squinted his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura of the Gu masters. He felt joy in his heart, but also fear. Chapter 580. In the deep and serene hall, only Fang Yuan stood there. It was deathly silent. The faint yellow light connected together, forming the shape of a Gu house. In the lighthouse there were corpses all over the ground. Close to 200 Gu masters had died tragically. Some of these corpses were covered in scales, their bodies were stiff like iron, some had monstrous arms and had sinister expressions. Some even self-detonated, their broken limbs falling everywhere. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he questioned Mo Yao in his mind. "This is the killer move you thought of?" Mo Yao said confidently, "These Gu masters were definitely going to die. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements on the Gu master's body. Now it seems that even with your strength path foundation, you cannot endure this intensity." Fang Yuan snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. "This is the explanation you are giving me? You think I can't see it? This killer move has many flaws. 50 to 60 people died at the start, close to 100 died in the middle, and at the end only 6 to 7 Gu masters could still hold on. There are at least 17 flaws. Don't forget we have an agreement." Mo Yao giggled. She did not mind being threatened, replying, "Little brother, don't be impatient. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is just an initial creation. It is normal for it to have some flaws. As long as we continue to repair it, it will slowly reach the ideal state." She replied to Fang Yuan while thinking, "This lad is not simple, he can actually sense 17 flaws. With his refinement path master attainment, he can only see 11. It seems his strength path attainment has already reached the edge of master level." Mo Yao did not know that Fang Yuan was actually playing a trick. "I only saw 7 flaws. I added 10 on purpose. I wanted to trick her. It seems this killer move has more than 17 flaws." Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Mo Yao was trying to estimate his depth, while Fang Yuan was also trying to estimate Mo Yao's foundation. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. There were many flaws. The Gu masters used for testing were all dead. But Fang Yuan was not worried. Instead he was happy. Logically speaking, Mo Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Even if it was a hastily created killer move, it would not have so many flaws. It is true that Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, but what is here now is only a fragment of her will. Fang Yuan's compromise was a lie. He wanted to eliminate Mo Yao's will. Actually, nothing had changed. His probing had allowed him to discover a weakness in Mo Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I paid a huge price earlier. Purchasing a lot of expensive information from Jewel Yellow Skies is also valuable. Wisdom Path is the path of seeking wisdom. It is divided into thought, will, and emotion. Mind is the foundation, but when mortals think, thoughts would arise one after another. Many thoughts gathered will be formed. When different wills are entangled endlessly, love will form. Thoughts are like weeds, unable to be extinguished, they grow again. Will is ever-changing, it can be as hard as steel, as vast as the sky, or as blazing as fire. While emotion is like water, when it is shallow, it is like a small stream, it cannot be cut off or sorted out. When it is deep, it is like an ocean. Heaven and earth shaking, its power is unparalleled. Of these 3, love is the hardest to eradicate. Will is second, thoughts are the easiest to destroy, but they are also the easiest to form. I should rejoice that what is left in my mind now is only Mo Yao's will, and not her emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created, thoughts collide with each other, they can be destroyed or fused, and finally, a new thought is produced. This is the result of the thought. Then what about a will? Don't worry, I have already modified the killer move. I need to change 6 of the Gu worms and add 3 more. Oh. Fang Yuan's brows rose, he said calmly, "I'd like to hear the details." Mo Yao explained in detail. Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land. Communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies and exchanging for mortal Gu was not a problem. At the same time, Fang Yuan ordered Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu. They were to secretly capture Gu masters and bring them to the hall. 3 days later there was another human experiment. The result was much better than the previous one. But there was still a flaw. Mo Yao combined the results. He suggested another modification. Fang Yuan did as he was told. He did this over and over again, not getting tired of it. He knew clearly, Mo Yao's will had Grandmaster attainment level, but he did not want to think deeply and weaken himself. Thus, he continued to experiment using realistic results to reduce his own thinking. But even so, Mo Yao's will still needed to think. How to modify the killer move? He wanted to know the answer to this question. Thinking was unavoidable. The more he thought, the weaker Mo Yao's will became. Fang Yuan did not want to alert the enemy. He was prepared to fight a long battle. Half a month passed like this, the 15th experiment. In the hall, corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan stored the dozen or so Gu worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He looked at the ground and nodded in satisfaction. The test takers had low cultivation level. They could not withstand the powerful killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. They would die for sure. But how they died and what they looked like after death, that was the crucial point. Right now, the corpses on the ground had all turned into zombies. Their bodies were covered in yellow scales, and there were 6 arms on their backs, all of which were covered in sharp scales. The arms were of the same thickness, the muscles bulged, and the hands were pitch black. The nails were sharp and sinister. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King uses borrow strength Gu as the core, the 6 flying zombie Gu as the foundation, and the other 18 Gu as support. Strictly speaking, it is a transformation path killer move, condensing corpse energy and turning people into flying zombies. This way the Gu master's body would be strengthened by more than 10 times, and can withstand even greater strength. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, summarizing his experiences over the last few days. But precisely because of this, the corpse energy is dense, causing this killer move's repercussions to be extremely severe. Even among the support Gu there are 3 life force Gu, but they can only maintain the killer move for 7 to 8 minutes. Is that the gist of it? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother's words are clear and logical, it makes sense. Using borrow strength Gu, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth's weather, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using the zombie body. The zombie body is stronger than living, and its recovery is outstanding. It complements the borrow strength Gu. But Gu masters are living people, while corpse energy is death energy. The longer you transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, the more corpse energy there will be in your body. When the corpse energy devours your life force, you will completely turn into a zombie, unable to transform again. This is the repercussions of this killer move. Life force and death energy are clearly separated. They are like mortal enemies. The fusion of life and death is an eternal problem. It is already beyond my ability. I have placed 3 life force Gu worms among the support Gu. This is already my limit. If there are too many of them, they will interfere with the corpse energy. At best, the killer move's power will fall. At worst, the killer move will collapse. If there are too few of them, the duration of the battle will decrease sharply, and its practicality will fall greatly. Fang Yuan listened, nodding on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he scoffed inwardly. Mo Yao's words were like changing the topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an eternal problem. From start to finish, no one had ever heard of someone dying and living at the same time. Life and death could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. Could he not think of other killer moves? Why must he use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? It was just that she had modified the killer move, 4-arm Wind King, that Fang Yuan provided to save time and effort in thinking. Fang Yuan was sure that with her grandmaster attainment level, Mo Yao could completely start from scratch and think of a completely new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human, an Inkman. If he is not of our race, his heart is definitely different. Thus, these last days she has used over 1,000 Gu masters to experiment, but as a righteous path person, a fairy of spirit affinity house, she has been indifferent. Her lover is the famous sword immortal Bo Qing. I think that within this love, there is probably more admiration for the strong. Bo Qing was known as the pseudo-venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he no different from a dead test subject? Thus, in this world one has to rely on oneself. Only oneself is the most reliable. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not expose her, instead asking Mo Yao, "So, is the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King completed?" Mo Yao shook his head. "Not enough. The test subjects are only low-rank Gu masters. We still need high-rank Gu masters." Rank 5 Gu Masters are the best. If it is rank 5 Strength Path, that would be perfect. Rank 5 Strength Path? Fang Yuan frowned. As far as he knew, there were no other candidates besides him. Mo Yao continued, loopholes can't be casually made. Choosing randomly will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. Once the will wakes up, we will all die without a proper burial ground. Fortunately, the 88-point Jinyang Tower has been through the vicissitudes of time. It is no longer perfect. Time has carved out all sorts of flaws. Back then, I chose Dichio because it had the biggest flaw. So that's it. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling happy in his heart. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source. If she wanted to find a flaw, she would need to think a lot. This was a huge drain on her. But Mo Yao did not follow Fang Yuan's wishes. She said, "Little brother, follow my instructions and use your mind to look into the sand table. I will tell you the mysteries of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's operations. This will help you find a flaw." All right. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Mo Yao's actions were not out of his expectations. She cherished herself. It was fine if she did not think for herself. Fang Yuan used this chance to secretly learn from her and increase his understanding of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely profound. Fang Yuan's mind entered the sand table. It was like a small boat in a vast ocean. It felt boundless and unfathomable. One corner or one side, they were both worth studying. At this moment he felt insignificant and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's instructions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 flaws. 13 of them were bigger and formed a flaw, comparable to the one in Dichio. This result made Mo Yao sigh. Time flies, so many years have passed. Even the 88 Truyang building could not escape the erosion of the river of time. Back then I only found 38 flaws and only 6 flaws. After pausing for a while, she continued to instruct Fang Yuan, "Little brother, next you can use the killer move ink transformation to refine these flaws." Fang Yuan followed her instructions. He willed and over 800 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms range from rank 1 to rank 5. They were related to metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood and other paths, with dark path as the main path. Although these were mortal goo, over 10 of them had already gone extinct during the medieval antiquity era, while some could even be traced back to the remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare, completely extinct in the 5 regions now. Only a few goo immortals had collected them. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money to gather these goo worms. He had spent at least 1.5 immortal Yuan stone. Immortal Yuan stone had extremely high value. It could directly replenish a goo immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate. It was also the currency used by goo immortals for transactions. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life at his peak, he had only accumulated over 60 immortal Yuan stone. The allure of Giant Sun's true inheritance is not something ordinary people can resist. He is a refinement path master. He naturally knows that the more flaws he refines, the higher the owner token, and the easier it is to attack 88-point Jinyang Tower. Most importantly, I am lurking in his mind. Even if he wants to secretly refine it behind my back, it is impossible. Next, he should be asking for help from the force behind him. No matter how well this brat hides, at that time he will have to reveal himself and let me see a thing or two. While thinking of this, Mo Yao gave an idea to Fang Yuan with a pleasant expression. "Don't worry. Owner tokens can be annexed. As long as you annex the owner token in the hands of the current alliance leader, He Lulan, you might be able to gather 10 edges." As expected of Mo Yao, he really knew a lot of secrets. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He raised his tone and intentionally said, "You want me to attack He Lulan? Are you trying to push me to my death?" Although He Lulan is easy to deal with, behind him is He Tribe, a super force with several goo immortals protecting him. "Hey, you are really daring. Since you can disguise your identity and infiltrate the imperial court, why would you be afraid of a mere He Lulan? Moreover, I am not asking you to kill him. I only want the owner token in his hands." Fang Yuan's gaze shifted. "I cannot kill He Lulan. Killing him would be like poking a hornet's nest. I cannot afford to offend He Tribe now. But that owner token is in his hands. He will definitely treasure it like his life. Tell me, what should I do?" Cannot afford to offend now? Does this mean that it will not be certain in the future? This kid's ambition is really not small. Mo Yao acutely sensed the key words in his words. Ma Yingjie was standing beside him. At this moment, he stepped out of the crowd and said, "Then let me do it." No one objected. Once the myriad beast king appeared, everyone took turns to attack. This was agreed upon earlier, according to the order. And it just happened to be Ma Yingjie's turn. As expected of Ma Yingjie, he personally led the Pegasus group and easily obstructed the Sandworm Myriad Beast King, immediately stabilizing the situation. Little Mazun is truly extraordinary. On the sand dune everyone praised. "Brother Chang, what do you think of Ma Yingjie?" Pan Ping secretly transmitted his voice. Ma Yingjie was once Ma tribe's young tribe leader, his teacher was Mazun, but Ma tribe failed and was forced to submit by He Lulan. Now Ma tribe was on the decline, and was only a mid-sized force. Chang Biao knew what Pan Ping meant. He wanted to rope in Ma Yingjie and make him a member of the Wolf-Killing Alliance. The so-called Wolf-Killing Alliance was a secret organization to deal with Fang Yuan. Pan Ping's inheritance was stolen by Fang Yuan on Xingjiu Peak, thus he was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge. Chang Biao and Chang Shanyin had a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. Fang Yuan's influence was unparalleled, he could contend with He Lulan. Pan Ping and Chang Biao had many gains, obtaining many benefits from 88-point Jinyang Tower, and were already rank 4 peak stage. But to deal with Fang Yuan, they knew the chances of success were low, thus they needed more powerful helpers. Seeing Chang Biao remain silent, Pan Ping continued, "Ma tribe suffered a crushing defeat mainly because of Chang Shanyin. Ma Yingjie's master Mazun died in his hands. He and Chang Shanyin have a deep grudge." But Chang Biao shook his head, transmitting, "No. Ma Yingjie is a man of perseverance, he is a hero of his generation. From what I see, he is only thinking about the tribe now. He wants to revive Ma tribe. Since he wants to revive the tribe, he will not go against the Wolf King, instead he will try to befriend him. The Wolf King is powerful and our Wolf-Killing Alliance is in the dark. This is our biggest advantage. We cannot recruit outsiders recklessly. One wrong move and we will expose ourselves." Pan Ping was not willing to give up. He persisted, "Brother Chang, how can we be overcautious when doing big things? Chang Shanyin is a petty person. He has myriad wolf guards. When we fight in the future, our strength will be greatly reduced by the wolf group. Don't forget that this person has an extremely high strength path cultivation. Ma Yingjie commands the horse group, people call him Little Mazun, he has the bearing of a great master. We need such an expert to deal with the wolf group." Chang Biao glanced at Pan Ping, feeling dissatisfied. Pan Ping was a demonic path gu master, known as the Lone Blade General. He did things without restraint, he was bold and ruthless. From Chang Biao's point of view, he was rash and unwise, unable to achieve big things. Actually, Pan Ping was also dissatisfied. From his point of view, Chang Biao acted cautiously. Overcautious and overcautious, thinking too much. This was not a hero. This was the difference in their personalities. Chang Biao was a sinister person. Back then when he schemed against Chang Shanyin, he used someone else to do his dirty work. He also cherished his reputation. After so many years, he did not dare to acknowledge Chang Jiyu as his son. As for Pan Ping, his nature could be seen from how he rampaged through the army during the imperial court contest, charging forward. But despite the difference, be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao, they tolerated each other. They were clear in their hearts that the Wolf King was not someone they could deal with alone. Pan Ping is from the demonic path. How would he know the thoughts of us righteous path people? He wants to recruit Ma Yingjie? Wishful thinking. I told him about the Wolf-Killing Alliance a moment ago. Who knows? Ma Yingjie would betray him and express his goodwill to the Wolf King. Sai, how should I persuade him? Chang Biao sighed in his heart. He was intelligent and immediately came up with a plan. He transmitted, "Brother Pan, it is true that Chang Shanyin killed Mazun, but don't forget who killed Ma Yingjie's father, Ma Shangfeng." Pan Ping was stunned. His expression was blank. Ma Shangfeng was killed by Pan Ping in the chaos of the army. Pan Ping had also made great contributions and obtained many rewards. His contributions back then had now become a stumbling block to his revenge. This was something Pan Ping did not expect. But Pan Ping was a stubborn person. He mentioned, "It is true that I killed his father, but that was a battle between two armies. We were fighting for our own masters. Since Brother Chang thinks that Ma Yingjie prioritizes the tribe, then I believe your judgment. Since that is the case, we will design in this aspect. As long as Ma Yingjie believe that the existence of the Wolf King is the biggest obstacle to his revitalization of the tribe. Isn't that better?" When he said this, it was Chang Biao's turn to be stunned. He cast another glance at Pan Ping, thinking, Sure enough, even a wise man with 1,000 considerations might make a mistake, even a fool with 1,000 considerations might make a correct decision. He didn't expect Pan Ping to be like this. There are also times when he's smart. At that moment, his mind raced and he began to plan. That's right, there is indeed a possibility of success. Ma Yingjia's weakness was the Ma tribe. But how can we make Ma Yingjia willingly join the wolf-killing league? As Chang Biao thought of this, he suddenly thought of a small piece of information. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the left defensive line. There was a young rank 2 Gu master. He is Ma Hongyun. He was the head servant of Ma Yingjia before, but now he is one of Ma Yingjia's most trusted aides. Not long ago the Wolf King hunted the Earth Chief Beast Group, and Ma Hongyun escaped with great gains. After offering it to Ma tribe, Ma Yingjia immediately rewarded him with 3 green copper relic Gu as a reward for his loyalty. He also didn't take any of the Gu worms he offered and returned them to him. This kid's luck is really good. He managed to leave before Chang tribe and Gu tribe's Gu masters entered the battlefield. Green copper relic Gu's value is not low, Ma tribe is declining, there are many things to do, and the people's hearts are in chaos. Ma Yingjia could not use the green copper relic Gu himself, so he spent a lot of money to buy horse bones and set an example. Ma Hongyun obtained the green copper relic Gu he needed the most, and in one night, he advanced to rank 2. His speed is so fast that even I cannot compare to him. Chang Biao thought of this and sighed at the mysteries of fate. The leader looked around, his gaze stopping on Ma Hongyun. He gave him a ruthless stare. He had already made up his mind. When we return, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. After this, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. So what if he is rank 2? So I was really blind back then. Seeing that his rank 2 Gu worms are so exquisite and comprehensive, I agreed to let him join us. Gu masters are stupid to this extent. What use are the Gu worms? Swoosh. Right at this time, there was a loud sound like a wave in the forest. Large numbers of iron-beak birds. They flapped their wings, flying from the branches into the sky. Seeing this, the Gu masters felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? Oh no, the birds are startled. Let's run. Ma Hongyun, it's all your fault. If I don't die this time, I will definitely settle the score with you. Everyone was anxious and fearful. Some were furious. No, the birds are flying towards the south, we did not startle them. It seems that there are others who accepted this mission from Chang tribe. The leader saw the situation and was overjoyed. He could not help but shout. Everyone turned to look at him. As expected, their mood immediately changed. Save us, save us. A group of Gu masters quickly retreated, running towards them. Looking at the flock of birds that were attracted over, the Gu masters' eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Don't come over. The leader shouted. If you come over, I will kill you first. Leader, look at their clothing, they should be Chang tribe members. Ma Hongyun said hesitantly. The leader stared, almost beating him up. He scolded, You idiot, do you still want to live? If not, go and save them. Ma Hongyun thought of the Earth Chief Beast Group earlier. He only wanted to warn Jiangdong, but he was framed. If not for my luck. Ma Hongyun thought of this and shuddered, asking the leader. Then what do we do? The leader gritted his teeth, seeing that Chang tribe Gu masters did not listen to his warning and were running towards them. He stomped his foot. What else can we do? Split up and run. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. Ma Hongyun was stunned. He quickly chose a direction and ran with all his might. Lord, that is Ma Hongyun, Ma Yingjia's trusted aide. The escaping Chang tribe Gu masters looked flustered, but they were actually calm and fearless. Chang tribe's leader was Chang Biao's trusted aide. He looked at Ma Hongyun's back and was stunned. Is this person an idiot? He has a movement Gu and isn't using it? Chang tribe wanted to scheme. They naturally had information on Ma Hongyun. They knew that his Gu worms were all rank 2 and were of excellent quality. They're going to catch up. Damn it, why are they running so fast? It is because they used a movement Gu. Right, I have a movement Gu. While running, Ma Hongyun patted his forehead, quickly activating his Gu worm and increasing his speed. I finally remembered. Why is he running towards the left? The leader was stunned again. He did not know that Ma Hongyun had no sense of direction. His sense of direction was extremely poor. Earlier, during Fei tribe's coup, his father sacrificed himself to let him escape. In the end he took a big detour and turned back. Ma Hongyun's escape caused the situation to become grim. The leader quickly commanded, You quickly follow Ma Hongyun and protect him. Also tell Lady Changli to go ahead and prepare. Yes, Lord. Even though Chang tribe's Gu masters were elites, Ma Hongyun ran around randomly and often fell into dangerous situations. Chang tribe's Gu masters attracted the birds while protecting him in the dark without being seen through. It was extremely difficult. The plan that was supposed to succeed had instead sacrificed many experts. Save me. Changli lay on the ground, weak, looking pitiful. She tore her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and disheveled hair, looking delicate and pitiful like a frightened rabbit. Ma Hongyun ran over, only looking ahead and running for his life. He did not notice Changli. Changli was dazed, but she had an idea in the midst of the crisis, tripping Ma Hongyun when he was about to run over. Plop. Ma Hongyun fell flat on his face, turning around to look. He was stunned. What a beautiful girl. He was usually simple-minded, but he was also at the age of a young man. Gongzi, please save me, Changli said. Changli's voice made Ma Hongyun's heart itch. Chapter 584. One day later. At the banquet. This time the noble son saved my daughter. I am extremely grateful. The first cup of wine is to clan leader Ma. Chang Biao raised the cup in his hand, smiling. Ma Yingjie hurriedly raised his cup, saying humbly, This was just a coincidence. I did not expect to save Lord Chang Biao's beloved daughter. This is Hongyun's honor. Ah. Chang Biao laughed loudly, draining his cup. Ma Yingjie also drained his cup. Ma Hongyun sat beside him, becoming the main character of the banquet. Dozens of gazes were focused on him. Feeling the probing, curious and doubtful gazes, Ma Hongyun was somewhat uneasy. Chang Biao gently put down his cup, using his gaze to indicate Pan Ping who was sitting beside him. They had already discussed this before. Pan Ping understood, looking at Ma Hongyun. Nephew, tell us how you saved the beauty. Ma Hongyun mumbled, unable to say a word. In truth, he also did not know how he saved her. At that time he only cared about escaping. With the sky full of iron-beaked birds behind him, the situation was so urgent. Even if he saved Changli, he did not think twice. Pan Ping's eyes widened, unable to wait for Ma Hongyun to speak. Luckily, Chang Biao had already calculated, understanding Ma Hongyun's personality. His gaze turned, looking at someone in the banquet. This person immediately stood up, came to the center, cupped his fists and asked, Elder Chang Biao, lords, I was one of the people involved. I was fortunate enough to witness the entire situation. Lord Ma Hongyun is magnanimous and humble, not arrogant, but I cannot bear to see a hero be buried. Thus I have the courage to take advantage of the wine to tell the lords. Hearing this, he knew that this person was eloquent. Chang Biao nodded, then speak. This person opened his mouth, his words were filled with sincerity, his emotions were vivid, with ups and downs, vivid. Ma Hongyun was portrayed as a lone hero who acted decisively, was brave and astute, and was not afraid of hardships and dangers. Hearing this, everyone cheered from time to time, praising him. Looking at Ma Hongyun's gaze, they all changed, becoming respectful, gentle, and appreciative. Ma Hongyun's eyes widened as he listened. It was as if he was listening to a heavenly book. He couldn't believe it. Is this person talking about me? When did I become so powerful? Could it be that he was mistaken? There was another person who couldn't believe it, and that was Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie was the head of the Ma family. He was a hero of his generation, and he was familiar with Ma Hongyun's temperament. How could he be coaxed by these flowery words? On the surface he had a faint smile on his face. When he heard the ingenuity of Ma Hongyun's words, he kept nodding his head, casting a look of approval towards Ma Hongyun. He had saved Changli. There was nothing strange about that. But why did Elder Chang Biao send someone to help Ma Hongyun explain things in such a manner? What was Chang Biao plotting? Although there are dozens of guests at tonight's banquet, there are only two main characters, and that is Chang Biao and Pan Ping. Ma Yingjie was secretly on his guard. Ma family lost in the battle for the imperial court and went from prosperity to decline. Ma Yingjie's master and father were not on the battlefield. Hardships and setbacks made Ma Yingjie mature quickly and become a hero. He secretly guessed Chang Biao's intentions. But he didn't show it on the surface. Ma family had declined, and Chang family was like the sun in the sky because of Fang Yuan. Pan Ping left the demonic path and joined He family. His current identity was an external elder of He family. No matter who it was, they were not people that the current Ma family and Ma Yinjie could afford to offend. Good. After that person finished narrating Ma Hongyun's heroic deeds, Chang Biao said good 3 times in a row. On the second day, Chang Biao invited Ma Yinjie and Ma Hongyun to a banquet again. But this time the scale was smaller and not as big as before, only a few people were invited. Ma Yinjie looked at the invitation card in his hand, his gaze solemn. After returning, he did not sleep for the whole night, pondering over this matter. The small invitation made him feel exceptionally heavy in his hands. He placed the invitation card on the table and called for a servant. Go, summon Ma Hongyun to have an audience. The servant quickly received the order, and when he arrived at Ma Hongyun's residence, Zhao Lianyun was instructing Ma Hongyun face to face. You idiot, what kind of dog shit did you step on to actually have such luck? But this matter is too good, it makes people feel guilty instead. I think tribe leader Ma Yinjie will definitely summon you to inquire about this matter. At that time, you just need to tell him everything clearly, you cannot hide anything. Ma Hongyun immediately agreed. Also, Zhao Lianyun's eyeballs turned. Didn't Chang Biao reward you with 2 white silver relic gu? When the tribe leader summons you, offer these 2 gu to him. What? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, shouting, I risked my life to obtain these with great difficulty. Lord Chang Biao rewarded me with gu worms. If I use them, I can immediately advance to rank 2 upper stage. This is such a good thing. You idiot. Zhao Lianyun angrily kicked Ma Hongyun's calf. Ma Hongyun immediately hugged his calf, crying out in pain, Why did you kick me again? Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes, unhappily reprimanding, What do you know? Even if you advance to rank 2 upper stage with your skills, what use is it? What is the foundation of our existence? It was not because of his cultivation at the second transition, but because of his friendship with leader Ma Yinjie. How did you advance to rank 2? It is the 3 green bronze relic gu that tribe leader Ma Yinjie rewarded you. You offered the white silver relic shares, that is showing your loyalty. Do you think the tribe leader will embezzle your 2 white silver relic gu? He has no use for them, he will definitely accept them and return them to you. As since he accepted the gu worms, why would he return them to me? Ma Hongyun asked in puzzlement. Idiot. Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes again. Ma tribe is declining now, there are few tribesmen and many things are waiting to be done. In the whole tribe there is only 1 rank 3 old Ma Yuliang and he is crippled. Ma Yinjie has just ascended to the position and does not have anyone he can use. He also wants to revitalize the tribe. It is time to promote talents and nurture trusted aides. Although your surname was Fei, your surname is Ma now, and you were once Ma Yinjie's head servant. Ma Yinjie knows you very well, he is more assured in using you than others. If you offer your gu worms and express your loyalty, he will definitely be happy and accept your gu worms. This is acknowledging your loyalty. But Ma Yinjie is not a petty and stingy mediocre lord. Accepting the gu worms is just a gesture, he will definitely return them to you. What? It is to set an example, to encourage the tribesmen to learn from your loyalty. I am certain that he will not only return the white silver relic gu to you, he will even reward you. Although you lack ability, you have loyalty. This is called buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins. Ma Hongyun was confused. What is buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins? Sai, you won't understand even if I explain. Just do as I say. There will definitely be benefits for you. Oh. Ma Hongyun scratched his head and agreed. The two had just come to an agreement when Ma Yinjie's servant ran over to send a message. Ma Hongyun followed his words and offered 2 white silver relic gu. But different from Zhao Lianyun's estimation, after Ma Yinjie accepted them, he did not return them to Ma Hongyun. This caused Ma Hongyun to complain to Zhao Lianyun when he returned. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a bright light as he shouted and pressed his hands down. Immediately, all kinds of gu worms fell down like rain, quickly fusing with each other as they fell. When they landed on the sand table, they had already turned into drops of ink. The ink quickly accumulated and covered the entire surface of the sand table again. Next, it found a flaw and formed a whirlpool, gathering towards it. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will saw this and evaluated in satisfaction. Very good, you are already familiar with the refinement path method I taught you, Burst Rain. Using this method you can speed up the goo refinement process by at least 30%, and even raise the effect by 20%. I have nothing left to teach you about this method. You only need to remember the essence of Burst Rain lies in the word, burst. But you cannot just focus on speed, the entire process requires your full concentration. Thus you cannot use this method too frequently. If you use it too much you might become dazed and dizzy, causing the goo refinement to fail. If you use it too much, your soul will be injured and you will lose your memories, becoming demented. Goo refinement was dangerous, it was not much safer than fighting. Fang Yuan already knew this. He listened to Mo Yao's guidance while methodically throwing the owner token into the ink whirlpool. A moment later the ink was used up, and the owner token slowly flew up, landing in Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan looked at the owner token. It already had 5 edges. This meant the ink transformation had already been carried out 5 times. Was strange. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone was scarce, he could only carry out 1 more ink transformation. Why did he use it 3 more times? It turned out that ever since Fang Yuan obtained the 1-edge owner token, his authority had been raised. He could use the 1-edge owner token to obtain the rewards of any floor in 88-point Jinyang Tower. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he did not hesitate and immediately chose a floor. This floor was the 7th floor. 1-edge owner token could allow a goo master to control a floor in 88-point Jinyang Tower. The goo masters had already worked together to get to the 89th round in the 7th floor. Why did Fang Yuan choose this floor out of all the others? Because the reward for this 89th round was 5 immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan sneaked in and used the owner token to control this floor. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and the rest passed this round and were taken over by Fang Yuan. He secretly kept 5 immortal Yuan stones and sent the reduced version of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King into their apertures as a reward. The original 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King used Borrow Strength Goo as the core, 6 Flying Zombie Goo as the pillars, and other goo worms as support. After being modified by Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's wills, the killer move handed to them had Overlord Goo replaced as the core, greatly reducing its power. Although the Flying Zombie Goo were complete, the Earth Chief Zombie Goo was an old version goo worm and not Mo Yao's modified goo recipe. Most importantly, the other support goo worms were also modified, adding in Will Goo and others to secretly collect the experience of Chang Biao, Pan Ping and the rest. This way not only would the other party not suspect that the rewards were secretly tampered with, they could also test the killer move for Fang Yuan and find out the inadequacies. Looking at the time, it has already been half a month since the killer move rewards were distributed. It is time to reel in the fish. What do you think? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind with a negotiating tone. Mo Yao muttered, "It is not a long time, we can take 2 sets and see the results." Fang Yuan held the pentagonal owner token and with a shift of his mind, he found 2 familiar figures in the 90th round of the 7th floor. They were none other than Chang Biao and Pan Ping. The 2 of them were running at full speed. Pan Ping ran as he shouted to Chang Biao, "We have been here for 7 days. Even though the time flow here is faster than Imperial Court Blessed Land. But with our speed we will cross hundreds of thousands of li sooner or later, but all we see are city walls and more city walls." The sprinting Chang Biao nodded, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "We cannot fly or burrow into the ground here, we can only walk along these city walls. The tunnels here extend in all directions, we have walked for so long and have not met a single monster. Evidently, this round is testing the Goo Master's investigative and movement abilities. This round is a huge maze." The 2 were right, this 90th round was a maze. Just like Chang Biao guessed, it was testing the Goo Master's investigative and movement abilities. But after Fang Yuan controlled the 7th floor and found these 2, everything was different. Chang Biao resisted the wolf group's attacks. He heaved a long sigh and said, "I finally know why this round can only be entered and not exited. If we can easily retreat, how can this round test the Goo Masters who are trying to pass it?" The pitiful 2 still did not know that this Yuan Stone Hill was intentionally left here by their great enemy, Fang Yuan. His goal was to continue experimenting and make them use their killer moves more times. The situation was all within Fang Yuan's grasp. Even if the 2 did not want to use their killer moves. If they used their original methods, Fang Yuan could still manipulate the wolf group to charge and create a dangerous situation. Thus, the two had no choice but to use their killer moves. Fang Yuan's worries were unnecessary. The more the two used their killer moves, the more smoothly they used them, and subconsciously they started to rely on it. In the following battles, they rarely used their original methods. When the livor mortis on their bodies thickened, it was already the time when their bodies were in grave danger. Only then did the two realize. Right now it was already too late. I am not resigned, I am actually going to die here. Wolf King, I will not let you off even as a ghost. Pan Pingxian died. Before dying he cursed Fang Yuan. A few days later, Chang Biao also died from exhaustion in the intense battle. He died with everlasting regret and on the verge of death. When he was on the verge of death, he muttered, "Exit, where is the exit?" He had too many things on his mind. Too many things that he could not put down. The wolf-killing alliance was still in its infancy, and the plan to kidnap Ma Yingjie had just begun. What he was most worried about was his own son, Chang Jiyu. Actually, Chang Biao was also a pitiful person. For his reputation, he did not dare to acknowledge this son of his from start to finish. He could only hear Chang Jiyu calling him Godfather, Godfather. Even so, he felt it was not safe. To conceal it, he even adopted a few orphans as his adopted sons and daughters. One of them was Chang Li. He had painstakingly hidden his entire life, planning so much, but he could not see anything at the moment of his death. He was not resigned, he was remorseful, he was vexed, but what could he do? I really want to hear him call me father. This strong thought before his death finally transformed into a bellyful of grief, indignation, and regret. Along with the extinguishing of the candle of his life, he passed away unwillingly. Activating the killer move for the 2311th time, although he died from exhaustion, the corpse energy accumulated in his body was the main cause of his death. Fang Yuan flashed and appeared beside Chang Biao's corpse. He smiled lightly, the experiment had achieved the desired goal, and he found a problem. Even if the killer move could not be used for more than the time limit, using it too frequently would cause the body to have livor mortis, and if it accumulated too much, the Gu Master would die. Be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao's death, it was because of this problem. Fang Yuan stored the Gu worms on the two people's bodies. This round was under his control. Even if Pan Ping and Chang Biao wanted to detonate their Gu worms, it was impossible. Chang Biao had a set of wind path Gu worms, they were of excellent quality. Pan Ping's Gu worms were also extraordinary, but with Fang Yuan's current knowledge and capital, it was better than nothing. Only Pan Ping's soul blade Gu had some collectible value, and Fang Yuan took a few more glances at it. A few days later. In the study room, Fang Yuan held an east window Gu, meditating with his eyes closed. Hostility Gu can condense hostile intent. Hostility Gu has strong and fierce attacks, invading like fire, but lacks flexibility and does not have the ability to sustain. Determination Gu can condense determination. Determination Gu is sharp and unstoppable like a blade or a spear, but it is hard to recover and replenish. Unrestrained Will Gu can condense unrestrained intent. Unrestrained intent has no restraints, it is the most powerful, but it is hard to control, easily harming others and oneself. This east window Gu contained a relatively complete wisdom path inheritance. Fang Yuan had bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies, paying the little remaining immortal Yuan stone he had. But it was worth it, Fang Yuan had benefited greatly after reading it. Fang Yuan pondered, in this inheritance, there are 14 wisdom path Gu worms, among which there are 6 that involve wills. They are Hostility Gu, Determination Gu, Unrestrained Will Gu, Change Will Gu, Cold Will Gu, and Chaos Will Gu. The first 3 are used to condense wills, and each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Wisdom Path was the most mysterious Gu Master Path. It was broad and profound. Originating from star constellation Immortal Venerable, it existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Although the number of people who cultivated it was extremely few, it was still passed down to this day, never declining and lasting for 10,000 years. Then is Mo Yao's will hostile, determination, or unrestrained? The reason why Fang Yuan researched these was to guard against and deal with this huge threat in his mind. Her hostility is ferocious like fire, her determination is sharp like a spear, and it's unbridled and uncontrollable. But Mo Yao's will is mysterious like the ocean, hidden and ethereal. When I fought her earlier, I only felt that it was difficult to exert my strength, as if I raised my fist and punched onto cotton. Fang Yuan analyzed and felt that Mo Yao's will did not belong to any of them. This inheritance he had collected was only a corner of wisdom path. There were definitely large numbers of other wisdom path goo worms. It seems I need to continue collecting information on wisdom path. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Mo Yao's will was not easy to deal with because Fang Yuan was not familiar with wisdom path. He did not know her details and could not use his methods. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. I will endure it for now. On one hand, I will let her think and weaken herself. On the other hand, I will use her to explore Truyang building. Just as he was thinking, the vague figure of Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It's done this time. 6-armed heavenly zombie king is truly perfected. There are no more flaws. Mo Yao said. Her tone was weak and her expression was tired. Chapter 587. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He had always thought that no one in the world could be relied on. The only one he could truly rely on was himself. Thus, when he obtained the killer move 6-armed heavenly zombie king, he started to research it. This killer move was originally modified from his foundation. Moreover, these days, under Mo Yao's guidance, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment had deepened and his horizons had changed. Therefore, he understood the 6-armed heavenly zombie king like the back of his hand, clearly and thoroughly. Right now, when he saw this perfected killer move, he did not need to experiment to know that this move was extremely perfected. Mo Yao had removed many supplementary goo worms from the original foundation. The core and 6-pillar goo worms were not changed, but he added several supplementary goo worms. Fang Yuan exclaimed in admiration as he sensed the ingenuity in it. In his mind, Mo Yao's will explained, "This is all thanks to the will Gu and Pan and Chang. With their experience and knowledge, I was able to modify it to this extent. This killer move is already perfected to the extreme. As long as it does not exceed 30 minutes, no matter how many times it is used, it will not accumulate corpse energy in the body and cause livor mortis." Fang Yuan nodded, knowing that Mo Yao was speaking the truth. This killer move was indeed perfected to the extreme. According to this train of thought, it was already the best. Unless immortal goo were added in the future or the core goo worms were changed. But if immortal goo were added, the original system would be broken and would need to be reconstructed. It would be completely different, like the saying, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. If the core goo worms were changed, it would be like changing the entire train of thought. Changing the train of thought. The entire killer move would be completely different. After reconstruction. Rather than calling it 6-armed heavenly zombie king, it would be more accurate to call it a new killer move. All in all, this killer move 6-armed heavenly zombie king, be it the core goo, the pillar goo or the supplementary goo worms, they were all perfected to the extreme. There was no longer anything that could be modified. Even though there were still repercussions, after 30 minutes, the corpse energy would cause damage to the goo master's body. If the time was exceeded, the goo master might even turn into a zombie. But this was caused by the goo master's improper use. It could be avoided. Because no matter how many times it was used, it would not accumulate livor mortis. Goo masters could activate it frequently and obtain the effect of activating the killer move for a long time. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with such a great achievement. He was still somewhat dissatisfied. If you have any other ideas to perfect the killer move, I'm all ears. Mo Yao sneered. Reaching this step, the 6-armed heavenly zombie king is already the limit. There is no room for improvement. But there is one thing that I am not satisfied with. That is the aftereffects of this killer move. Fang Yuan said. It has been perfected. The current 6-armed heavenly zombie king's power had doubled again, and it could last for as long as an incense stick's time. It is enough for you to deal with all the challenges in the mortal world. What else are you dissatisfied with? You have to know, any killer move is a combination of goo worms. It is the use of goo worms. There must be some drawbacks. The aftereffects of killer moves were unavoidable, but they were severe. Some were weak. Such a strength path killer move is among the top 5 in my memory. Brat, don't be greedy. Mo Yao lectured. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was a person who knew his soldiers well. He immediately understood that his side's morale was low. Ever since I entered 88-point Jinyang Tower, the strongest opponent I have met is this flying bear phantom. To destroy it, we are far from enough. We need to gather more helpers. He Lulan made up his mind. He snorted and said, retreat. Sun Shirhan let out a sigh of relief. Not only him, the other Gu masters had thoughts of retreating, but because of Black Tyrant's reputation, they did not dare to say it. Chapter 588. Everyone left 88-point Jinyang Tower. He Lulan sent out an order that night to recruit experts. He was this alliance leader. According to the rules, the entire army was under his command. Everyone knew of the Black Tyrant's ferocious name. Adding on the time when he opened 88-point Jinyang Tower to the public without asking for compensation, he was even more benevolent. With both benevolence and authority, He Lulan's influence reached its peak. Thus, as soon as the order was given, it immediately stirred up a storm. Almost everyone who was summoned showed up. Wolf King Chang Shanin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Demonic Path Twin Demons Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, Little Pony Venerable Ming Jie, Fox Marshal Tang Miao Ming, White Fairy Shi Shui, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Tai Bai Yunxing, Lu Shuang, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong, Do Yi, Nye Yichin, Yi Lui Sang. On the day of the alliance meeting, the hall was filled with shining generals and heroes, causing the wind and clouds to rumble. Old sir, with you here, you are like a huge pillar supporting the sky. I do not have to worry about morale dropping. Ah. He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking around with great ambition. He laughed loudly. Among those present, Tai Bai Yunxing was the most famous. He practiced medicine and saved countless people. Even He Lulan and Chang Shanin could not compare to him. But the one to the right of He Lulan was not Tai Bai Yunxing, it was Wolf King Chang Shanin. Fame was one thing, but combat strength was another. After the Imperial Court battle, everyone recognized Fang Yuan as the most powerful. Dual Cultivator, Flying Master, Enslavement Master. These halos stacked on top of one's head, it was extremely glorious. Thus Fang Yuan was ranked first, no one had any objections. Thus, after He Lulan greeted Tai Bai Yunxing, he said to Fang Yuan, Brother Shanin, in this battle let's see how powerful you are. If you pass, I will reward you with 50%. He understood Fang Yuan's character. He wouldn't do anything without benefits. Thus, he tried to entice him with benefits. The reward for the final checkpoint was no small matter. As soon as He Lulan opened her mouth, she gave half of the profits to Fang Yuan. This meant that he and the others could only split the remaining half. It was a matter of vital interest. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the hall. Many people were dissatisfied with such a division, but no one had the guts to openly question the Black Tyrant's division and offend the mighty Wolf King in public. Alright, let's divide it like this. Fang Yuan nodded his head. His cold and arrogant gaze swept across the hall, and the buzzing sound stopped. What's wrong, Elder Pan Ping? He Lulan asked around. Pan Ping came from the demonic path, and now he had joined He tribe, becoming an external elder. As the current leader of the He family, He Lulan couldn't summon Pan Ping. This made He Lulan a little dissatisfied. Actually, he didn't know that it was Pan Ping or the Chang clan's #1 elder, Chang Biao. He also didn't come. But Chang Biao's surname was Chang, and he was a Chang tribe member. He Lulan was hindered by Fang Yuan, so she closed one eye. Fang Yuan did not bat an eyelid. The news of Pan and Chang's deaths had not spread yet. That was because clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower would normally take several days, or even half a month. The harder the checkpoint, the longer it would take. Especially people like Pan and Chang. They did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and every time they entered or left True Yang Tower, they would need a guest token. Because of this, these outsiders treasured every chance they had. If possible, they would often live and eat in True Yang Tower. He Lulan had just finished speaking when his trusted aide He Shu stood up and reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Elder Pan Ping and Lord Chang Biao went to the 7th floor not long ago. I sent people to inform them, but found that the 7th floor's checkpoint has a complicated terrain. It is a huge maze. Letter Gu are forbidden in the maze, and there are wild wolf groups roaming in the depths. Our subordinates searched for many days, but only found some traces of battle, and did not find Lord Pan and Chang. He Lulan snorted coldly, waving his hand. Forget it, let's not wait for them, the guest token has been prepared, we will set off tomorrow morning. On the second day, everyone majestically charged into the 5th floor. This was the largest scale of Gu masters working together since the opening of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It attracted the gazes of countless people in the sacred palace. The 5th floor's final checkpoint was a barren mountain range. The brown mountain soil was as hard as iron and stone, there was no vegetation. The moment everyone arrived, the flying bear phantom sensed them, it raised its head and roared, exploding the air and echoing like thunder. Swoosh. But in the dusky yellow sky, a white whirlwind swept past, pressing down. The experts scattered in all directions. The flying bear phantom heavily smashed on the ground with a loud sound. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Intense winds blew, causing many people to be unable to stand still. It is truly ferocious. Pei Yin-Fei's expression was solemn. If he had taken it head-on, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he did not die. It is all thanks to tribe leader He Lolan's reminder, otherwise, we would have been ambushed by this bear the moment we entered. Gu Guolong said with lingering fear as he looked at the huge pit, at the reckless roar of the flying bear. This is called learning from experience. The last time we entered, we were ambushed by the flying bear. 5 experts died on the spot. He Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, replying hatefully. Brother Shanin, it's up to you. He Lulan urged. According to the battle plan, the first wave of attacks would be launched by the enslavement path Gu masters, to exhaust the flying bear phantom's battle strength. Needless to say, large groups of wolves charged towards the flying bear phantom from all directions, from the sky to the ground. In the sky there was the Azure Wolf group. On the ground there were White Eyes Wolves, Frenzy Wolves, Blood Forest Wolves and so on. Fang Yuan had brought 400,000 ordinary wolves with him. At once, the wolf group covered the sky, like a huge wave in the sea. They flooded towards the island-like flying bear phantom. Howl. The flying bear's roar shook heaven and earth. Howl. The wolf group howled, not willing to show weakness. An intense battle erupted, creating a rain of blood. The flying bear phantom's 4 paws slammed, each attack killing dozens of wolves. The wolves could only cause harassment, only the mutated wolf group could slightly injure the flying bear phantom. Chapter 590. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. What's going on? Where did they go? They actually disappeared. Don't tell me this round has other mysteries? Everyone made guesses and discussed. He Lulan frowned, feeling puzzled. Sun Shirhan's expression was gloomy, as if he thought of something. He said hesitantly, "Is this battle space goo?" Battle space goo? At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Sun Shirhan. He Lulan's eyes shined, saying, "This is indeed a space path goo, but if it is battle space goo, then Elder Hao Ji Lu is in danger. Battle space goo has disappeared for so many years, to think it would reappear here." Tai Bai Yunxing sighed as if he had confirmed it. He had obtained an immortal inheritance from the old beggar. His knowledge was not ordinary. What is battle space goo? Everyone asked. Yi Lui Sang's gaze was solemn. He was also the current tribe leader of a super force, Yi Lui tribe, but because he lost, he had no choice but to join He tribe. He had a mysterious fire path immortal goo and was extremely knowledgeable. He explained, "The so-called battle space goo is a rank 5 space path goo. Once it was activated, it could pull both the enemy and himself into another space. Both sides will engage in a battle to the death. Only after the victor is decided or when the time is up, can we leave the space." Sigh, to think that the flying bear had such a goo worm. He Lulan sighed at the sky, saying in a regretful tone. Everyone's expression turned grim, expressing their worry for Hao Ji Lu. The flying bear phantom was so strong. Even with everyone's strength they could not kill it. Just Hao Ji Lu alone. How could he be its match? The result of this battle, anyone could easily guess. The flying bear would win and Hao Ji Lu would lose. Although Hao Ji Lu had water image goo and other escape methods, Yi Lui Sang had already said that the space created by the battle space goo would only close when the victor was decided between the enemy and himself. Hao Ji Lu had used all his escape methods, but he would be caught by the flying bear phantom sooner or later. Unless he had a space path goo worm to counter it. But Hao Ji Lu was a water path goo master, everyone knew this. Even the experts present did not have a space path, thus they were helpless against battle space goo. Perhaps there is still hope. Patriarch Yelu had just said, "Decide the winner or wait for the time to run out." What does this end of time mean? Tang Miaoming asked. Yi Lui Sang let out a long sigh. AI this time is over. It was directed at the Gu Master. To maintain the battle space Gu, primeval essence needed to be consumed continuously. If a Gu Master keeps using it when their primeval essence is exhausted, the battle space will naturally disappear. This time, everyone completely lost hope. The Flying Bear Phantom's battle space Gu was a wild Gu. Wild Gu absorbed the primeval chi in the air, but the primeval chi here was endless. It was impossible to count on the end of time. If we could completely absorb the vitality in the air, wouldn't that be possible? Bian Xixin put forward a very good idea, which made everyone's eyes light up. But it was useless. Everyone discussed for a moment and found that they had to deal with the invisible and intangible primordial chi. He had to use chi path methods. However, chi path was an ancient path. It had once flourished for a time, but was later replaced by strength path. By now, strength path was already so weak, not to mention chi path. Chi path could be said to have gone extinct long ago. It was very rare to see a chi path Gu master. Tai Bai Yunxing had roamed northern plains for so many years, but he had only seen 3 chi path Gu masters. Among them, the closest one was also the strongest. It was one of Lu Wenwu's sworn brothers, variant human Emosher Kwang. But this person had already followed Lu Wenwu and pledged allegiance to Lu tribe. How could he work under He Lulan? Even if he could help, he was a Gu master who specialized in attacking. He might not have the ability to deal with primeval chi. Even if he had the ability, outsiders could not enter Imperial Court blessed land now. Even without chi path, it is important. The crucial thing is to cut off the connection between primeval chi and battle space Gu. It is not necessary to empty the primeval chi here. Tai Bai Yunxing stroked his beard and said. But no one could do anything about this. Cutting off the connection between primeval chi and wild Gu was the specialty of restriction path. Restriction path was also an unorthodox path. There were very few restriction path Gu masters. None of the people here were restriction path Gu masters. I passed the high-grade round earlier in the treasure room of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. I found the restriction path Gu worm break element Gu. It can be used here. Unfortunately, how could I have thought of this? I changed it for something else. Lu Shuang patted her thigh, feeling very regretful. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, standing at the side expressionlessly, not speaking. Think of a way, there must be a way. He Lulan had just said that when the air shook, the huge figure of the Flying Bear Phantom appeared. It opened its mouth and roared, showing its arrogance. Everyone's heart sank, quickly looking for Hao Ji Lu's traces. They wanted to see him alive or dead, but there was no corpse of Hao Ji Lu. Quickly look at the corner of the Flying Bear's mouth. Sun Shirhan was an investigative Gu master. He was the first to find some clues. Everyone followed the voice and saw there was blood on the corner of the Flying Bear's mouth. When it roared, there was a piece of cloth between its sharp teeth. This cloth looked familiar. Everyone quickly connected the dots. Wasn't this what Hao Ji Lu was wearing? They realized at once. Hao Ji Lu was chewed and eaten by the Flying Bear. The pitiful Hao Ji Lu, a famous demonic path expert, known as Water Demon, he had shown in the Imperial Court contest but died here. Fate was unpredictable, reality was cruel, everyone could not help but feel a sense of sadness. Tai Bai Yunxing was also helpless now. Although he had man as before Gu, he needed a target to use it on. Right now, Hao Ji Lu's corpse was chewed into pieces by the Flying Bear and swallowed. How could he save him? The morale of the Gu masters fell. The Flying Bear Phantom is too fierce, how can we fight it? The battle space is small. The Flying Bear had 5 elements: Bear Skin Gu, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu, Star River Gu, Grand Chaotic Dance Gu, and 5 elements Bear Skin Gu. If it was one-on-one, who could be its match? Who would have thought that the final hurdle would be so difficult? The rounds of 88 Point Jinyang Tower got harder as they progressed. The final round, the 100th round, was the most difficult. I did not have enough time to begin with. If I use my strength path killer move now and kill the Flying Bear, the time will be even shorter. I still need to attack the next floor in such a short time and get through 100 rounds to obtain the strength path Immortal Gu. The difficulty of this is too high. But if I don't get through this round without the One Edge Owner token, how can I know the location of the strength path Immortal Gu? Whether I change the strategy of the next floor or ask for reinforcements from the tribe, I need time. The worst situation is that even if I use my Strength Path Killer move to kill this flying bear and obtain the 1 Edge Owner token, this 88-point Xinjiang Tower might not have any Strength Path Immortal Goo. He Lulan was hesitant. This was a matter of life and death, and the path ahead was dark. He was at a loss. It is not difficult to break the battle space Goo. His words were shocking. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was none other than Wolf King. Brother Shanin, you have another brilliant plan? He Lulan quickly asked. Fang Yuan chuckled. For the matter of the 50% reward, I have to do my best, right? This plan has 3 steps. First, we will fight from afar and exhaust the flying bear. Second, we will send death warriors to engage in close combat. Once they are dragged into the battle space, they will immediately commit suicide. Third, the flying bear will not have any time to rest. We will continue to fight from afar and persevere. We will definitely be able to kill this beast. Brilliant plan. Why didn't I think of it? Immediately, someone shouted, some slapped their thighs in joy, while some sighed inwardly at the ruthlessness of this plan. But no matter what, everyone knew this was a way to solve the problem. In northern plains where wars were frequent, every tribe had death warriors. It was just that there were more or less of them, elites or not. He tribe was a super force. Not only did they nurture many death warriors, they were all elites. This way. Tai Bai Yunxing frowned slightly. He could not bear to do this. Sun Shirhan's eyes flashed with sharp light. He only looked at He Lulan, not saying a word. Dying on the battlefield and sending oneself to die were 2 completely different concepts. The former was the glory of a warrior, the latter was a person in power harming the lives of others for their own benefit. If this was really done, He Lulan's reputation as the leader of He tribe would be ruined. This went against the values of the righteous path. The most important thing to do in the righteous path was to have a good reputation. If one's reputation was bad, their achievements in the righteous path would be limited. Demonic path was different. Regardless of reputation, the most important thing was strength. Thus, in the complex demonic path there was Hao Ji Lu who brought disaster, and also Tai Bai Yunxing who saved the dying and healed the injured. Because of this, Sun Shirhan did not persuade him. He was an astute person. He knew that no matter what he said, it would not be appropriate. He had already thought of this method, but he did not suggest it. He did not dare. Right now, Sun Shirhan had already become an external elder of He tribe. Once he suggested it, his reputation would be ruined. Would he still be able to stay in He tribe? I'm afraid only the vicious and cruel Wolf King can say it without any scruples. Sun Shirhan sneaked a glance at Fang Yuan. He was filled with hatred and fear. His face was still aching. But what Sun Shirhan did not know was, to He Lulan, his life was about to be forfeit. What use was reputation? When He Lulan heard Fang Yuan's suggestion, he immediately decided to adopt it. But he still frowned and thought for a long time, hesitating and sighing. He played out his benevolent side to the fullest. Finally, he heaved a long sigh and spouted a bunch of genteel words without stopping. The gist of it was, he had no choice but to adopt this method. The dead tribesmen, he would bury them as his brothers. Their relatives, he would take care of them personally. Everyone knew this but did not point it out. This was the rule of the righteous path. After going through this process, He Lulan immediately gave the order. He summoned He tribe's death warriors. These He tribe death warriors had rank 2 cultivation level. They had been nurtured by He tribe since young, instilled in them day and night. They were extremely loyal. As for rank 3 death warriors, they were not non-existent. But normally when they reached rank 3, then they would be very valuable. Almost all of them would leave their status as death warriors. But among the super forces, there were a few death warriors with rank 3 or even rank 4 cultivation level. They would not be used easily. He Lulan was the current leader of He tribe. To let these death warriors die, they would not say anything. If the ruler wanted his subjects to die, the subjects had to die. Even if they did not want to die, they had to die. This was the system. There were no more surprises in the following battles. After a dozen or so death warriors died, the flying bear virtual image fell to the ground, on the verge of death. Just as everyone wanted to deal a fatal blow, they suddenly found they could not move. How can this be? It is the power of 88-point Xinjiang Tower. We are unable to move. This is too shameless. We were so close to killing this flying bear. Everyone shouted and shouted, dumbfounded. Only Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He hid the 6 Edge Owner token. He knew that this round had been cleared. He Lulan also sensed it. He quickly took out the owner token and stared at it, only to see a corner slowly growing out of the originally round owner token. At the same time, the feeling of fortune was transmitted to his heart, letting him know that he had completely controlled this floor. So this final round does not require us to kill the flying bear, we only need to beat it until it is on the verge of death. He Lulan was overjoyed inwardly, but he showed a sorrowful expression. He sighed, "Everyone, don't be impatient, the battle is over, the mission is complete, this round has been cleared. Sigh, it is a pity for my He tribe's good men. If not for the battle space isolating the inside from the outside, I would have used puppets or wild beasts to replace them." Cleared? Everyone was surprised and happy. "He Lulan tribe leader, I wonder what the reward for this round is? Can you let me broaden my horizons?" Tai Bai Yunxing asked. His goal in clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower was to find lifespan goo. However, lifespan goo were rare and precious, they could only be used as rewards after passing the 90th round. Chapter 592. When Fang Yuan publicly asked for flying bear phantom goo, He Lulan's first reaction was to reject it. This was an immortal goo. Even ordinary goo immortals could not obtain one even if they begged for it. No matter how powerful the Wolf King was, he was only immortal, he dared to make such an excessive request. Moreover, this flying bear phantom goo was very convenient to use. With just a thought and a casual toss, the goo worm could instantly turn into a flying bear phantom and fight. The battle strength of the flying bear phantom, although not as terrifying as the true desolate beast flying bear, was absolutely at half immortal battle strength. With one could look down on the mortal world. If He Lulan had such an immortal goo during the imperial court contest, how could it be Fang Yuan's turn to perform? Fang Yuan was openly asking for it, it was extremely rude. But He Lulan was furious but also felt that it was reasonable. Perhaps only a person like Chang Shanyin would have the guts to ask for it in public. Looking at the flying bear phantom goo in her hands, He Lulan gradually calmed down. Not good. The flying bear phantom was almost killed by us. This immortal goo's condition is extremely bad, it cannot be used again, it needs to rest for a period of time. An immortal goo is injured, it needs to be healed. Other than that, I can only let it recover on its own. During this period it needs to be fed, it cannot be interrupted. If I remember correctly, this flying bear phantom goo's food is the desolate beast flying bear's flesh and blood. This is difficult. How can I have such a thing? I can only ask for help from the tribe. The more He Lulan thought, the less anger he felt. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique. He needed a strength path immortal goo to advance to goo immortal and escape from the threat of death. Flying bear phantom goo was not what he needed, what he truly desired was a strength path immortal goo. My urgent matter now is to find a strength path immortal goo. Immortal goo are usually only at the final round of a certain layer, I need to rely on everyone's strength to pass the round. Even though He Lulan was not afraid of Chang Shanyin. But if he forcefully held onto flying bear phantom goo, he would definitely fall out with the Wolf King and become estranged, making it even harder for him to mobilize the Wolf King's strength. Instead, she might as well give this immortal goo to him in exchange for his strength, to truly help He Lulan. In this way, he could also take care of He Lulan's reputation so that others wouldn't say that he didn't keep his word. He Lulan had only thought about it for a moment. Sun Shirhan sneered, "Wolf Wangda's man, this is an immortal goo, you want to take it away with just one sentence? Previously, my patriarch promised you 50% of the reward. But that does not mean we have to give you the immortal goo. Looks like the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough." Hearing this, Fang Yuan's eyebrows twitched. His eyes were cold and his killing intent was not concealed at all as he rushed towards Sun Shirhan. Sun Shirhan's expression changed. He could not help but move a few steps closer to He Lulan. No one doubted him. Whether Fang Yuan had the guts to kill him. The Wolf King's ferocious might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Ah! He Lulan raised his head and laughed, taking a step towards Fang Yuan and patting his chest. A man's words carry enormous weight. Earlier we promised Wolf King 50%, so it is 50%. Pass this round. We are also relying on Brother Shan Yin's brilliant plan. Thus, another 10% is not too much to ask. But immortal goo are unique, their value is immeasurable. Fang Yuan emphasized again, his tone was calm, but it was filled with an unquestionable and irrefutable decision. Chang Jiyu stood up, his head lowered, blood was slowly flowing down his face, he was in a sorry state. Fang Yuan sighed lightly, he stretched out his hand and comforted the wound on Chang Jiyu's forehead. White light shone, under the power of a healing goo worm, Chang Jiyu's wound rapidly healed, not leaving any scars. Chang Jiyu's body shuddered, 2 streams of hot tears flowed out of his eyes. Ever since the father and son met, this was the first time Chang Shan-yin had made such an intimate action towards his son Chang Jiyu. When he practices the killer move, he naturally needs to find wolf groups to practice with. This is my territory. When the time comes, I just need to guide him and he won't become a heavenly zombie. Fang Yuan's tone was confident. You humans are just so crafty and sinister. Just like this blood skull goo that you used. Us Inkmen would never refine this kind of evil goo worm to harm our own clansmen. Mo Yao ridiculed. Fang Yuan was not angry, instead smiling. Aren't you Spirit Affinity House's fairy, the representative of the righteous path? Why didn't you stop me? That would require me to have the ability to stop it. Moreover, why should I stop your human race's internal strife? I can't wait for all of you humans to die. Only then will there be space for us variant humans to survive. Mo Yao rolled his eyes. Her identity was very peculiar. She was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House and had an extraordinary relationship with Bo Qin, but she was also an Inkman and not a pure human. She looked at the humans killing each other like how the humans looked at the snowmen. Or the feeling of beast groups fighting each other. But, do I really not have the ability to stop it? Fang Yuan suppressed this doubt in his heart. 3 days later, Chang Jiyu used relic goo and successfully raised his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage. Next, he started to practice the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King without stopping. Sure enough, as Fang Yuan expected, he was intoxicated by the killer move's vast power, gradually forgetting the killer move's flaws. Under Fang Yuan's intentional manipulation, an intense battle of attrition was created. In the intense battle, Chang Jiyu charged left and right, fighting to his heart's content and forgetting the time. By the time the battle ended, he discovered to his horror that he had already turned into a heavenly zombie. 2 days later, Fang Yuan appeared in front of him again. Father, save me. Chang Jiyu, who had turned into a monster, knelt on the ground. He anxiously asked for help. My son, how did you become like this? Fang Yuan was greatly shocked and asked angrily, I had clearly warned you not to overuse this killer move. How could you forget this most crucial thing? Father. I am ashamed. I was muddle-headed and forgot the time. By the time I discovered it, it was already too late for regrets. Father. Chang Jiyu was extremely ashamed, kneeling on the ground and looking at Fang Yuan with teary eyes. Right now, he was neither human nor ghost, his only hope was on Fang Yuan. Sai, this is difficult. In this state, even if I use yin-yang rotation goo, I won't be able to save you. This killer move's power is peerless, but it is also because of this that the repercussions are extremely severe. Even I, your father, have no way. Fang Yuan spread his arms, his expression was one of grief, anger and conflict. Even father, you have no way? Chang Jiyu knelt on his knees and walked towards Fang Yuan's feet, his expression was one of disappointment and fear. Fang Yuan sighed repeatedly, this killer move has a great origin. I took a great risk and barged into a goo immortal inheritance, risking my life to obtain this immortal killer move. This is an immortal killer move? No wonder it is so powerful. Chang Jiyu was stupefied, although Fang Yuan had a tall and imposing image in his mind, compared to a goo immortal, he was undoubtedly inferior. Chang Jiyu had always been Chang tribe's young tribe leader, although he was not familiar with goo immortals, he was by no means a stranger. I was wrong, I made a huge mistake, how could I be so eager for quick success? Chang Jiyu cried loudly, his voice was as sharp and unpleasant as an owl's. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, crying, Father, your son has failed to live up to your ardent expectations. Your son was wrong, your son has let you down. No, it is precisely like this, I needed you to become like this. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, but on the surface he helped Chang Jiyu up. My son, how many times have I told you don't cry? You can't cry. Although you were wrong, I, your father, am also at fault. These days, I have only been exploring this labyrinth round and did not take care of you at all times. Your father believes that there is always a way out. We will research together and find a way to turn you back into a human. There will definitely be a way. Believe in your father, believe in yourself. Fang Yuan's words were sincere, his eyes slightly teary. Father. Chang Jiyu cried continuously. He was thoroughly moved. He had turned into a monster. He did not even dare to look at his own face. But his father Chang Shan-yin did not feel disgusted. It was clearly his son's fault, but he still took the blame. Now that his son had become like this, he still did not give up. This is the deepest bond between father and son. This is my father, my biological father. Chang Jiyu was extremely moved. A flame of hope was ignited in his heart of despair. He had the confidence to continue living. Child, you should stay here for now. Let me think about how I can change you back to your original state. As for Chang tribe, father will take care of it. Don't worry, rest well here with us, father and son working together. Why would we be afraid of a mere killer move dead object? Fang Yuan's words made Chang Jiyu feel like he had found his backbone. Chapter 597. After coming to Imperial Court blessed land for so long, and entering 88-point Jinyang Tower many times, Fang Yuan had never forgotten his original intention of coming to Northern Plains. That was to save Danghun Mountain. And to save Danghun Mountain he needed landscape as before Gu. To obtain this Gu there were many difficulties and the key lay in one person. This person was Tai Bai Yunxing. Ever since Tai Bai Yunxing joined He tribe army, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to him. Several months ago, Fang Yuan had obtained a piece of information. After He Lulan obtained a one-edge owner token and could check the rewards of every round, Tai Bai Yunxing immediately went to ask about the existence of Lifespan Gu. But back then 88-point Jinyang Tower did not have Lifespan Gu. Only when the 55th floor condensed did He Lulan tell Tai Bai Yunxing that she had found a 15-year Lifespan Gu. After the 55th floor condensed, He Lulan confirmed the location of the Lifespan Gu. It was the reward at the 85th round. From then on, Tai Bai Yunxing put all his energy into attacking the 55th floor. He incited Gu masters many times to gather large groups and charge through the obstacles. Relying on his prestige, wealth, and asking for help from experts like He Lulan, he made good progress. Hard work pays off. Tai Bai Yunxing expended all his wealth and finally reached the 85th round. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to see Tai Bai Yunxing get what he wanted. Tai Bai Yunxing was old and did not have much lifespan left. It was normal for him to want to use Lifespan Gu to extend his lifespan. But if he really obtained this Lifespan Gu, he would not take the risk of ascending to immortal. If he did not take the risk of ascending to immortal, heaven and earth would not sense him and form the immortal Gu landscape as before. Without landscape as before Gu, what could Fang Yuan use to save Danghun Mountain that was about to perish? Especially in the past few days, there was news that Tai Bai Yunxing had tried many times to break through, and there was hope. He didn't hesitate to put He Lulan on credit, and even promised He Lulan to join He tribe. The requirements to become an external elder. Thereupon Tai Bai Yunxing used He tribe's funds to recruit a large number of experts. With a grand lineup, he charged into the 55th floor to make the final attack. In his previous life, Tai Bai Yunxing had risked his life to ascend to immortality. However, Fang Yuan was cautious. Not daring to take the risk, he decided to make a move personally. Time waits for no man. Fang Yuan had originally planned to get rid of Mo Yao's will first, as he had to deal with the internal situation before dealing with the external situation. However, there was no progress on this matter. Now he could only use the OP token and sneak into the 55th floor. Tai Bai Yunxing had already figured out the situation on the 55th floor. A magnificent river of blood flowed here. In the depths of the river stood a grand and majestic Blood Dao Palace. In the Blood Dao Palace, there were 3 main halls and 69 auxiliary halls. Every palace had large numbers of Blood Dao Gu worms as well as Blood Beast guards. Blood Dao Gu worms moved in groups and had majestic power. but as long as they spent time. Eventually there would be a time when they were exhausted. The troublesome ones were the blood beasts. After these blood beasts were killed, they would absorb the blood energy to revive after a short while. Could be said that there was no end to killing and no end to killing. Tai Bai Yunxing's several attempts to charge in had all failed at the hands of these blood beasts. But in his last attempt, he inadvertently succeeded. Chapter 600. Fierce winds howled and the blizzard wreaked havoc. Demon Blood Hill, which was covered in dark red grass, was now a vast expanse of white. The towering hill had also succumbed to the might of the 10-year blizzard, becoming as weak as a baby. Howl, 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 huge figures at least 10 meters tall, were faintly discernible in the blizzard. These were weather monsters that would only appear in the blizzard, snow monsters. The bigger these snow monsters were, the stronger their battle strength. 10 meters tall snow monsters could battle rank 3 Gu masters. 40 meters tall had the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. 50 meters tall had the terrifying battle strength of a rank 5 Gu master. Along with the blizzard, the snow monsters wreaked havoc in northern plains. They slowly gathered and concentrated their attacks on the few lucky survivors in northern plains. It brought a death blow to humans and all living things that were struggling at death's door. But everything had its vanquisher. Snow monsters were snowmen's prey. By devouring the flesh and blood of snow monsters, snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even prolong their lifespan. Hei Bai and Hei Qing stood at the peak of the towering Demon Blood Hill. They were wearing black robes and were especially conspicuous in the vast expanse of white snow. Beside them were the corpses of hundreds of snow monsters. Unless the snow monsters reached 60 meters in size, no matter how many snow monsters there were, they would only be sending themselves to death when facing Gu immortals. Hei Bai and Hei Qing had been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, Hei Bai's expression shook as he sensed something and his sharp gaze looked towards the left. There, a whirlpool of blizzard formed in the air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant hand completely made of blizzard, flying snow hand. The flying snow hand finished forming and grabbed towards Hei Bai and Hei Qing. Haha, I was waiting for you. Hei Bai laughed heartily and flicked his finger. Large numbers of rank 5 Gu worms flew out. Hei Qing also did the same. The flying snow hand grabbed these Gu worms one by one and gripped them tightly. The snow hand collapsed and the Gu worms inside disappeared, tightly gripped by a mighty force. They were sucked into Imperial Court-blessed land. Hei Tribe's 2 Gu immortals did not resist and let the flying snow hand grab their Gu worms. This situation lasted for an hour as large numbers of rank 5 Gu worms were taken away. Hei Bai and Hei Qing stopped and looked at each other with a smile before their figures flew away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After a while, Hei Lulan suddenly sensed something. Her eyes lit up as she raised her head and stared at the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Backup is here. At the peak of the sacred palace, mist and multicolored light swayed. The 68th level was still forming. The 100th stage had already been completed. The 68th layer that had yet to form was still in its embryonic form, It shone like liquid as it swayed, containing the large number of goo worms that were brought in from the outside world of northern plains. Some of these goo worms were wild goo, while others came from Heicheng and Heibai. The 88-point Xinjiang Tower would choose the strongest among them. It formed the 99th checkpoint, the 98th checkpoint. He Lulan sensed carefully and frowned. Those two from He tribe have already made their move. But Shuesongzi is still watching with folded arms. He and Shuesongzi communicated secretly and reached an agreement. One of the terms of the deal was for Shuesongzi to assist him at a specific time. But now Shuesongzi was not moving at all. He Lulan was displeased. He immediately wrote a letter and sent it through a goo worm. Soon he received a reply. The army was split into several pieces, each fighting their own battles. The Gu masters retreated step by step, and for a moment countless soldiers died. Could it be that the second stage is actually a huge trap? This is too strange. This is only the second round. Why is the difficulty so high? He Lulan was dumbfounded, a huge doubt rising in her heart. This was indeed a huge trap. But the one who set this trap was not 88-point Xinjiang Tower, but Fang Yuan, who controlled this floor. He first restrained himself and mobilized the green serpent vines in the round, secretly moving them over. Then he accepted the order and joined the vanguard, taking turns to attack from time to time, purposely lowering his speed and stalling for time. When large numbers of green serpent vines were mobilized, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately launched a sneak attack. The Gu master army was ambushed and suffered a huge loss. Fang Yuan was an enslavement master. The green serpent vines that had even lower intelligence than beast groups, under his command, cooperated with each other and did not care about sacrifices, erupting with a terrifying battle strength that was 100 times stronger. Especially experts like He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yunxing. He even specially mobilized green serpent vines that could rival mutated beasts to stop them. Retreat, let's retreat. There are green serpent vines everywhere. If this goes on, the casualties will be even worse. Lord He tribe leader, our tribe leader requests to retreat. Several large tribes urgently sent representatives. Anyone could see it. They had fallen into the ambush of the green serpent vines. No one had the time to think about the reason why the green serpent vines became so sinister and vicious. He Lulan gritted his teeth, a struggling expression appeared on his face as he squeezed out a word, retreat. He also knew that the battle situation had gone out of control. The green serpent vines were not afraid of death and had already penetrated deep. This caused the formation to become chaotic. All the experts were afraid of injuring their own people and were restrained. If the casualties were so severe in the second round, how would He Lulan have the strength to go and snatch the final round's immortal Gu? Retreating was a wise move, but it depended on whether Fang Yuan would allow it or not. He controlled this floor. It was a small matter for him to close the entrance and exit. Soon everyone was shocked to find out. They could not get out. This discovery had a huge impact on their morale. The entire army was on the verge of collapsing. At the crucial moment, He Lulan sensed something amiss and stood up, his voice echoing over 1,000 li. Hold on, I am going to use Grey Meltdown Killer move. Forcefully break through this round. Persevere is victory, persevere is survival. The Gu masters who were in desperate straits heard these words and were like drowning people grabbing onto a life-saving straw. The morale that had fallen to rock bottom. In the end, it did not completely collapse but stabilized. The experts immediately fought hard and reopened the passage, allowing all the divisions to form a connection. Under the heavy encirclement of the army, He Lulan led a group of refinement path Gu masters and formed a circular formation, activating Grey Meltdown Killer move. Lord, if we forcefully activate it, we might lose 30% of our people. An old refinement path Gu master who was familiar with the inside information had a pale complexion as he softly advised He Lulan. Grey Meltdown Killer move naturally had its limitations. The killer move relied on coordination from the inside and outside. This required, the round's reward had to be a Gu worm purposely released by He tribe's Gu immortals or Shuesongzi. Back then, he had buried fixed immortal travel in gruel mud deep in northern plains. He was waiting for this moment. When 88-point Jinyang Tower condensed, it plundered the whole of northern plains' blessed land. This was the arrangement of an immortal venerable. It went up to the heavens and down to the abyss, its might unparalleled. Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu escaped Shuesong Zi in He Bai's pursuit, but was still captured by 88-point Jinyang Tower. Wild Immortal Gu were already like this. The two Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had buried underground had no intention of resisting, and were naturally collected by 88-point Jinyang Tower. After collecting them, they became the final rewards of the 21st and 34th floor. But because Giant Sun's will was in hibernation, the two Immortal Gu were in a half-refined state. Everything went according to Fang Yuan's plan. The path of a Gu immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard to resist them. It is hard for the soul to survive. Longevity is defying heaven. Difficult, difficult, difficult. In the True Inheritance there was such a sentence. This sentence directly criticized Giant Sun Immortal's idea of possession. The tone was extremely arrogant. It also summarized the myriad methods to extend one's lifespan. Lifespan Gu had always been the most important. The last three words, difficult, were filled with emotions. Finally, the person who said this also left his name, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Seeing this name, people immediately felt that the previous sentence was very reasonable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the same status as Giant Sun Immortal. They were both rank 9 Gu masters. But Giant Sun Immortal was an immortal venerable of the medieval antiquity era. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a demon venerable who appeared after Giant Sunday. After Giant Sun Immortal died 200,000 years later, the demonic venerable with the heaviest killing nature, Spectral Soul, appeared in the world. 88-point Jinyang Tower was so famous. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world. It was not strange for him to come to 88-point Jinyang Tower. Could possession Immortal Gu have been taken away by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? No, it seems very unlikely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path. He was an expert in manipulating souls. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal could not compare to him. From Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's words, he did not care about possession methods at all. It is just that he wanted to live forever in heaven and earth, but he was alone and faced with many difficulties. Seeing that his predecessors were also trying to find a way to live forever, he felt inspired and left behind these words. Fang Yuan analyzed. Even rank 9 venerables who were invincible in the world could not escape the erosion of time. Time was the greatest enemy of heroes and beauties. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, their locations were uncertain and their production was limited. They could only be produced in heaven and earth. Rank 9 venerables searched the world. They gradually used up their lifespan Gu, but they could not find new ones. They had to think of ways to extend their lifespan. The number one person in heaven and earth, behind the invincible aura, was the misery of having a limited lifespan. Thus, when Giant Sun Immortal thought of the possession method, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sighed at the difficulty of living forever. Even an immortal venerable or demon venerable, such an invincible person cannot escape death. Sigh. The wheel of fortune changes. Each person dominates the world for generations. After the peak of prosperity, after the peak of misfortune comes prosperity. How can there be a person who can live forever in this world? In his mind, Mo Yao sighed with a heavy mood. Fang Yuan, however, did not think so. His gaze was eerie. The great Tao of heaven and earth emphasizes on balance and mutual restraint. The Gu Masters battle strength, the strength of their body, and the depth of their soul. Their familiarity with Gu worms, their knowledge of heaven and earth, their awakening of their nature as well as their luck, talent, aptitude, fortuitous encounters, inspiration and so on. They will all turn into human chi during immortal ascension. The more Gu Master accumulates, the more human chi they will have. The more human chi they can absorb, the more heaven and earth chi they can take in, and the higher the Gu Immortal's achievements. And this human chi Gu's effect is to absorb other people's human chi, purify it, and use it on oneself during immortal ascension, greatly increasing the chances of becoming a Gu Immortal, and also deepening the Gu Immortal's foundation and potential. Mo Yao's words broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. He could not help but exclaim, "There is actually such an immortal Gu, such a wondrous idea. Amazing." In human history, Gu Immortals had always been extremely rare. Immortal ascension was difficult, often only 1 out of 10,000 rank 5 Gu Masters could succeed. One of the most important points in immortal ascension was the Gu Master's accumulation. Many Gu Immortals did not have deep accumulations. During immortal ascension, they would gather very little human chi, but a lot of heaven and earth chi would come. This way the balance would not be reached, the heaven and earth chi would suppress and swallow the human chi, eventually causing the Gu Master to be assimilated by heaven and earth, dying. But if there was human chi immortal Gu, this difficulty could be resolved. Collecting other people's human chi, purifying it, and concentrating it on the crucial person, even if the accumulation was not enough, it was not a problem. One could say, with human chi immortal Gu, the chances of success in immortal ascension would be greatly increased, and the number of Gu Immortals would increase. And increasing the number of Gu Immortals would clearly increase the strength of a region. No doubt, this was a Gu worm that could change the situation of the 5 regions. As long as the news was leaked, any super force would go crazy and rush over like a flock of ducks. However, human chi immortal Gu was too powerful. It was rank 7, even higher than the current spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mortal body could not endure the remnant power of human chi immortal Gu. His will had just approached the immortal Gu when it was devoured by the immortal Gu, purified into a trace of human chi and stored. If not for Mo Yao's information, Fang Yuan would still be in the dark, not knowing the truth. Although human chi Gu is good, it is not suitable for me. Fang Yuan took a last look at the burning white light lump, sighing and shaking his head, he turned around and left without any reluctance. Human chi Gu's rank was too high, Fang Yuan did not have the qualifications to control it. Tai by Yunxing threw in river as before and mountain as before to stabilize the situation. The immortal aperture continued to expand, drawing in the tributaries of the river of time. This caused the flow of time to increase steadily. During this period, Tai by Yunxing continued to put in goo worms, maintaining the immortal aperture's stability. 5 million mu, 6 million mu, over 7 million mu. 1 to 30, 1 to 31, 1 to 32. 1 to 33. At this point, the immortal aperture's growth had reached its limit, like it had eaten its fill, it stopped growing. But clear heaven chi was still pouring down from the sky. On the ground, golden earth chi continued to surge up. At this point, the immortal aperture's absorption of heaven and earth chi slowed down. At first it was a big gulp, but now it was like a small sip. Heaven and earth chi gathered into the immortal aperture, like green and gold clouds, filling the entire immortal aperture. Within the dense chi currents, beads of immortal essence were formed. They were the rank 6 goo immortals green grape immortal essence. A total of 36 beads were formed. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust on the ground started to dissipate. Inside the immortal aperture, there was still misty heaven and earth chi that had not dissipated. They gathered around man as before, river as before, mountain as before, and other goo worms, causing the fog around these goo worms to become dense, forming a chi cocoon. The two chi fused, heaven and earth resonated. Within the chi cocoon, some goo worms started to undergo some kind of mysterious transformation. This is the moment. A goo recipe flashed across Tai by Yunxing's mind. This goo recipe was only a theoretical goo recipe, it came from the old beggar's goo immortal inheritance, it was the theoretical deduction of the goo immortal who left behind the inheritance. Tai by Yunxing could not guarantee the success of this theoretical goo recipe. But he had no way out. He did not have much lifespan left, it was about to be exhausted. After becoming an immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially his perception of time, he could sense it to the point of every breath. This novel increase did not make him happy for long, he sank into silent pressure and even fear. Because he felt that he really did not have much time left. It was like a small puddle under the sunlight, and his lifespan was like the thin layer of water left in the puddle. His original plan to obtain lifespan goo had failed because of Fang Yuan's secret obstruction. The experience in the blood path hall had become a knot in his heart. Right now, his only hope was man as before goo. According to the theoretical goo recipe, as long as he refined man as before goo to rank 6, he could use it. Refined for me. Tai by Yunxing bellowed as countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical goo recipe and poured into the immortal aperture, directly into the thick chi cocoon of man as before goo. The heaven and earth chi were the source chi of all beings. They resonated with each other and evolved into all the materials and beings in the world. These two chi were the source of all beings, they could replace any goo refinement material. Tai by Yunxing's thoughts. It was like a key or a precise direction for the heaven and earth chi. The thoughts entered the chi cocoon and immediately caused an intense change. Although it was not as intense as the first step of releasing the goo, the 3 chi explosions were not as intense. But the commotion was not small. The chi cocoon erupted with a suction force, continuously absorbing the heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, air currents continued to surge, forming a howling wind. With man as before goo as the center, it turned into the eye of the wind, large amounts of heaven and earth chi entered, turning into the goo refinement resources. This is it. This is it. Tai by Yunxing floated in the air, muttering softly, his tone was gratified, but also filled with vicissitudes of life. After so much effort and risk, he finally saw the hope of success. Even though the process was filled with inconceivable possibilities. If not for True Yang Building's help, Tai by Yunxing would have definitely died in the second step. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at True Yang Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but True Yang Building had helped him, this was a fact that could be seen by everyone. Has Giant Sun's will awakened? Tai by Yunxing inwardly guessed. He had a goo immortal inheritance, his knowledge was not less than He Lulan Yi Lui Sang and the others. Giant Sun Immortal strictly forbids goo immortals from entering or leaving the blessed land. My immortal ascension here has already violated his taboo. Why would he still help me? Tai by Yunxing was puzzled. No matter how rich his experience was, he could not imagine what had happened in True Yang Building. Inside True Yang Building, Frost Jade Peacock was shrieking, the green mud fragments around its body were jumping around, the chains were shaking and clanking as they collided with each other. The power that sealed it was being corroded by the gruel mud and was melting. But Frost Jade Peacock did not have a trace of happiness, instead it was filled with anxiety. Giant Sons Will laughed heartily, "Little Sparrow, your struggle is useless." Through Tai Bai Yunxing's hands, Giant Sons Will used the only method he had. He cleverly attacked the Imperial Court land spirit and weakened its strength. Even though the power binding Frost Jade Peacock was weakening, Giant Sons Will had already won some time. He had already comprehended more than half of the special Will Gu formation that trapped him. An immortal Venerable's arrangement. How could it be so simple? As long as Giant Sons Will was free, he would naturally have many methods like Metal Path, Water Path, Fire Path and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I slept for a bit too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first take care of the disobedient land spirit, then I will clean up all the small loopholes in Truyang building. At that time 88-point Jinyang Tower will be like an iron bucket again, able to stand for another 100,000 years. Giant Sons Will said in a deep and heavy tone. Even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Hearing the word stand for 100,000 years, Frost Jade Peacock's hair stood on end. Land spirits were formed from obsessions, they could not be accommodated with regards to the matter of recognizing a master. Frost Jade Peacock was different from other land spirits, it was incomparably arrogant and did not want to submit. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle, instead it strangely wilted. It laid down, but its gaze was still sharp like a blade, filled with hatred and determination.